Introduction. Stow's Survey of London, from its first publication in 1598, has taken rank as the first authority on the history of London. But this very fame has been the cause of some injury to the unity of the work, owing to the additions of successive editors, whose words have often been quoted as if they were written by the original author, although often referring to occurrences long after Stow's death. What the reader of today wants is the original work as it left the hands of the veteran antiquary, or as nearly as the change of spelling allows, because this gives him a vivid picture of Elizabethan London, the city in which Shakespeare lived and worked among a multitude of the men and women of those spacious days, respecting whom we are all eager to learn something more. The survey is a masterpiece of topographical literature written by a Londoner of ripe experience, who was interested in everything that occurred around him. Stow founded his work upon documents of great value collected by himself, and also upon the splendid series of manuscripts belonging to the City of London, to which he had access as feed chronicler of the corporation. The great charm of the book to the general reader is to be found in the personal touches by which we are informed of changes and incidents which occurred in Stow's own experience. Of this special feature, several instances have been singled out, such as the boy fetching milk from the farm attached to the Abbey of the Minoresses, for which he paid 1 halfpenny for 3 pints, and the staking out by the tyrannical Thomas Cromwell of part of the gardens of Stow's father and others in Throgmorton Street to be added to his own garden, which after his execution came into the possession of the Drapers' Company and are now covered by Throgmorton Avenue. Stow, in his description of the monuments of St. Paul's, alluding to the burial places of Sir Philip Sidney, Sir Francis Walsingham, and Sir Christopher Hatton, says of the latter, under a most sumptuous monument where Mary Poet writ thus: Philip and Francis have no Tom, for great Christopher takes all the room. Henry Holland, in his Monumenta Sepulchralia Sancti Pauli, 1614, tells us that there is no doubt but the merry poet was the merry old man Stow himself. During the whole of his life Stow was indefatigable in his work, but he kept the best wine for the last. The first edition of the Survey of London was published in 1598, when he was past 70 years of age, but there can be no doubt that the whole of his previous life was a preparation for his great work. He always lived in London, and he was interested in every particular connected with his native city. Nothing of value in its history ever escaped him, and what he did not personally know, he often obtained information of from older men than himself. Some of his informants could tell what their fathers saw, so that their reminiscences often take us back to a long past time. It is this mixture of the personal remembrances of old men with his own memory of what he had seen, and his careful examination of places himself, in corroboration of tradition, which gives such special value to his book. Stow was always in search of information at first hand, and other authors were glad to avail themselves of his wide experience. Sir George Buck, when writing the history of Richard Roman III, availed himself of Stow's information that he had talked to old men who remembered that maligned king as a comely prince. Stow's arrangement of his materials is admirable, and many modern topographers might imitate him with advantage. He himself acknowledged that the model for his survey was his friend William Lambarde's excellent perambulation of Kent, 1576. Some of his explanations of the names of places, being grounded on historical evidence, are often of great value, but others are little better than crude guesses. This is not to the discredit of an author writing in the 16th century, but some modern writers, who ought to have a better knowledge of the origin of place names, have been unwise enough to quote these as possible etymologies. Mr. C. L. Kingsford, in his excellent edition of the survey, has corrected most of these from trustworthy old documents. Stow improved his book in the second edition, published in 1603, 2 years before his death, but he omitted some passages in the first edition which are of interest to us, and which are noted in this edition. Although it is chiefly the survey which keeps Stow's memory green in popular esteem, his other literary productions were highly appreciated by many distinguished contemporaries. He found a valuable patron in Archbishop Parker, for whom he edited some old chronicles. Among his many friends must be named Camden, Lambarde, Saville, Dr. Dee, Robert Glover, Somerset Herald, and Fleetwood the Recorder, who hung in his study a portrait of Stow inscribed, Johann Stow, Antiquarius Angliae. The antiquary was very proud of this honor, and he told Massingham, who records the incident in his diary, that he thought himself worthy of that title for his pains. Stow was born about the year 1525 and came of a good London stock. His grandfather and father were tallow chandlers, and supplied the church of St. Michael, Cornhill, with lamp oil and candles. Thomas Stow, the grandfather, died in 1527 and directed his body to be buried in the little green churchyard of St. Michael, Cornhill, nigh the wall as may be by my father and mother. We have no particulars as to John Stow's schooling, and Mr. Kingsford points out that his remarks in the chapter of schools and other houses of learning, respecting his seeing the scholars of divers grammar schools repair to the churchyard of St. Bartholomew, Smithfield, to a scholastic battle of disputation, hardly suggests that he took part in their exercises. The general opinion seems to be that he was self-taught, but it is strange that the son of a fairly well-to-do citizen should not have been a scholar at one of these free grammar schools. He did not follow his father's business as a tallow chandler, but set up for himself as a tailor, in a house by the well within Aldgate, over which in later times a structure was erected widely known as Aldgate Pump. Tailors have very generally had to put up with threadbare jokes on their trade, and Stow was no exception to the rule. Aubrey reports that Sir Henry Spelman said to Sir William Dugdale, "We are beholding to Mr. Speed and Stow for stitching up for us our English history," and Aubrey adds, "It seems they were both tailors." Stow was admitted to the Freedom of the Merchant Tailors' Company on 25 November 1547, but was never called to the livery or any office in the company. At the same time, he seems to have been highly esteemed and was helpful to the company. He became a pensioner about 1578 and received £4 a year until midsummer 1600. This is sometimes called his fee and sometimes his pension. At the latter date, when he had fallen upon evil days, his pension was increased to £10 a year. This information is given by Mr. C.M. Clode under the heading of the loving brother of this mystery, John Stow, in his Memorials of the Fraternity, 1875. Stow's first literary work is one that does him great credit, namely, the 1561 edition of Chaucer's works, and subsequently he helped his loving friend spet with notes from divers records and monuments, which that friend used in his edition of Chaucer, published in 1597. He then turned to the publication of the results of his historical studies. In 1565, he brought out a summary of English chronicles, which was frequently reprinted, also the summary abridged, first in 1566, and often reprinted. The Chronicles of England were published in 1580 and not reprinted. The Annals of England appeared first in 1592, other editions issued by Stow himself in 1601 and 1605. Editions continued by Edmund Howes were published in 1615 and 1631. The Annals are much of a compilation, but Stow has made them interesting by the frequent insertion of his own opinions and remarks. The bibliography of these works is somewhat complicated, but Mr. Kingsford has set forth the dates and distinctive characters of the different books with much clearness. Stow early fell into a discord with the chronicler Grafton, and the two belabored one another in print, sometimes having resort to bad puns. Grafton sneered at the memories of superstitious foundations, fables foolishly stowed together, and Stow replied by alluding to empty towns and unfruitful grafts of Momus, offspring. Stow's life was a stormy one, and he had much to endure, both publicly and in his own family, but his friends helped him through many of his difficulties. His younger brother Thomas was ungrateful and a thorn in his side for many years. In the early part of 1569, he was brought before the Lord Mayor for having in his possession a copy of the manifesto of the Spanish ambassador on behalf of the Duke of Alva, but he seems to have been able to clear himself. The same matter was brought before the master and wardens of the Merchant Tailors' Company. Mr. Clode remarks respecting this occurrence. It is curious to note from the depositions of the several examinants how very shy of knowing much about the matter they appear to have been. The knowledge or memory of the 9 tailors examined was too frequently failing them to bring guilt home to any brother of the craft. The trouble about the Alva Manifesto drew the attention of the Queen's Council to Stow's library, and the Bishop of London, Grindal, was directed to have his house searched. and in reply the bishop enclosed to Cecil a catalogue of Stow the tailor his unlawful books. Amongst these are a great store of Felice fabulous books of old print, as of Sir de Gory, Sir Triamore, etc., old fantastical popish books printed in the old type. Thomas Stapleton's translation of Bede's Ecclesiastical History is among the objectionable books. Nothing, however, came of all this pother. Stow appears to have been fairly well off for some years of his life, when he spent a considerable amount of money on the extensive collection of manuscripts which he gathered together. This library was well known to and much appreciated by his fellow antiquaries. Many of the important documents are now in the British Museum and other public libraries. He gave up his business in order to devote himself uninterruptedly to his antiquarian labors. Although these labors were much appreciated, they were not profitable, and in consequence his means were very limited in his later years. His poverty was brought under the notice of James I, who acknowledged his claims, but instead of giving substantial aid the king granted letters patent, dated 8 March 1604, authorizing John Stow and his deputies to collect money, the voluntary contribution and kind gratuities of the king's subjects. This authority brought little money to the chronicler's wasted coffers, and it was indeed a pitiful reward for the well-directed labors of a lifetime. Stow did not long survive this remarkable instance of royal favor. He died on the 6th April 1605 and was buried in the church of St. Andrew under Shaft, Leadenhall Street, where his widow erected a terracotta monument to his memory. This, which shows the man as he lived, is one of the most interesting monuments in the city of a past London worthy. Edmund Howes, his literary executor and continuator of his annals, has left a vivid picture of the old chronicler, which completes this short notice of one of the most distinguished lovers of London. He was tall of stature, lean of body and face, his eyes small and crystalline, of a pleasant and cheerful countenance. His sight and memory very good, very sober, mild, and courteous to any that required his instructions, and retained the true use of all his senses unto the day of his death, being of an excellent memory. He always protested never to have written anything either for malice, fear, or favor, nor to seek his own particular gain or vainglory, and that his only pains and care was to write truth. He could never ride, but travelled on foot unto divers cathedral churches and other chief places of the land to search records. He was very careless of scoffers, backbiters, and detractors. He lived peacefully, and died of the stone colic, being 80 years of age. Stow is greatly to be commended for printing as an appendix to his survey William Fitzstephen's Descriptio Londoniae, which originally formed an introduction to the same writer's life of Becket. It is a remarkable relic, and unique in its interest as a vivid description of London in the 12th century. The author is carried away by his enthusiasm and probably exaggerates the beauties of the city. But he is not blind to evils, for he wisely says, "The city is delightful indeed, if it has a good governor," and we know that it did not always have that. The account of the sports of the citizens is particularly valuable, especially the early notice of the use of skates on the moorfields during the winter time. We may be proud as Englishmen that no other city in Europe possesses so early a description of a medieval town. It should be noted incidentally that King Henry III, mentioned at the close of Fitzstephen's account, is not the king usually known by that name, but Henry, the second son of Henry Roman II. This prince was crowned during his father's lifetime, but died in 1182, 7 years before his father. Matthew Paris also speaks of him as Henry Roman III. An enlarged edition of the survey was prepared by Anthony Munday after Stow's death, and published in 1618. In 1633, 4 months after Munday's death, another edition, in folio, appeared, completely finished by the study of A.M., H.D., and others. John Stow took the matter in hand in the next century and made a new book of the survey in 2 volumes, folio, 1720. The 6th edition, enlarged by John Stow, brought down to the present time by careful hands, was published in the same form in 1754-5. Stow died in 1737. This edition of Stow is an excellent history of London, but most persons will agree with Thomas Hearne in his criticism. Stow should have been simply reprinted as a venerable original, and the editions given in a different character. It was not until 1842 that Stow's edition of 1603 was reprinted, when it was edited by Mr. W. J. Toms, founder and first editor of Notes and Queries. Mr. C. L. Kingsford produced a critical edition of Stow's second edition, 1603, which is of great value. It was published by the Clarendon Press, Oxford, in 1908. The editor gives an account of Stow's collections and MSS, tracing their present location. Henry B. Wheatley. To the Right Honourable Robert Lee, Lord Mayor of the City of London. To the Commonalty and citizens of the same. John Stow, citizen, wisheth long health and felicity. Since the first publishing of the Perambulation of Kent by that learned gentleman, William Lambert, Esquire, I have heard of sundry other able persons to have, according to the desire of that author, essayed to do somewhat for the particular shires and counties where they were born or dwelt. Of which none that I know, saving John Norden, for the counties of Middlesex and Hertford, have vouchsafed their labour to the common good in that behalf. And therefore, concurring with the first, in the same desire to have drawn together such special descriptions of each place, as might not only make up a whole body of the English chorography amongst ourselves, but also might give occasion and courage to M. Camden to increase and beautify his singular work of the whole, to the view of the learned that be abroad, I have attempted the discovery of London, my native soil and country, at the desire and persuasion of some of my good friends, as well because I have seen sundry antiquities myself touching that place, as also for that through search of records to other purposes, divers written helps are come to my hands, which few others have fortune to meet withal. It is a service that most agreeth with my professed travels. It is a duty that I willingly owe to my native mother and country, and an office that of right I hold myself bound in love to bestow upon the politic body and members of the same. What London hath been of ancient time men may here see, as what it is now every man doth behold. I know that the argument, being of the chief and principal city of the land, required the pen of some excellent artisan, but fearing that none would attempt and finish it, as few have essayed any, I chose rather, amongst other my labours, to handle it after my plain manner, than to leave it unperformed. Touching the dedication, I am not doubtful where to seek my patron, since you be a politic estate of the city, as the walls and buildings be the material parts of the same. To you, therefore, do I address this my whole labour, as well that by your authority I may be protected, as warranted by your own skill and understanding of that which I have written. I confess that I lacked my desire to the accomplishment of some special parts, which some other of better ability promised to perform. But as I then professed, have since out of mine old storehouse added to this work many rare notes of antiquity, as may appear to the reader, which I do afford in all duty, and recommend to your view, my labours to your consideration, and myself to your service, during life, in this or any other. Footnote: the dedication of the first edition is precisely the same, except in the concluding paragraph, which there stands as follows. I confess that I lacked my desire to the accomplishment of some special parts, but I trust hereafter that shall be supplied, and I profess, if more touching this work come unto me, to afford it in all duty. In the meantime, I recommend this to your view, my labours to your consideration, and myself to your service, as I have professed during life in this or any other. The author to the reader. Because amongst others mine authors, I have oftentimes alleged Fitzstephen's as one more choice than other, namely, for the ancient estate of this city, more than 400 years since. And also the said author being rare, I have in this place thought good by impression to impart the same to my loving friends, the learned antiquaries, as the author wrote it in the Latin tongue. And first to note in effect what Master Bale, in commendation of the said author, writeth. William Stephanides, or Fitzstephen, a monk of Canterbury, born of worshipful parents in the city of London, well brought up at the first under good masters, did more and more increase in honest conditions and learning. For ever in his young years there appeared in him a certain light of a gentlemanlike disposition, which promised many good things afterwards by him performed. Such time as others spent in brawls and idle talk, he employed in wholesome exercises for the honour of his country, following therein the example of Plato, and was very studious both in humanity and divinity. The city of London, his birthplace, the most noble of all other cities of this land, and the prince's seat, situated in the south part of this island, he loved above all the other, so that at length he wrote most elegantly in Latin of the site and rites of the same. Leland, in divers of his books, commendeth him for an excellent writer. He lived in the reign of King Stephen, wrote in the reign of Henry Roman II, and deceased in the year of Christ 1191 in the reign of Richard I. The Survey of London, containing the original antiquity, increase, modern estate, and description of that city. As the Roman writers, to glorify the city of Rome, derive the original thereof from gods and demigods, by the Trojan progeny, so Geoffrey of Monmouth, the Welsh historian, deduceth the foundation of this famous city of London, for the greater glory thereof, and emulation of Rome from the very same original. For he reporteth that Brute, lineally descended from the demigod Aeneas, the son of Venus, daughter of Jupiter, about the year of the world 2855, and 1108 before the nativity of Christ, built this city near unto the river now called Thames, and named it Troynovant or Trenovant. But herein, as Livy, the most famous historiographer of the Romans, writeth antiquity is pardonable, and hath an especial privilege, by interlacing divine matters with human, to make the first foundation of cities more honorable, more sacred, and, as it were, of greater majesty. King Lud, as the aforesaid Geoffrey of Monmouth noteth, afterwards not only repaired this city, but also increased the same with fair buildings, towers, and walls, and after his own name called it Caerlud, as Lud's town. And the strong gate which he built in the west part of the city he likewise, for his own honor, named Ludgate. This Lud had issued 2 sons, Androgeus and Theomantius, who being not of age to govern at the death of their father, their uncle Cassiblan took upon him the crown. About the 8th year of whose reign, Julius Caesar arrived in this land with a great power of Romans to conquer it, the manner of which conquest I will summarily set down out of his own commentaries, which are of far better credit than the relations of Geoffrey Monmouth. The chief government of the Britons and ordering of the wars was then by common advice committed to Cassiblan, whose seigneury was separated from the cities towards the sea coast by the river called Thames, about 80 miles from the sea. This Cassiblan, in times past, had made continual war upon the cities adjoining. But the Britons, being moved with the Roman invasion, had resolved in that necessity to make him their sovereign and general of the wars, which continued hot between the Romans and them. But in the meanwhile the Troynovants, which was then the strongest city well near of all those countries, and out of which city a young gentleman, called Mandabrace, upon confidence of Caesar's help, came unto him into the mainland of Gallia, now called France, and thereby escaped death, which he should have suffered at Cassiblan's hand, sent their ambassadors to Caesar, promising to yield unto him, and to do what he should command them instantly, desiring him to protect Mandabrace from the furious tyranny of Cassiblan, and to send him into their city with authority to take the government thereof upon him. Caesar accepted the offer, and appointed them to give unto him 40 hostages, and withal to find him grain for his army, and so sent he Mandabrace unto them. When others saw that Caesar had not only defended the Troynovants against Cassiblan, but had also saved them harmless from the pillage of his own soldiers, then did the Canimegs, Sagontians, Ancolites, Bibroques, and Cashans likewise submit themselves unto him. And by them he learned that not far thence was Cassiblan's town, fortified with woods and marsh ground, into the which he had gathered a great number both of men and cattle. For the Britons call that a town saith Caesar, when they have fortified a cumbersome wood with a ditch and rampart, and thither they resort to abide the approach of their enemies. To this place therefore marched Caesar with his legions. He found it excellently fortified, both of nature and by man's advice. Nevertheless, he resolved to assault it in 2 several places at once, whereupon the Britons, being not able to endure the force of the Romans, fled out at another part, and left the town unto him. A great number of cattle he found there, and many of the Britons he slew, and others he took in the chase. Whilst these things were doing in these quarters, Cassiblan sent messengers into Kent, which lieth upon the sea, in which there reigned then 4 particular kings, named Cingetorix, Carvil, Taximagal, and Seganax, whom he commanded to raise all their forces, and suddenly to set upon and assault the Romans in their trenches by the seaside. The which, when the Romans perceived, they sallied out upon them, slew a great sort of them, and taking Cingetorix their noble captain prisoner, retired themselves to their camp in good safety. When Cassiblan heard of this, and had formerly taken many other losses, and found his country sore wasted, and himself left almost alone by the defection of the other cities, he sent ambassadors by Commius of Arras to Caesar, to entreat with him concerning his own submission. The which Caesar did accept, and taking hostages, assessed the realm of Britain to a yearly tribute, to be paid to the people of Rome, giving straight charge to Cassiblan that he should not seek any revenge upon Mandabrace or the Trinobantes, and so withdrew his army to the sea again. Thus far out of Caesar's commentaries concerning this history, which happened in the year before Christ's nativity 54. In all which process there is for this purpose to be noted, that Caesar named the city of Trinobantes, which hath a resemblance with Trinova or Trinobantum, having no greater difference in the orthography than changing B into V, and yet maketh an error whereof I will not argue. Only this I will note, that divers learned men do not think Civita's Trinobantum to be well and truly translated, the city of the Trinobantes. But it should rather be the state, commonalty, or seigneury of the Trinobantes, for that Caesar in his commentaries useth the word civitas, only for a people living under one and the selfsame prince and law. But certain it is that the cities of the Britons were in those days neither artificially built with houses, nor strongly walled with stone, but were only thick and cumbersome woods, plashed within and trenched about. And the like in effect do other the Roman and Greek authors directly affirm, as Strabo, Pomponius Mela, and Dion, senator of Rome, which flourished in the several reigns of the Roman emperors, Tiberius, Claudius, Domitian, and Severus. To wit, that before the arrival of the Romans the Britons had no towns, but called that a town which had a thick entangled wood, defended, as I said, with a ditch and bank, the like whereof the Irishmen, our next neighbours, do at this day call fastness. But after that these hither parts of Britain were reduced into the form of a province by the Romans, who sowed the seeds of civility over all Europe. This city, whatsoever it was before, began to be renowned and of fame. For Tacitus, who first of all authors named it Londonum, saith that in the 62nd year after Christ, it was, albeit no colony of the Romans, yet most famous for the great multitude of merchants, provision, and intercourse. At which time, in that notable revolt of the Britons from Nero, in which 70,000 Romans and their confederates were slain, this city, with Verulam, near St. Albans, and Malden in Essex, then all famous, were ransacked and spoiled. For Suetonius Paulinus, then lieutenant for the Romans in this isle, abandoned it, as not then fortified, and left it to the spoil. Shortly after, Julius Agricola, the Roman lieutenant in the time of Domitian, was the first that by adhorting the Britons publicly, and helping them privately, won them to build houses for themselves, temples for the gods, and courts for justice, to bring up the noblemen's children in good letters and humanity, and to apparel themselves Roman-like, whereas before, for the most part, they went naked, painting their bodies, etc., as all the Roman writers have observed. True it is, I confess, that afterwards many cities and towns in Britain under the government of the Romans were walled with stone and baked bricks or tiles, as Richborough or Riptaster in the Isle of Thanet, until the Channel altered his course beside Sandwich in Kent, Verulamium beside St. Albans in Hertfordshire, Silchester in Hampshire, Rochester in Shropshire, Kencester in Herefordshire 3 miles from Hereford town, Ribchester 7 miles above Preston on the water of Ribble, Aldburg 1 mile from Boroughbridge or Watling Street on Ure River, and others. And no doubt but this city of London was also walled with stone in the time of the Roman government here, but yet very lately, for it seemeth not to have been walled in the year of our Lord 296. Because in that year, when Electus the tyrant was slain in the field, the Franks easily entered London and had sacked the same, had not God, of his great favour, at the very instant, brought along the river of Thames certain bands of Roman soldiers, who slew those Franks in every street of the city. Footnotes: as Rome, the chief city of the world to glorify itself, drew her original from the gods, goddesses, and demi-gods, by the Trojan progeny, so this famous city of London for greater glory, and in emulation of Rome, deriveth itself from the very same original. For as Geoffrey of Monmouth, the Welsh historian, reporteth, Brute descended from the demi-god Aeneas, the son of Venus, daughter of Jupiter, about the year of the world 2855, the year before Christ's nativity, 1108, builded a city near unto a river now called Thames, and named it Troynovant or Trenovant. First edition, 1598. Caerlundine, in the list of ancient British cities preserved in Nennius. The like whereof the Irishmen, our next neighbours, do at this day call paces. First edition, p. 4. Richborough, about 1.5 miles from Sandwich, the Rutupium of the Romans, was a place of great importance until destroyed by the Danes in 1010. On the banks of the river Verlam, opposite to St. Alban, which is supposed to have arisen out of its ruin. Silchester in Hampshire, 7 miles from Basingstoke, the Cair Segont of the Britons and Segontium of the Romans and Silcester of the Saxons. Leland states its walls to have been 2 miles in compass. Roxeter, 5 miles from Shrewsbury. Its walls are stated to have been 3 yards in thickness and to have extended for a circumference of 3 miles. Kenchester, 3 miles from Hereford, supposed to be the Ariconium of the Romans. Ribchester, 6 miles from Blackburn in Lancashire, supposed to be the Rigodunum of the Romans. Aldborough, in the West Riding of Yorkshire, the Assurium Brigantium of the Romans. Wall about the city of London. In a few years after, as Simeon of Durham, an ancient writer, reporteth, Helen, the mother of Constantine the Great, was the first that inwalled this city, about the year of Christ 306. But however those walls of stone might have been built by Helen, yet the Britons, I know, had no skill of building with stone, as it may appear by that which followeth. About the year of Christ 399, when Arcadius and Honorius, the sons of Theodosius Magnus, governed the empire, the one in the east, the other in the west. For Honorius having received Britain, the city of Rome was invaded and destroyed by the Goths, after which time the Romans left to rule in Britain, as being employed in defense of their territories nearer home, whereupon the Britons, not able to defend themselves against the invasions of their enemies, were many years together under the oppression of 2 most cruel nations, the Scots and Picts, and at the length were forced to send their ambassadors with letters and lamentable supplications to Rome, requiring aid and succor from thence, upon promise of their continual fealty, so that the Romans would rescue them out of the hands of their enemies. Hereupon the Romans sent unto them a legion of armed soldiers, which coming into this island, and encountering with the enemies, overthrew a great number of them, and drove the rest out of the frontiers of the country. And so setting the Britons at liberty, counselled them to make a wall, extending all along between the 2 seas, which might be of force to keep out their evil neighbours, and then returned home with great triumph. The Britons wanting masons built that wall, not of stone as they were advised, but made it of turf, and that so slender that it served little or nothing at all for their defense. And the enemy, perceiving that the Roman legion was returned home, forthwith arrived out of their boats, invaded the borders, overcame the country, and, as it were, bore down all that was before them. Whereupon ambassadors were soon dispatched to Rome, lamentably beseeching that they would not suffer their miserable country to be utterly destroyed. Then again another legion was sent, which coming upon a sudden, made a great slaughter of the enemy, and chased him home, even to his own country. These Romans at their departure told the Britons plainly that it was not for their ease or leisure to take upon them any more such long and laborious journeys for their defense, and therefore bade them practice the use of armor and weapons, and learn to withstand their enemies, whom nothing else did make so strong as their faint heart and cowardice. And for so much as they thought that it would be no small help and encouragement unto their tributary friends whom they were now forced to forsake, they built for them a wall of hard stone from the West Sea to the East Sea, right between those 2 cities, which were there made to keep out the enemy, in the selfsame place where Severus before had cast his trench. The Britons also putting to their helping hands as laborers. This wall they built 8 feet thick in breadth, and 12 feet in height, right, as it were by a line, from east to west, as the ruins thereof remaining in many places until this day do make to appear. Which work, thus perfected, they give the people straight charge to look well to themselves, they teach them to handle their weapons, and they instruct them in warlike feats. And lest by the seaside southwards, where their ships lay at harbour, the enemy should come on land, they made up sundry bulwarks, each somewhat distant from the other, and so bid them farewell, as minding no more to return. This happened in the days of the Emperor Theodosius the Younger, almost 500 years after the first arrival of the Romans here, about the year after Christ's incarnation 434. The The Britons after this, continuing a lingering and doubtful war with the Scots and Picts, made choice of Vortigern to be their king and leader, which man, as saith Malmesbury, was neither valorous of courage, nor wise of counsel, but wholly given over to the unlawful lusts of his flesh. The people likewise, in short time being grown to some quietness, gave themselves to gluttony and drunkenness, pride, contention, envy, and such other vices, casting from them the yoke of Christ. In the mean season, a bitter plague fell among them, consuming in short time such a multitude that the quick were not sufficient to bury the dead. And yet the remnant remained so hardened in sin that neither death of their friends, nor fear of their own danger, could cure the mortality of their souls, whereupon a greater stroke of vengeance ensued upon the whole sinful nation. For being now again infested with their old neighbors the Scots and Picts, they consult with their king Vortigern, and send for the Saxons, who shortly after arrived here in Britain, where, saith Bede, they were received as friends. But as it proved, they minded to destroy the country as enemies. For after that they had driven out the Scots and Picts, they also drove the Britons, some over the seas, some into the waste mountains of Wales and Cornwall, and divided the country into divers kingdoms amongst themselves. These Saxons were likewise ignorant of building with stone until the year 680. For then it is affirmed that Bennet, abbot of Wirral, master to the Reverend Bede, first brought artificers of stone houses and glass windows into this island amongst the Saxons, arts before that time unto them unknown, and therefore used they but wooden buildings. And to this accordeth Polychronicon, who says, that then had ye wooden churches, nay wooden chalices and golden priests, but since golden chalices and wooden priests. And to knit up this argument, King Edgar in his charter to the Abbey of Malmesbury, dated the year of Christ 974, hath words to this effect. All the monasteries in my realm, to the outward sight, are nothing but worm-eaten and rotten timber and boards, and that worse is, within they are almost empty and void of divine service. Thus much be said for Walling, not only in respect of this city, but generally also of the first within the realm. Now to return to our Trinobant, as Caesar hath it, the same is since by Tacitus, Ptolemaeus, and Antoninus called Londinium, Longidinum, of Amiamus, Londonum, and Augusta, who calleth it an ancient city, of our Britons, Londane of the old Saxons, Londonceaster, Londonbrig, Londonere, of strangers Londra and Londers, of the inhabitants London. Whereof you may read a more large and learned discourse, and how it took the name, in that work of my loving friend, Master Camden, now Clarencia, which is called Britannia. This city of London having been destroyed and burnt by the Danes and other pagan enemies, about the year of Christ 839, was by Alfred, king of the West Saxons, in the year 886, repaired, honorably restored, and made again habitable, who also committed the custody thereof unto his son-in-law, Ethelred, Earl of Mercia, unto whom before he had given his daughter Ethelfold. And that this city was then strongly walled may appear by divers accidents, whereof William of Malmesbury hath, that about the year of Christ 994, the Londoners shut up their gates, and defended their king Ethelred within their walls against the Danes. In the year 1016, Edmund Ironsides reigning over the West Saxons, Canute the Dane bringing his navy into the west part of the bridge, cast a trench about the city of London, and then attempted to have won it by assault, but the citizens repulsed him and drove them from their walls. Also, in the year 1052, Earl Goodwin, with his navy, sailed up by the south end of the bridge, and so assailed the walls of this city. William Fitzstephen, in the reign of King Henry Roman II, writing of the walls of the city, hath these words: The wall is high and great, well towered on the north side, with due distances between the towers. On the south side also the city was walled and towered, but the fishful river of Thames, with his ebbing and flowing, hath long since subverted them. By the north side, he meaneth from the river of Thames in the east to the river of Thames in the west, for so stretched the wall in his time, and the city being far more in length from east to west than in breadth from south to north, and also narrower at both ends than in the midst, is therefore compassed with the wall on the land side, in form of a bow, except denting in betwixt Cripplegate and Aldersgate. But the wall on the south side, along by the river of Thames, was straight as the string of a bow, and all furnished with towers or bulwarks, as we now term them, in due distance every one from other, as witnesseth our author, and ourselves may behold from the land side. This may suffice for proof of a wall, and form thereof, about this city, and the same to have been of great antiquity as any other within this realm. And now touching the maintenance and repairing the said wall. I read that in the year 1215, the 16th of King John, the barons, entering the city by Aldgate, first took assurance of the citizens, then brake into the Jews' houses, searched their coffers to fill their own purses, and after with great diligence repaired the walls and gates of the city with stone taken from the Jews' broken houses. In the year 1257, Henry Roman III caused the walls of this city, which were sore decayed and destitute of towers, to be repaired in more seemly wise than before, at the common charges of the city. Also in the year 1282, King Edward I, having granted to Robert Kilwarby, Archbishop of Canterbury, license for the enlarging of the Blackfriars Church, to break and take down a part of the wall of the city, from Ludgate to the river of Thames, he also granted to Henry Wales, Mayor, and the citizens of London the favour to take, toward the making of the wall and enclosure of the city, certain customs or toll, as appeareth by his grant. This wall was then to be made from Ludgate west to Fleet Bridge along behind the houses, and along by the water of the Fleet unto the river of Thames. Moreover, in the year 1310, Edward Roman II commanded the citizens to make up the wall already begun, and the tower at the end of the same wall, within the water of Thames near unto the Blackfriars, etc. 1328, the second of Edward Roman III. The walls of this city were repaired. It was also granted by King Richard Roman II, in the 10th year of his reign, that a toll should be taken of the wares sold by land or by water for 10 years, towards the repairing of the walls and cleansing of the ditch about London. In the 17th of Edward Roman IV, Ralph Joceline, Mayor, caused part of the wall about the city of London to be repaired, to wit, betwixt Aldgate and Aldersgate. He also caused Moorfield to be searched for clay, and brick thereof to be made and burnt. He likewise caused chalk to be brought out of Kent, and to be burnt into lime in the same Moorfield, for more furtherance of the work. Then the skinners to begin in the east made that part of the wall betwixt Aldgate and Bevis Marks, towards Bishopsgate, as may appear by their arms in 3 places fixed there. The mayor, with his company of the drapers, made all that part betwixt Bishopsgate and Allhallows Church, and from Allhallows towards the postern called Moorgate. A great part of the same wall was repaired by the executors of Sir John Crosby, late alderman, as may appear by his arms in 2 places there fixed, and other companies repaired the rest of the wall to the postern of Cripplegate. The goldsmiths repaired from Cripplegate towards Aldersgate, and there the work ceased. The circuit of the wall of London on the land side, to wit, from the Tower of London in the east unto Aldgate, in 82 perches. From Aldgate to Bishopsgate, 86 perches. From Bishopsgate in the north to the postern of Cripplegate, 162 perches. From Cripplegate to Aldersgate, 75 perches. From Aldersgate to Newgate, 66 perches. From Newgate in the west to Ludgate, 42 perches in all, 513 perches of assize. From Ludgate to the Fleet Dyke west, about 60 perches. From Fleet Bridge south to the river Thames, about 70 perches. And so the total of these perches amounteth to 643, every perch consisting of 5 yards and a half, which do yield 36 yards and a half, containing 10,608 feet, which make up 2 English miles and more by 608 feet. Footnotes: Wichendus. Wittgenstein, a monk of Corvey, who died about the year 1000, wrote a history of the Saxons down to 973, which was published at Basel by Hervagius in 1532. Malmesbury Bede. Wichendus Bede. Benedict, Abbot of Wearmouth. Acer Marianus Florentius. Roger of Wendover, Matthew Paris Rannall, Coggeshall. Matthew Paris. Of ancient and present rivers, brooks, bourns, pools, wells, and conduits of fresh water, serving the city, as also of the ditch compassing the wall of the same for defense thereof. Anciently, until the Conqueror's time and 200 years after, the city of London was watered, besides the famous river of Thames on the south part, with the river of Wells, as it was then called, on the west, with the water called Walbrook running through the midst of the city in the river of Thames, serving the heart thereof, and with a fourth water or bourne, which ran within the city through Langborne Ward, watering that part in the east. In the west suburbs was also another great water, called Oldbourne, which had its fall into the River of Wells. Then were there three principal fountains, or wells, in the other suburbs, to wit, Holy Well, Clement's Well, and Clark's Well. Near unto this last named fountain were divers other wells, to wit, Skinner's Well, Fagg's Well, Toad Well, Loader's Well, and Radwell. All which said wells, having the fall of their overflowing in the aforesaid river, much increased the stream, and in that place gave it the name of well. In West Smithfield there was a pool, in records called Horsepool, and one other pool near unto the parish church of St. Giles without Cripplegate. Besides all which, they had in every street and lane of the city divers fair wells and fresh springs. And after this manner was this city then served with sweet and fresh waters, which being since decayed, other means have been sought to supply the want, as shall be shown. But first of the aforenamed rivers and other waters is to be said, as following. Thames, the most famous river of this island, beginneth a little above a village called Winchcombe, in Oxfordshire. And still increasing, passeth first by the University of Oxford, and so with a marvellous quiet course to London, and thence breaketh into the French Ocean by main tides, which twice in 24 hours, space doth ebb and flow more than 60 miles in length, to the great commodity of travellers, by which all kind of merchandise be easily conveyed to London, the principal storehouse and staple of all commodities within this realm. So that, omitting to speak of great ships and other vessels of burthen, there pertaineth to the cities of London, Westminster, and Borough of Southwark, above the number, as is supposed, of 2,000 wherries and other small boats, whereby 3,000 poor men, at the least, be set on work and maintained. That the river of Wells in the west part of the city was of old so called of the Wells, it may be proved thus. William the Conqueror in his charter to the College of St. Martin le Grand, in London, hath these words: I do give and grant to the same church all the land and the moor without the postern, which is called Cripplegate, on either part of the postern. That is to say, from the north corner of the wall, as the river of the Wells, there near running, departeth the same moor from the wall, unto the running water which entereth the city. This water hath long since been called the river of the Wells, which name of river continued, and it was so called in the reign of Edward I, as shall be shown, with also the decay of the said river. In a fair book of Parliament records, now lately restored to the Tower, it appeareth that a Parliament being holden at Carlisle in the year 1307, the 35th of Edward I, Henry Lacy, Earl of Lincoln, complained that whereas in times past the course of water, running at London under Oldbourne Bridge and Fleet Bridge into the Thames, had been of such breadth and depth, that 10 or 12 ships' navies at once, with merchandise, were wont to come to the foresaid bridge of Fleet, and some of them to Oldbourne Bridge. Now the same course, by filth of the tanners and such others, was sore decayed, also by raising of wharfs, but especially by a diversion of the water made by them of the new temple, for their mills standing without Baynard's Castle in the first year of King John, and divers other impediments, so as the said ships could not enter as they were wont and as they ought. Wherefore he desired that the mayor of London with the sheriffs and other discreet aldermen might be appointed to view the course of the said water, and that by the oaths of good men all the aforesaid hindrances might be removed, and it to be made as it was wont of old. Whereupon Roger le Brabazon, the constable of the Tower, with the mayor and sheriffs, were assigned to take with them honest and discreet men, and to make diligent search and inquiry how the said river was in old time, and that they leave nothing that may hurt or stop it, but keep it in the same state that it was wont to be. So far the record. Whereupon it followed that the said river was at that time cleansed, these mills removed, and other things done for the preservation of the course thereof, notwithstanding never brought to the old depth and breadth. Whereupon the name of river ceased, and it was since called a brook, namely, Turnmill or Tremel Brook, for that divers mills were erected upon it, as appeareth by a fair register book, containing the foundation of the priory at Clerkenwell, and donation of the lands thereunto belonging, as also divers other records. This brook hath been divers times since cleansed, namely, and last of all to any effect, in the year 1502, the 17th of Henry Roman 7. The whole course of Fleet Dyke, then so called, was scoured, I say, down to the Thames, so that boats with fish and fuel were rowed to Fleet Bridge, and to Oldbourne Bridge, as they of old time had been accustomed, which was a great commodity to all the inhabitants in that part of the city. In the year 1589 was granted a 15th, by a common council of the city, for the cleansing of this brook or dike. The money amounting to 1,000 marks was collected, and it was undertaken that by drawing divers springs about Hampstead Heath into one head and course, both the city should be served of fresh water in all places of want. And also that by such a follower, as men call it, the channel of this brook should be scoured into the river of Thames. But much money being therein spent, the effect failed, so that the brook, by means of continual encroachments upon the banks getting over the water, and casting of soilage into the stream, is now become worse cloyed and choken than ever it was before. The running water, so called by William the Conqueror in his said charter, which entereth the city, etc., before there was any ditch, between Bishopsgate and the late-made postern called Moorgate, entered the wall, and was truly of the wall called Walbrook, not of Gualo, as some have far-fetched. It ran through the city with divers windings from the north towards the south into the river of Thames, and had over the same divers bridges along the streets and lanes through which it passed. I have read in a book entitled The Customs of London, that the prior of the Holy Trinity within Aldgate ought to make over Walbrook in the ward of Broad Street, against the stone wall of the city, viz., the same bridge that is next the Church of All Saints, at the wall. Also that the prior of the new hospital, St. Mary's Spital without Bishopsgate, ought to make the middle part of one other bridge next to the said bridge towards the north. And that in the 28th year of Edward, it was by inquisition found before the mayor of London, that the parish of St. Stephen upon Walbrook ought of right to scour the course of the said brook. And therefore the sheriffs were commanded to distrain the said parishioners so to do, in the year 1300. The keepers of those bridges at that time were William Jordan and John de Bever. This watercourse, having divers bridges, was afterwards vaulted over with brick, and paved level with the streets and lanes where through it passed. And since that, also houses have been built thereon, so that the course of Walbrook is now hidden underground, and thereby hardly known. Langborne Water, so called of the length thereof, was a great stream breaking out of the ground in Fenchurch Street, which ran down with a swift course, west, through that street, athwart Gras Street and down Lombard Street, to the west end of St. Mary Walnoth's Church. And then turning the course down Sherborne Lane, so termed of sharing or dividing, it brake into divers rills or rillets to the river of Thames. Of this bourne that ward took the name, and is till this day called Langborne Ward. This bourne also is long since stopped up at the head, and the rest of the course filled up and paved over, so that no sign thereof remaineth more than the names aforesaid. Oldbourne or Hillbourne was the like water, breaking out about the place where now the bars do stand, and it ran down the whole street till Oldbourne Bridge, and into the river of the Wells or Turnamill Brook. This bourne was likewise long since stopped up at the head, and in other places where the same hath broken out. But yet till this day the said street is there called High Oldbourne Hill, and both the sides thereof, together with all the grounds adjoining, that lie betwixt it and the river of Thames, remain full of springs, so that water is there found at hand, and hard to be stopped in every house. There are Seth Fitzstephen near London on the north side, special wells in the suburbs, sweet, wholesome, and clear, amongst which Holy Well, Clark's Well, and Clement's Well are most famous, and frequented by scholars and youths of the city in summer evenings, when they walk forth to take the air. The first, to wit, Holy Well, is much decayed and marred with filthiness purposely hid there, for the heightening of the ground for garden plots. The fountain called St. Clement's Well, north from the parish church of St. Clement's and near unto an inn of chancery called Clement's Inn, is fair curbed square with hard stone, kept clean for common use, and is always full. The third is called Clark's Well or Clerkenwell, and is curbed about square with hard stone, not far from the west end of Clerkenwell Church, but close without the wall that encloset it. The said church took the name of the well, and the well took the name of the parish clerks in London, who of old time were accustomed there yearly to assemble, and to play some large history of Holy Scripture. And for example, of later time, to wit, in the year 1390, the 14th of Richard Roman II, I read the parish clerks of London on the 18th of July played interludes at Skinner's Well, near unto Clark's Well, which play continued 3 days together, the king, queen, and nobles being present. Also in the year 1409, the 10th of Henry Roman IV, they played a play at the Skinner's Well, which lasted 8 days, and was of matter from the creation of the world. There were to see the same the most part of the nobles and gentles in England, etc. Other smaller wells were many near unto Clark's, well, namely Skinners. Well, so called for that the Skinners of London held their certain plays yearly, played of Holy Scripture, etc. in place whereof the wrestlings have of later years been kept, and is in part continued at Bartholomew Tide. Then there was Fag's Well, near unto Smithfield by the Charterhouse, now lately dammed up, Todwell, Loder's Well and Radwell all decayed, and so filled up that their places are hardly now discerned. Somewhat north from Holywell is one other well-curved square with stone, and is called Dame Annie's the Clear, and not far from it, but somewhat west, is also one other clear water called Perilous Pond, because divers youths, by swimming therein, have been drowned, and thus much be said for fountains and wells. Horsepool in West Smithfield was sometime a great water, and because the inhabitants in that part of the city did there water their horses, the same was in old records called Horsepool. It is now much decayed, the springs being stopped up, and the land water falling into the small bottom, remaining enclosed with brick, is called Smithfield Pond. By St. Giles churchyard was a large water called a pool. I read in the year 1244 that Anne of Lodbury was drowned therein. This pool is now for the most part stopped up, but the spring is preserved, and was coped about with stone by the executors of Richard Whittington. The said river of the wells, the running water of Walbrook, the Bourns aforenamed, and other the fresh waters that were in and about this city, being in process of time, by encroachment for buildings and heightenings of grounds, utterly decayed, and the number of citizens mightily increased, they were forced to seek sweet waters abroad. Whereof some, at the request of King Henry Roman III, in the 21st year of his reign, were, for the profit of the city and good of the whole realm, thither repairing, to wit, for the poor to drink, and the rich to dress their meat, granted to the citizens and their successors, by one Gilbert Sandford, with liberty to convey water from the town of Taborn by pipes of lead into their city. The first cistern of lead, castellated with stone in the city of London, was called the Great Conduit in West Cheap, which was begun to be built in the year 1285, Henry Wales being then mayor. The watercourse from Paddington to James Head hath 510 rods, from James Head on the hill to the Mewsgate, 102 rods, from the Mewsgate to the cross in Cheap, 484 rods. The tun upon Cornhill was cisterned in the year 1401, John Shadworth then being mayor. Bosses of water at Billingsgate, by Powell's Wharf, and by St. Giles, church without Cripplegate, made about the year 1423. Water conveyed to the jails of Newgate and Ludgate, 1432. Water was first procured to the Standard in West Cheap about the year 1285, which Standard was again new built by the executors of John Wells, as shall be shown in another place. King Henry Roman VI, in the year 1442, granted to John Hatherley, mayor, license to take up 200 fodders of lead for the building of conduits, of a common garnery, and of a new cross in West Cheap, for the honor of the city. The conduit in West Cheap, by Powell's Gate, was built about the year 1442. 1,000 marks were granted by Common Council for the building thereof, and repairing of the other conduits. The conduit in Aldermanbury, and the Standard in Fleet Street, were made and finished by the executors of Sir William Eastfield in the year 1471. A cistern was added to the Standard in Fleet Street, and a cistern was made at Fleetbridge, and one other without Cripplegate, in the year 1478. Conduit in Gras Street, in the year 1491. Conduit at Oldbourne Cross, about 1498. Again new made by William Lamb, 1577. Little conduit by the Stocks Market, about 1500. Conduit at Bishopsgate, about 1513. Conduit at London Wall, about 1528. Conduit at Aldgate Without, about 1535. Conduit in Lothbury and in Coleman Street, 1546. Conduit of Thames Water at Dowgate, 1568. Thames Water, conveyed into men's houses by pipes of lead from a most artificial foreseer standing near unto London Bridge, and made by Peter Morris, Dutchman, in the year 1582, for service of the city on the east part thereof. Conduits of Thames Water, by the parish churches of St. Mary Magdalene, and St. Nicholas Cold Abbey near unto Old Fish Street, in the year 1583. One other new forcier was made near to Broken Wharf, to convey Thames water into men's houses of West Cheap, about Powell, S. Fleet Street, etc., by an English gentleman named Bevis Bulmer in the year 1594. Thus much for waters serving this city, first by rivers, brooks, bourns, fountains, pools, etc., and since by conduits, partly made by good and charitable citizens, and otherwise by charges of the commonalty, as shall be shown in description of wards wherein they be placed. And now some benefactors to these conduits shall be remembered. In the year 1236, certain merchant strangers of cities beyond the seas, to wit, Amiens, Corby, and Neil, for privileges which they enjoyed in this city, gave £100 towards the charges of conveying water from the town of Taborn. Robert Large, Mayor, 1439, gave to the new water conduits then in hand 40 marks, and towards the vaulting over of Walbrook near to the parish church of St. Margaret in Lothbury, 200 marks. Sir William Eastfield, Mayor, 1438, conveyed water from Taborn to Fleet Street, to Aldermanbury, and from Highbury to Cripplegate. William Coombs, Sheriff, 1441, gave to the work of the conduits £10. Richard Rawson, one of the sheriffs, 1476, gave £20. Robert Revel, one of the sheriffs, 1490, gave £10. John Matthew, Mayor, 1490, gave £20. William Buck, Tailor, in the year 1494, towards repairing of conduits, gave 100 marks. Dame Tomason, widow, late wife to John Percival Taylor, Mayor, in the year 1498 gave toward the conduit in Oldbourne 20 marks. Richard Shore, one of the sheriffs, 1505, gave to the conduit in Oldbourne £10. The Lady Askew, widow of Sir Christopher Askew, 1543, gave towards the conduits £100. David Wadroof, Sheriff, 1554, gave towards the conduit at Bishopsgate £20. Edward Jackman, one of the sheriffs, 1564, gave towards the conduits £100. Barnard Randolph, Common Sergeant of the City, 1583, gave to the water conduits £900. Thus much for the conduits of fresh water to this city. Footnotes: This water hath been since that time called Turn Mill Brook, yet then called the River of the Wells, which name of river, etc. First edition, p. 11. Parliament Record. Patent Record. In an old writing book, first edition, p. 14. Liber Custom. This precise definition of the nature of the performances of the parish clerks, some large history of Holy Scripture, does not occur in the first edition of the survey. Is but foul and is called Smithfield Pond, first edition, p. 15. Patent 123. In the first edition, Barnard Randolph's gift is stated to be 700 only. The town ditch without the wall of the city. The ditch, which partly now remaineth, and compassed the wall of the city, was begun to be made by the Londoners in the year 1211, and was finished in the year 1213, the 15th of King John. This ditch being then made of 200 feet broad, caused no small hindrance to the canons of the Holy Trinity, whose church stood near unto Aldgate, for that the said ditch passed through their ground from the Tower of London unto Bishopsgate. This ditch, being originally made for the defence of the city, was also long together carefully cleansed and maintained, as need required, but now of late neglected and forced either to a very narrow, and the same a filthy channel, or altogether stopped up for gardens planted, and houses built thereon, even to the very wall, and in many places upon both ditch and wall houses to be built. To what danger of the city, I leave to wiser consideration, and can but wish that reformation might be had. In the year of Christ, 1354, the 28th of Edward Roman III, the ditch of this city flowing over the bank into the Tower ditch, the king commanded the said ditch of the city to be cleansed, and so ordered that the overflowing thereof should not force any filth into the Tower ditch. Anno 1379, John Philpot, Mayor of London, caused this ditch to be cleansed, and every householder to pay 5 pence, which was for a day's work towards the charges thereof. Richard Roman II, in the 10th of his reign, granted a toll to be taken of wares sold by water or by land, for 10 years, towards repairing of the wall and cleansing of the ditch. Thomas Falconer, Mayor, 1414, caused the ditch to be cleansed. Ralph Joceline, Mayor, 1477, caused the whole ditch to be cast and cleansed, and so from time to time it was cleansed and otherwise reformed, namely, in 1519, the 10th of Henry Roman VIII, for cleansing and scouring the common ditch between Aldgate and the postern next the Tower Ditch. The chief ditcher had by the day 7d, the second ditcher 6d, the other ditchers 5d. And every vagabond, for so were they termed, 1 penny the day, meat and drink at charges of the city, 95 3s pounds, 4d pounds. In my remembrance also the same was cleansed, namely the Moor Ditch, when Sir William Hollies was mayor, in the year 1540, and not long before, from the Tower of London to Aldgate. It was again cleansed in the year 1549, Henry Amcotes being mayor, at the charges of the companies. And again, 1569, the 11th of Queen Elizabeth, for cleansing the same ditch between Aldgate and the postern, and making a new sewer and wharf of timber from the head of the postern into the town ditch, 814 pounds, 8d pounds. Before the which time the said ditch lay open, without wall or pale, having therein great store of very good fish, of divers sorts, as many men yet living who have taken and tasted them can well witness. But now no such matter. The charge of cleansing is spared, and great profit made by letting out the banks, with the spoil of the whole ditch. I am not ignorant of 2/15 granted by a common council in the year 1595, for the reformation of this ditch, and that a small portion thereof, to wit, betwixt Bishopsgate and the postern called Mooragate, was cleansed and made somewhat broader, but filling again very fast, by reason of over-raising the ground near adjoining, therefore never the better. And I will so leave it, for I cannot help it. Footnote: Liber Dunstable, Liber Trinitat. Bridges of this city. The original foundation of London Bridge, by report of Bartholomew Linstead, alias Fowle, last prior of St. Mary Overwise Church in Southwark, was this: a ferry being kept in place where now the bridge is built, at length the ferryman and his wife deceasing, left the same ferry to their only daughter, a maiden named Mary, which with the goods left by her parents, and also with the profits arising of the said ferry, built a house of sisters, in place where now standeth the east part of St. Mary Overwise Church, above the choir, where she was buried, unto which house she gave the oversight and profits of the ferry. But afterwards the said house of sisters being converted into a college of priests, the priests built the bridge of timber, as all the other great bridges of this land were, and from time to time kept the same in good reparations, till at length, considering the great charges of repairing the same, there was, by aid of the citizens of London, and others, a bridge built with arches of stone, as shall be shown. But first of the timber bridge, the antiquity thereof being great but uncertain. I remember to have read that in the year of Christ 994, Sweyn, king of Denmark, besieging the city of London both by water and by land, the citizens manfully defended themselves, and their king Ethelred, so as part of their enemies were slain in battle, and part of them were drowned in the river of Thames, because in their hasty rage they took no heed of the bridge. Moreover, in the year 1016, Canute the Dane, with a great navy, came up to London, and on the south of the Thames caused a trench to be cast, through the which his ships were towed into the west side of the bridge, and then with a deep trench and straight siege, he compassed the city round about. Also in the year 1052, Earl Goodwin, with the like navy, taking his course up the river of Thames, and finding none that offered to resist on the bridge, he sailed up the south side of the said river. Furthermore, about the year 1067, William the Conqueror, in his charter to the Church of St. Peter at Westminster, confirmed to the monks serving God there a gate in London, then called Budulph's Gate, with a wharf which was at the head of London Bridge. We read likewise that in the year 1114, the 14th of Henry I, the river of Thames was so dried up, and such want of water there, that between the Tower of London and the bridge, and under the bridge, not only with horse, but also a great number of men, women, and children, did wade over on foot. In the year 1122, the 22nd of Henry I, Thomas Arden gave the monks of Bermondsey the church of St. George, in Southward, and 5 shillings rent by the year, out of the land pertaining to London Bridge. I also have seen a charter under seal to the effect following: Henry King of England, to Ralph B. of Chichester, and all the ministers of Sussex, sendeth greeting, know ye, etc. I command by my kingly authority, that the manor called Alcestone, which my father gave with other lands to the Abbey of Battle, be free and quiet from shires and hundreds, and all other customs of earthly servitude, as my father held the same, most freely and quietly, and namely, from the work of London Bridge, and the work of the castle at Pevensey, and this I command upon my forfeiture. Witness William de Pontlerch at Barry. The which charter, with the seal very fair, remaineth in the custody of Joseph Holland, gentleman. In the year 1136, the first of King Stephen, a fire began in the house of one Aylward, near unto London Stone, which consumed east to Aldgate, and west to St. Erkinwold's shrine, in Powell's church. The bridge of timber over the river of Thames was also burnt, etc., but afterwards again repaired. For Fitzstephen writes, that in the reign of King Stephen and of Henry Roman II, when pastimes were showed on the river of Thames, men stood in great number on the bridge, wharfs, and houses, to behold. Now in the year 1163, the same bridge was not only repaired, but newly made of timber as before, by Peter of Cole Church, priest and chaplain. Thus much for the old timber bridge, maintained partly by the proper lands thereof, partly by the liberality of divers persons, and partly by taxations in divers shires, have I proved for the space of 215 years before the bridge of stone was built. Now touching the foundation of the stone bridge, it followeth, about the year 1176, the stone bridge over the river of Thames, at London, was begun to be founded by the aforesaid Peter of Cole Church, near unto the bridge of timber, but somewhat more towards the west, for I read that Budolph Wharf was, in the Conqueror's time, at the head of London Bridge. The king assisted this work, a cardinal then being legate here, and Richard, Archbishop of Canterbury, gave 1,000 marks towards the foundation. The course of the river, for the time, was turned another way about by a trench cast for that purpose, beginning, as is supposed, east about Radriff, and ending in the west about Patricksea, now termed Battersea. This work, to wit, the arches, chapel, and stone bridge, over the river of Thames at London, having been 33 years in building, was in the year 1209 finished by the worthy merchants of London, Cyril Mercer, William Almain, and Benedict Boatwright, principal masters of that work, for Peter of Cole Church deceased 4 years before, and was buried in the chapel on the bridge in the year 1205. King John gave certain void places in London to build upon the profits thereof to remain towards the charges of building and repairing the same bridge. A mason being master workman of the bridge, builded from the foundation the large chapel on that bridge of his own charges, which chapel was then endowed for 2 priests, 4 clerks, etc., besides chantries since founded for John Hatfield and other. After the finishing of this chapel, which was the first building upon those arches, sundry houses at times were erected, and many charitable men gave lands, tenements, or sums of money towards maintenance thereof. All which was sometimes noted, and in a table fair written for posterity remaining in the chapel, until the same chapel was turned into a dwelling house, and then removed to the bridge house, the effect of which table I was willing to have published in this book, if I could have obtained the site thereof. But making the shorter work, I find by the account of William Mariner and Christopher Elliot, wardens of London Bridge from Michaelmas, in the 22nd of Henry Roman 7. Unto Michaelmas next ensuing, by 1 whole year, that all the payments and allowances came to 815.17 pounds, £2 1/4d. As there is shown by particulars, by which account then made, may be partly guessed the great charges and discharges of that bridge at this day, when things be stretched to so great a price. And now to actions on this bridge. The first action to be noted was lamentable. For within 4 years after the finishing thereof, to wit in the year 1212, on the L0th of July, at night, the borough of Southwark, upon the south side the river of Thames, as also the church of Our Lady of the Canons there, being on fire, and an exceeding great multitude of people passing the bridge, either to extinguish and quench it, or else to gaze at and behold it, suddenly the north part, by blowing of the south wind, was also set on fire, and the people which were even now passing the bridge, perceiving the same, would have returned, but were stopped by fire. And it came to pass, that as they stayed or protracted time, the other end of the bridge also, namely the south end, was fired, so that the people thronging themselves between the 2 fires, did nothing else but expect present death. Then came there to aid them many ships and vessels, into the which the multitude so unadvisedly rushed, that the ships being drowned, they all perished. It was said that through the fire and shipwreck there were destroyed about 3,000 persons, whose bodies were found in part or half burnt, besides those that were wholly burnt to ashes and could not be found. About the year 1282, through a great frost and deep snow, 5 arches of London Bridge were borne down and carried away. In the year 1289, the bridge was so sore decayed for want of reparations that men were afraid to pass thereon, and a subsidy was granted towards the amendment thereof, Sir John Britton being Custos of London. 1381, a great collection or gathering was made of all archbishops, bishops, and other ecclesiastical persons, for the reparations of London Bridge. 1381, Wat Tyler and other rebels of Kent, by this bridge entered the city, as ye may read in my summary and annals. In the year 1395, on St. George's Day, was a great justing on London Bridge betwixt David Earl of Crawford of Scotland and the Lord Wells of England, in the which the Lord Wells was at the third course borne out of the saddle, which history proveth that at that time the bridge being coped on either side was not replenished with houses built thereupon, as it hath since been, and now is. The next year, on the 13th of November, the young Queen Isabel, commonly called the Little for she was but 8 years old, was conveyed from Kennington besides Lambeth, through Southwark to the Tower of London. And such a multitude of people went out to see her, that on London Bridge 9 persons were crowded to death, of whom the Prior of Tipter, a place in Essex, was one, and a matron on Cornhill was another. The tower on London Bridge at the north end of the drawbridge, for that bridge was then readily to be drawn up, as well to give passage for ships to Queenhithe, as for the resistance of any foreign force, was begun to be built in the year 1426, John Rainwell being mayor. Another tower there is on the said bridge over the gate at the south end towards Southwark, whereof in another place shall be spoken. In the year 1450, Jack Cade and other rebels of Kent by this bridge entered the city. He struck his sword on London stone and set himself then to be lord of the city, but were by the citizens overcome on the same bridge and put to flight, as in my annals. In the year 1471, Thomas, the bastard Fauconbridge, besieged this bridge, burnt the gate, and all the houses to the drawbridge, that time 13 in number. In the year 1481, a house called the Common Siege on London Bridge fell down into the Thames, through the fall whereof 5 men were drowned. In the year 1553, the 3rd of February, Sir Thomas Wyatt and the Kentish men marched from Deptford towards London, after knowledge whereof forthwith the drawbridge was cut down and the bridge gates shut. Wyatt and his people entered Southwark, where they lay till the 6th of February but could get no entry of the city by the bridge. The same was then so well defended by the citizens, the Lord William Howard assisting, wherefore he removed towards Kingstone, etc., as in my annals. To conclude of this bridge over the said river of Thames, I affirm, as in other my descriptions, that it is a work very rare, having with the drawbridge 20 arches made of squared stone, of height 60 feet, and in breadth 30 feet, distant one from another 20 feet, compact and joined together with vaults and cellars. Upon both sides be houses built, so that it seemeth rather a continual street than a bridge. For the fortifying whereof against the incessant assaults of the river, it hath overseers and officers, viz., wardens, as aforesaid, and others. Fleet Bridge in the west without Ludgate, a bridge of stone, fair coped on either side with iron pikes, on the which towards the south be also certain lanthorns of stone, for lights to be placed in the winter evenings for commodity of travellers. Under the bridge runneth a water, sometimes called, as I have said, the River of the Wells, since Turnamill Brook, now Fleet Dyke, because it runneth by the Fleet, and sometimes about the Fleet, so under Fleet Bridge into the river of Thames. This bridge hath been far greater in times past, but lessened, as the watercourse hath been narrowed. It seemeth this last bridge to be made or repaired at the charges of John Wells, mayor, in the year 1431, for on the coping is engraven wells embraced by angels, like as on the standard in Cheap, which he also built. Thus much of the bridge, for of the watercourse and decay thereof I have spoken in another place. Oldbourne Bridge, over the said river of the Wells more towards the north, was so called, of a bourne that sometimes ran down Oldbourne Hill into the said river. This bridge of stone, like as Fleet Bridge from Ludgate west, serveth for passengers with carriage or otherwise, from Newgate toward the west and by north. Cowbridge more north, over the same water by Cowbridge Street or Cowlane. This bridge being lately decayed, another of timber is made somewhat more north, by Chick Lane, etc. Bridges over the town ditch there are divers, to wit, without Aldgate, without Bishopsgate, the postern called Moorgate, the postern of Cripplegate without Aldersgate, the postern of Christ's Hospital, Newgate, and Ludgate. All these be overpaved likewise, with stone level with the streets. But one other there is of timber over the river of Wells or Fleet Dyke, between the precinct of the Blackfriars and the house of Bridewell. There have been of old time also divers bridges in sundry places over the course of Walbrook, as before I have partly noted, besides Horseshoe Bridge, by the church of St. John Baptist, now called St. John's upon Walbrook. I read that of old time every person having lands on either side of the said brook should cleanse the same, and repair the bridges so far as their lands extended. More, in the 11th of Edward Roman III. The inhabitants upon the course of this brook were forced to pile and wall the sides thereof. Also, that in the 3rd of Henry V this watercourse had many bridges, since vaulted over with bricks, and the streets where through it passed so paved, that the same watercourse is now hardly discerned. For order was taken in the 2nd of Edward Roman IV, that such as had ground on either side of Walbrook should vault and pave it over, so far as his ground extended. And thus much for bridges in this city may suffice. Footnotes: Will Malmesbury, Liber Burman, Liber Trinitat, Liber Waverley. For Peter of Colchurch deceased 4 years before this work was finished, and was buried in the chapel builded on the same bridge, in the year 1205. First edition, p. 21. So that in the year 23 of Henry VI there was 4 chaplains in the said chapel. First edition, p. 21. Within 3 years, first edition. A marvelous terrible chance happened for the city of London, upon the south side of the river of Thames. Ibid. Liber Dunmo, Walter Covent, W. Packenton. Patent of Edward Roman II. Should vault or bridge and cleanse the same. First edition, p. 24. Gates in the wall of this city. Gates in the wall of this city of old time were 4, to wit, Aldgate for the east, Aldersgate for the north, Ludgate for the west, and the bridge gate over the river of Thames for the south. But of later times, for the ease of citizens and passengers, divers other gates and posterns have been made, as shall be shown. In the reign of Henry Roman II. Seth Fitzstephen, there were 7 double gates in the wall of the city, but he named them not. It may therefore be supposed he meant for the first, the gate next the Tower of London, now commonly called the postern, the next be Aldgate, the 3rd Bishopsgate, the 4th Aldersgate, the 5th Newgate, the 6th Ludgate, the 7th Bridgegate. Since the which time hath been builded the postern called Moorgate, a postern from Christ's Hospital towards St. Bartholomew's Hospital in Smithfield, etc. Now of every of these gates and posterns in the wall, and also of certain watergates on the river of Thames, severally somewhat may, and shall be noted, as I find authority or reasonable conjecture to warrant me. For the first, now called the postern by the Tower of London, it showeth by that part which yet remaineth, to have been a fair and strong arched gate, partly built of hard stone of Kent, and partly of stone brought from Caen in Normandy, since the conquest and foundation of the high tower, and served for passengers on foot out of the east, from thence through the city to Ludgate in the west. The ruin and overthrow of this gate and postern began in the year 1190, the 2nd of Richard I, when William Longchamp, Bishop of Ely, Chancellor of England, caused a part of the city wall, to wit, from the said gate towards the river of Thames to the White Tower, to be broken down, for the enlarging of the said tower, which he then compassed far wide about with a wall embattled, and is now the outer wall. He also caused a broad and deep ditch to be made without the same wall, intending to have derived the river of Thames with her tides to afloat about it, which would not be. But the south side of this gate, being then by undermining at the foundation loosened, and greatly weakened. At length, to wit, after 200 years and odd, the same fell down in the year 1440, the 18th of Henry Roman VI, and was never since by the citizens re-edified. Such was their negligence then, and hath bred some trouble to their successors, since they suffered a weak and wooden building to be there made, inhabited by persons of lewd life, oft times by inquest of Portsoken Ward presented, but not reformed. Whereas of former times the said postern was accounted of as other gates of the city, and was appointed to men of good credit. Amongst other, I have read that in the 49th of Edward Roman III, John Cobb was admitted custos of the said postern, and all the habitation thereof for term of his life, by William Walworth, then Mayor of London, etc. More, that John Creddy, Esquire, in the 21st of Richard Roman II, was admitted custos of the said postern and appurtenances by Richard Whittington, Mayor, the aldermen and commonalty, etc. Aldgate. The next gate in the east is called Aldgate, of the antiquity or age thereof. This is one and the first of the 4 principal gates, and also one of the 7 double gates, mentioned by Fitzstephen. It hath had 2 pair of gates, though now but one, the hooks remaineth yet. Also there hath been 2 portcloses, the one of them remaineth, the other wanteth, but the place of letting down is manifest. For antiquity of the gate, it appeareth by a charter of King Edgar to the Knights of Knight and Guild, that in his days the said port was called Aldgate, as ye may read in the Ward of Portsoken. Also Matilda the Queen, wife to Henry I, having founded the priory of the Holy Trinity within Aldgate, gave unto the same church, to Norman the first prior, and the canons that devoutly serve God therein, the port of Aldgate, and the soke or franchises thereunto belonging, with all customs as free as she held the same. In the which charter she named the house Christ's Church, and reporteth Aldgate to be of his domain. More, I read in the year 1215, that in the civil wars between King John and his barons, the Londoners assisting the barons' faction, who then besieged Northampton, and after came to Bedford Castle, where they were well received by William Beauchamp, and captain of the same. Having then also secret intelligence that they might enter the city of London if they would, they removed their camp to where, from thence in the night coming to London, they entered Aldgate, and placing guardians or keepers of the gates, they disposed of all things in the city at their pleasure. They spoiled the friars' houses, and searched their coffers. Which being done, Robert Fitzwalter, Geoffrey Magneville Earl of Essex, and the Earl of Gloucester, chief leaders of the army, applied all diligence to repair the gates and walls of the city with the stones taken from the Jews' broken houses, namely, Aldgate being then most ruinous, which had given them an easy entry, they repaired. Or rather newly built after the manner of the Normans, strongly arched with bulwarks of stone from Caen in Normandy, and small brick called Flanders tile was brought from thence. Such as hath been here used since the conquest, and not before. In the year 1471, the 11th of Edward Roman IV, Thomas, the bastard Faulconbridge, having assembled a riotous company of shipmen and other in Essex and Kent, came to London with a great navy of ships, near to the Tower. Whereupon the mayor and aldermen, by consent of a common council, fortified all along the Thames side, from Baynard's Castle to the Tower, with armed men, guns, and other instruments of war, to resist the invasion of the mariners, whereby the Thames side was safely preserved and kept by the aldermen and other citizens that assembled thither in great numbers. Whereupon the rebels, being denied passage through the city that way, set upon Aldgate, Bishopsgate, Cripplegate, Aldersgate, London Bridge, and along the river of Thames, shooting arrows and guns into the city, fired the suburbs, and burnt more than 60 houses. And further, on Sunday the 11th of May, 5,000 of them assaulting Aldgate, won the bulwarks and entered the city. But the portclose being let down, such as had entered were slain, and Robert Bassett, alderman of Aldgate Ward, with the recorder, commanded in the name of God to draw up the portclose. Which being done, they issued out, and with sharp shot and fierce fight put their enemies back so far as St. Botolph's Church, by which time the Earl Rivers and Lieutenant of the Tower was come with a fresh company, which joining together discomfited the rebels and put them to flight, whom the said Robert Bassett with the other citizens chased to the Mile's End. And from thence some to Popular, some to Stratford, slew many, and took many of them prisoners. In which space the bastard, having assayed other places upon the water side, and little prevailed, fled toward his ships. Thus much for Aldgate. Bishopsgate. The third and next toward the north is called Bishopsgate, for that, as it may be supposed, the same was first built by some bishop of London, though now unknown when or by whom. But true it is that the first gate was first built for ease of passengers toward the east, and by north as into Norfolk, Suffolk, Cambridgeshire, etc. The travellers into which parts, before the building of this gate, were forced, passing out at Aldgate, to go east till they came to the mile's end, and then turning on the left hand to Blethenhall Green to Cambridge Heath, and so north or east and by north, as their journey lay. If they took not this way, by the east out at Aldgate, they must take their way by the north out at Aldersgate, through Aldersgate Street and Goswell Street towards Eiselden, and by a cross of stone on their right hand, set up for a mark by the north end of Golding Lane, to turn eastward through A Long Street, until this day called Alder Street, to another cross standing, where now a smith's forge is placed by Sewersditch Church, and then to turn again north towards Tottenham, Enfield, Waltham, where, etc. The eldest note that I read of this Bishopsgate is that William Blund, one of the sheriffs of London in the year 1210, sold to Sir Mercer, and William Almain, procurators or wardens of London Bridge, all his land, with the garden in the parish of St. Budulph without Bishopsgate, between the land of Richard Cassirin towards the north, and the land of Robert Crispi towards the south, and the highway called Bearward's Lane on the east, etc. Next I read in a charter, dated the year 1235, that Walter Brune, citizen of London, and Rosia his wife, having founded the priory or new hospital of our Blessed Lady, since called St. Mary Spital without Bishopsgate, confirmed the same to the honor of God and our Blessed Lady, for canons regular. Also in the year 1247, Simon Fitzmaurice, one of the sheriffs of London, the 29th of Henry Roman III, founded the hospital of St. Mary, called Bethlem without Bishopsgate. Thus much for the antiquity of this gate. And now for repairing the same, I find that Henry Roman III confirmed to the merchants of the haunts that had a house in the city called Guildhella Theutonicorum certain liberties and privileges. Edward I also confirmed the same. In the 10th year of whose reign, it was found that the said merchants ought of right to repair the said gate called Bishopsgate, whereupon Gerard Marbod, alderman of the haunts and other, then remaining in the city of London, for themselves and all other merchants of the said haunts, granted 210 marks sterling to the mayor and citizens, and covenanted that they and their successors should from time to time repair the same gate. This gate was again beautifully built in the year 1479, in the reign of Edward Roman IV, by the said haunts merchants. Moreover, about the year 1551, these haunts merchants, having prepared stone for that purpose, caused a new gate to be framed, there to have been set up. But then their liberties, through suit of our English merchants, were seized into the king's hand. And so that work was stayed, and the old gate yet remaineth. Postern of Moorgate. Touching the next postern, called Moorgate, I find that Thomas Falconer, mayor, about the year 1415, the third of Henry V, caused the wall of the city to be broken near unto Coleman Street, and there built a postern, now called Moorgate, upon the moor side where was never gate before. This gate he made for ease of the citizens, that way to pass upon causeys into the field for their recreation. For the same field was at that time a parish. This postern was re-edified by William Hampton, fishmonger, mayor, in the year 1472. In the year also, 1511, the third of Henry Roman VIII, Roger Akeley, mayor, caused dikes and bridges to be made, and the ground to be levelled, and made more commodious for passage, since which time the same hath been heightened. So much that the ditches and bridges are covered, and seemeth to me that if it be made level with the battlements of the city wall, yet will it be little the drier, such is the moorish nature of that ground. Postern of Cripplegate. The next is the postern of Cripplegate, so called long before the conquest. For I read in the history of Edmund, king of the East Angles, written by Abba Floriacensis, and by Burchard, sometimes secretary to Offa, king of Marcia, but since by John Lydgate, monk of Bury, that in the year 1010, the Danes spoiling the kingdom of the East Angles, Alwyn, bishop of Helmiham, caused the body of King Edmund the Martyr to be brought from Bedresworth, now called Bury St. Edmunds, through the kingdom of the East Saxons, and so to London Inn at Cripplegate. A place, saith mine author, so called of cripples begging there. At which gate, it was said, the body entering, miracles were wrought, as some of the lame to go upright, praising God. The body of King Edmund rested for the space of 3 years in the parish church of St. Gregory, near unto the cathedral church of St. Paul. Moreover, the charter of William the Conqueror, confirming the foundation of the college in London, called St. Martin the Great, hath these words: I do give and grant to the same church and canons, serving God therein all the land and the moor without the postern, which is called Cripplegate on either side the postern. More I read that Ulfune built the parish church of St. Giles, nigh a gate of the city, called Porta Contractorum, or Cripplesgate, about the year 1099. This postern was sometime a prison, whereunto such citizens and others as were arrested for debt or common trespasses were committed as they be now to the Compters, which thing appeareth by a writ of Edward I in these words: Rex Vic, London, salutum ex groi querella be capt, and detent, in persona nostra de Cripples Gate pro ex el quas coram re Dolfo de Sandwico tunc custod, ciuitatis nostri London and ida Blackwell ciuis recognit. Debit. Etc. This gate was new built by the brewers of London in the year 1244, as saith Fabian's manuscript. Edmund Shaw, goldsmith, mayor in the year 1483, at his decease appointed by his testament his executors, with the cost of 400 marks, and the stuff of the old gate, called Cripplesgate, to build the same gate of new, which was performed and done in the year 1491. Aldersgate. The next is Aldrisgate, or Aldersgate, so called not of Aldrich or of elders, that is to say, ancient men, builders thereof. Not of eldarn trees, growing there more abundantly than in other places, as some have fabled, but for the very antiquity of the gate itself, as being one of the first 4 gates of the city, and serving for the northern parts, as Aldgate for the east, which 2 gates, being both old gates, are for different sake called, the one Aldgate and the other Aldersgate. This is the 4th principal gate, and hath at sundry times been increased with buildings, namely, on the south or inner side. A great frame of timber hath been added and set up, containing divers large rooms and lodgings. Also on the east side is the addition of one great building of timber, with one large floor, paved with stone or tile, and a well therein curbed with stone, of a great depth, and rising into the said room, 2 stories high from the ground. Which well is the only peculiar note belonging to that gate, for I have not seen the like in all this city to be raised so high. John Day, stationer, a late famous printer of many good books, in our time dwelt in this gate, and built much upon the wall of the city towards the parish church of St. Anne. Postern out of Christ's Hospital. Then is there also a postern gate, made out of the wall on the north side of the late dissolved cloister of Friars Minors, commonly of their habit called Grey Friars, now Christ's Church and Hospital. This postern was made in the 1st year of Edward Roman VI, to pass from the said Hospital of Christ's Church unto the Hospital of St. Bartholomew in Smithfield. Newgate. The next gate on the west, and by north, is termed Newgate, as latelier built than the rest, and is the 5th principal gate. This gate was first erected about the reign of Henry I or of King Stephen, upon this occasion. The Cathedral Church of St. Paul, being burnt about the year 1086, in the reign of William the Conqueror, Mauritius, then Bishop of London, repaired not the old church, as some have supposed, but began the foundation of a new work, such as men then judged would never have been performed. It was to them so wonderful for height, length, and breadth, as also in respect it was raised upon arches or vaults, a kind of workmanship brought in by the Normans, and never known to the artificers of this land before that time, etc. After Mauritius, Richard Beemore did wonderfully advance the work of the said church, purchasing the large streets and lanes round about, wherein were wont to dwell many lay people, which grounds he began to compass about with a strong wall of stone and gates. By means of this increase of the church territory, but more by enclosing of ground for so large a cemetery or churchyard, the high and large street stretching from Aldgate in the east until Ludgate in the west, was in this place so crossed and stopped up, that the carriage through the city westward was forced to pass without the said churchyard wall on the north side, through Pater Noster Row, and then south, down Ave Mary Lane, and again west, through Bowyer Row to Ludgate. Or else out of Cheap or Wathilling Street to turn south through the Old Exchange, then west through Carter Lane, again north by Creed Lane, and then west to Ludgate, which passage, by reason of so often turning, was very cumbersome and dangerous both for horse and man. For remedy whereof a new gate was made, and so called, by which men and cattle with all manner of carriages might pass more directly as afore from Aldgate through West Cheap by Paul's on the north side, through St. Nicholas Shambles and Newgate Market to Newgate, and from thence to any part westward over Oldbourne Bridge, or turning without the gate into Smithfielda, and through Eiselden to any part north and by west. This gate hath of long time been a jail, or prison for felons and trespassers, as appeareth by records in the reign of King John, and of other kings. amongst the which I find one testifying that in the year 1218, the third of King Henry Roman III, the king write unto the sheriffs of London, commanding them to repair the jail of Newgate for the safe keeping of his prisoners, promising that the charges laid out should be allowed unto them upon their account in the exchequer. Moreover, in the year 1241, the Jews of Norwich were hanged for circumcising a Christian child. Their house called the Thor was pulled down and destroyed. Aaron, the son of Abraham, a Jew, at London, and the other Jews, were constrained to pay 20,000 marks at 2 terms in the year, or else to be kept perpetual prisoners in Newgate of London and in other prisons. In 1255, King Henry Roman III, lodging in the Tower of London, upon displeasure conceived towards the city of London, for the escape of John Offram, a prisoner, being a clerk convict out of Newgate, which had killed a prior that was of alliance to the king, as cousin to the queen, he sent for the mayor and sheriffs to come before him to answer the matter. The mayor laid the fault from him to the sheriffs, forasmuch as to them belonged the keeping of all prisoners within the city. And so the mayor returned home, but the sheriffs remained their prisoners by the space of a month and more, and yet they excused themselves, in that the fault chiefly rested in the bishop's officers. For whereas the prisoner was under custody, they at his request had granted license to imprison the offender within the jail of Newgate, but so as the bishop's officers were charged to see him safely kept. The king, notwithstanding all this, demanded of the city 3,000 marks for a fine. In the year 1326, Robert Baldock, the king's chancellor, was put in Newgate, the third of Edward Roman III. In the year 1337, Sir John Pulteney gave 4 marks by the year to the relief of prisoners in Newgate. In the year 1385, William Walworth gave somewhat to relieve the prisoners in Newgate, so have many others since. In the year 1414, the jailers of Newgate and Ludgate died, and prisoners in Newgate to the number of 64. In the year 1418, the parson of Rotham in Kent was imprisoned in Newgate. In the year 1422, the first of Henry Roman VI, license was granted to John Coventer, Jenkin Carpenter, and William Grove, executors to Richard Whittington, to re-edify the jail of Newgate, which they did with his goods. Thomas Knowles, grocer, sometime mayor of London, by license of Reynold, prior of St. Bartholomew's in Smithfield, and also of John Wakering, master of the hospital of St. Bartholomew, and his brethren, conveyed the waste of water at the cistern near to the common fountain and chapel of St. Nicholas situate by the said hospital, to the jails of Newgate and Ludgate for the relief of the prisoners. Tuesday next after Palm Sunday 1431, all the prisoners of Ludgate were removed into Newgate by Walter Chardessy and Robert Large, sheriffs of London. And on the 13th of April the same sheriffs, through the false suggestion of John Kingesell, jailer of Newgate, set from thence 18 persons free men, and these were let to the compters, pinioned as if they had been felons. But on the 16th of June, Ludgate was again appointed for free men, prisoners for debt. And the same day the said free men entered by ordinance of the mayor, aldermen, and commons, and by them Henry Dean, tailor, was made keeper of Ludgate prison. In the year 1457, a great fray was in the north country between Sir Thomas Percy, Lord Egremond, and the Earl of Salisbury's sons, whereby many were maimed and slain. But in the end, the Lord Egremond being taken, was by the king's council found in great default, and therefore condemned in great sums of money, to be paid to the Earl of Salisbury, and in the meantime committed to Newgate. Not long after, Sir Thomas Percy, Lord Egremond, and Sir Richard Percy his brother, being in Newgate, broke out of prison by night, and went to the king. The other prisoners took the leads of the gate, and defended it a long while against the sheriffs and all their officers, insomuch that they were forced to call more aid of the citizens, whereby they lastly subdued them, and laid them in irons, and this may suffice for Newgate. Ludgate. In the west is the next and 6th principal gate, and is called Ludgate, as first built Seth Geoffrey Monmouth by King Lud, a Briton, about the year before Christ's nativity 66, of which building and also of the name as Ludsgate or Floodsgate hath been of late some question among the learned. Wherefore I overpass it, as not to my purpose, only referring the reader to that I have before written out of Caesar's commentaries and other Roman writers, concerning a town or city amongst the Britons. This gate I suppose to be one of the most ancient, and as Aldgate was built for the east, so was this Ludsgate for the west. I read, as I told you, that in the year 1215, the 17th of King John, the barons of the realm, being in arms against the king, entered this city and spoiled the Jews' houses. Which being done, Robert Fitzwater and Geoffrey de Magnavilla, Earl of Essex, and the Earl of Gloucester, chief leaders of the army, applied all diligence to repair the gates and walls of the city, with the stones of the Jews' broken houses, especially, as it seemeth, they then repaired, or rather new-built Ludgate. For in the year 1586, when the same gate was taken down to be newly built, there was found couched within the wall thereof a stone taken from one of the Jews' houses, wherein was graven in Hebrew characters these words following: Hic est statio Rabbi Moses, filiae insignis Rabbi Isaac. Which is to say, this is the station or ward of Rabbi Moses, the son of the honorable Rabbi Isaac, and had been fixed upon the front of one of the Jews' houses, as a note or sign that such a one dwelt there. In the year 1260, this Ludgate was repaired and beautified with images of Lud and other kings, as appeareth by letters patent of license given to the citizens of London, to take up stone for that purpose, dated the 25th of Henry Roman III. These images of kings in the reign of Edward Roman VI had their heads smitten off and were otherwise defaced by such as judged every image to be an idol. And in the reign of Queen Mary were repaired, as by setting new heads on their old bodies, etc., all which so remained until the year 1586, the 28th of Queen Elizabeth, when the same gate being sore decayed, was clean taken down. The prisoners in the meantime remaining in the large southeast quadrant to the same gate adjoining. And the same year the whole gate was newly and beautifully built, with the images of Lud and others, as afore, on the east side, and the picture of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth on the west side. All which was done at the common charges of the citizens, amounting to £1,500 or more. This gate was made a free prison in the year 1378, the first of Richard Roman II, Nicholas Brembar being mayor. The same was confirmed in the year 1382, John Northampton being mayor, by a common council in the Guildhall, by which it was ordained that all freemen of this city should, for debt, trespasses, accounts, and contempts, be imprisoned in Ludgate, and for treasons, felonies, and other criminal offences committed to Newgate, etc. in the year 1431, the 10th of King Henry Roman VI. John Wells being mayor, a court of common council established ordinances, as William Standen and Robert Chichele, late mayors, before had done, touching the guard and government of Ludgate and other prisons. Also in the year 1463, the 3rd of Edward Roman IV, Matthew Philip being mayor in a common council, at the request of the well-disposed, blessed, and devout woman, Dame Agnes Forster, widow, late wife to Stephen Forster, fishmonger, sometime mayor, for the comfort and relief of all the poor prisoners, certain articles were established. Imprimis, that the new works then late edified by the same Dame Agnes, for the enlarging of the prison of Ludgate, from thenceforth should be had and taken as a part and parcel of the said prison of Ludgate, so that both the old and new work of Ludgate aforesaid be one prison, jail keeping, and charge for evermore. The said quadrant, strongly built of stone by the beforenamed Stephen Forster, and Agnes his wife, containeth a large walking place by ground of 38 feet and a half in length, besides the thickness of the walls, which are at the least 6 foot, makes altogether 44 feet and a half. The breadth within the walls is 29 feet and a half, so that the thickness of the walls maketh it 35 feet and a half in breadth. The like room it hath over it for lodgings, and over it again fair leads to walk upon, well embattled, all for fresh air and ease of prisoners, to the end they should have lodging and water free without charge, as by certain verses graven in copper, and fixed on the said quadrant, I have read in form following. Devout souls that pass this way, for Stephen Forster, late mayor, heartily pray, and Dame Agnes his spouse to God consecrate, that of pity this house made for Londoners in Ludgate, so that for lodging and water prisoners here not pay, as their keepers shall all answer at dreadful doomsday. This place and one other of his arms, 3 broad arrowheads, taken down with the old gate, I caused to be fixed over the entry of the said quadrant. But the verses being unhappily turned inward to the wall, procured the like in effect to be graven outward in prose, declaring him to be a fishmonger, because some upon a light occasion, as a maiden's head in a glass window, had fabled him to be a mercer, and to have begged there at Ludgate, etc. Thus much for Ludgate. Next this is there a breach in the wall of the city, and a bridge of timber over the Fleet Dyke, betwixt Fleetabridge and Thames, directly over against the house of Bridewell. Thus much for gates in the wall. Water gates on the banks of the River Thames have been many, which being purchased by private men, are also put to private use, and the old names of them forgotten. But of such as remain, from the west towards the east, may be said as followeth. The Blackfriars Stairs, a free landing place. Then a water gate at Puddle Wharf, of one puddle that kept a wharf on the west side thereof, and now of puddle water, by means of many horses watered there. Then Powell's Wharf, also a free landing place with stairs, etc. Then Broken Wharf, and other such like. But Ripa Regina, the Queen's Bank, or Queen Hithe may well be accounted the very chief and principal watergate of the city, being a common strand or landing place, yet equal with, and of old time far exceeding, Billingsgate, as shall be shown in the ward of Queen Hithe. The next is Downgate, so called of the sudden descending or downgoing of that way from St. John's Church upon Walbrook unto the river of Thames, whereby the water in the channel there hath such a swift course, that in the year 1574, on the 4th of September, after a strong shower of rain, a lad of the age of 18 years, minding to have leapt over the channel, was taken by the feet, and borne down with the violence of that narrow stream, and carried toward the Thames with such a violent swiftness, as no man could rescue or stay him, till he came against a cartwheel that stood in the Watergate, before which time he was drowned and stark dead. This was sometimes a large Watergate, frequented of ships and other vessels, like as the Queen Hithe, and was a part thereof, as doth appear by an inquisition made in the 28th year of Henry Roman III. Wherein was found, that as well corn as fish, and all other things coming to the port of Downgate, were to be ordered after the customs of the Queen's Hithe, for the King's use. As also that the corn arriving between the gate of the Guildhall of the Merchants of Cullen, the Styleyard, which is east from Downgate, and the house then pertaining to the Archbishop of Canterbury, west from Baynard's Castle, was to be measured by the measure and measurer of the Queen's Soke or Queen Hithe. I read also in the 19th of Edward Roman III, that customs were then to be paid for ships and other vessels resting at Downgate, as if they rode at Queen Hithe, and as they now do at Billingsgate. And thus much for Downgate may suffice. The next was called Wolf's Gate, in the ropery in the parish of Allhallows the Less, of later time called Wolf's Lane, but now out of use. For the lower part was built on by the Earl of Shrewsbury, and the other part was stopped up and built on by the Chamberlain of London. The next is Ebgate, a watergate, so called of old time, as appeareth by divers records of tenements near unto the same adjoining. It standeth near unto the church of St. Lawrence Pountney, but is within the parish of St. Martin Ordigare. In place of this gate is now a narrow passage to the Thames, and is called Ebgate Lane, but more commonly the Old Swan. Then is there a water gate at the bridge foot, called Oyster Gate, of oysters that were there of old time, commonly to be sold, and was the chiefest market for them and for other shell fishes. There standeth now an engine or forcier, for the winding up of water to serve the city, whereof I have already spoken. Bridge Gate. The next is the Bridge Gate, so called of London Bridge, whereon it standeth. This was one of the 4 first and principal gates of the city, long before the Conquest, when there stood a bridge of timber, and is the 7th and last principal gate mentioned by W. Fitzstephen, which gate being new made, when the bridge was built of stone, hath been oftentimes since repaired. This gate, with the tower upon it, in the year 1436 fell down, and 2 of the farthest arches southwards also fell therewith, and no man perished or was hurt therewith. To the repairing whereof, divers wealthy citizens gave large sums of money, namely, Robert Large, sometime mayor, 100 marks, Stephen Forster, 20 pounds, Sir John Crosby, alderman, 100 pounds, etc. But in the year 1471, the Kentish mariners, under the conduct of Bastard Faulconbridge, burned the said gate and 13 houses on the bridge, besides the beer houses at St. Catherine S., and many others in the suburbs. The next is Budulph's Gate, so called of the parish church of St. Budulph, near adjoining. This gate was sometimes given or confirmed by William Conqueror to the monks of Westminster in these words: W. Rex Anglii, etc., William, King of England, sendeth greeting to the sheriffs and all his ministers, as also to all his loving subjects, French and English, of London. Know ye that I have granted to God and St. Peter of Westminster, and to the abbot Vitalis the gift which Almundus of the port of Esbudolf gave them when he was there made monk. That is to say, his lord's court with the houses, and one wharf, which is at the head of London Bridge, and all other his lands which he had in the same city, in such sort as King Edward more beneficially and amply granted the same. And I will and command that they shall enjoy the same well and quietly and honourably, with sake and soak, etc. The next is Billingsgate, used as an especial port, or harbour, for small ships and boats coming thereto, and is now most frequented, the Queen's Hithe being almost forsaken. How this gate took that name, or of what antiquity the same is, I must leave uncertain, as not having any ancient record thereof, more than that Geoffrey Monmouth writeth, that Boleyn, a king of the Britons about 400 years before Christ's nativity, built this gate and named it Boleyn's Gate after his own calling. And that when he was dead, his body being burnt, the ashes, in a vessel of brass, were set upon a high pinnacle of stone over the same gate. But Caesar and other Roman writers affirm, of cities, walls, and gates, as ye have before heard, and therefore it seemeth to me not to be so ancient, but rather to have taken that name of some later owner of the place, happily named Belling or Biling, as Somers Quay, Smart's Quay, Frosh Wharf, and others thereby took their names of their owners. Of this gate more shall be said when we come to Billingsgate Ward. Then have you a Watergate, on the west side of Wool Wharf or Customer's Quay, which is commonly called the Watergate, at the south end of Water Lane. One other Watergate there is by the bulwark of the Tower, and this is the last and farthest Watergate eastward, on the river of Thames, so far as the city of London extendeth within the walls. Both which last named Watergates be within the Tower Ward. Besides these common Watergates, were divers private wharfs and quays, all along from the east to the west of this city, on the bank of the river of Thames. Merchants of all nations had landing places, warehouses, cellars, and stowage of their goods and merchandises, as partly shall be touched in the wards adjoining to the said river. Now for the ordering and keeping these gates of this city in the night time, it was appointed in the year of Christ 1258, by Henry Roman III, the 42nd of his reign, that the ports of England should be strongly kept, and that the gates of London should be new repaired, and diligently kept in the night, for fear of French deceits, whereof one writeth these verses. Per noctem porti claudanter Londoniarum, monia ni forte fraus franget francegnarum. Footnotes, which then served as a postern for passengers out of the east, from thence through Tower Street, Eastcheap, and Candlewick Street to London Stone, the middle point of that highway, then through Budge Row, Wathilling Street, and leaving Paul's Church on the right hand to Ludgate in the west. The next be Aldgate, Bishopsgate, Cripplegate, Aldersgate, Ludgate, and the Bridgegate over the Thames. Since the which time hath been builded Newgate, etc. First edition, p. 25. Was never re-edified agin of stone, but an homely cottage with a narrow passage made of timber, lath, and loam, hath been in place thereof set up, and so remaineth. First edition, p. 25. Liber Trinitat. Matthew Paris. Radel, Coggeshall. W. Donthorne. Now called Bednall Green, first edition, p. 26. Liber Trinitat. Liber Custom, London. Abba Floriasons, Burchardus. Liber S. Bartolmew. In a book called Beware of the Catstow. About the reign of Henry Roman II, or Richard I, first edition, p. 30. Close roll. Roger Wendover, Matthew Paris. By Unadvised Folks, first edition. Record Guildhall. Liber Horn, Liber S. Alban. Liber Trinitat, Liber S. Alban, Record E3. Weekly Maid, first edition, p. 36. W. Dunthorne. The largest Watergate on the river of Thames, and therefore most frequented. First edition, p. 36. Which is now of late most beautifully enlarged and built. First edition, p. 37. Matthew Paris. Of towers and castles. The city of London, saith Fitzstephen, hath in the east a very great and a most strong Palatine tower, whose turrets and walls do rise from a deep foundation, the mortar thereof being tempered with the blood of beasts. In the west part are two most strong castles, etc. To begin therefore with the most famous tower of London, situate in the east near unto the river of Thames. It hath been the common opinion, and some have written, but of none assured ground, that Julius Caesar, the first conqueror of the Britons, was the original author and founder, as well thereof as also of many other towers, castles, and great buildings within this realm. But as I have already before noted, Caesar remained not here so long, nor had he in his head any such matter, but only to dispatch a conquest of this barbarous country, and to proceed to greater matters. Neither do the Roman writers make mention of any such buildings created by him here, and therefore leaving this, and proceeding to more grounded authority, I find in a fair register book, containing the acts of the bishops of Rochester, set down by Edmund de Haddenham, that William I, surnamed Conqueror, built the Tower of London. To wit, the great white and square tower there, about the year of Christ 1078, appointing Gundulf, then Bishop of Rochester, to be principal surveyor and overseer of that work, who was for that time lodged in the house of Edmure, a burgess of London, the very words of which mine author are these: Gundulphus Episcopus mandato Williami Regis Magni prefuit operi Magni Turris London. Quo tempor hospitatis est apud quendam Edmarum Burgensum London. Qui dedit annum, or ecclesiae Rofin. Ye have before heard that the wall of this city was all round about furnished with towers and bulwarks, in due distance every one from other. And also that the river Thames, with his ebbing and flowing, on the south side, had subverted the said wall and towers there. Wherefore King William, for defence of the city in place most dangerous, and open to the enemy, having taken down the second bulwark in the east part of the wall from the Thames, built this tower, which was the great square tower, now called the White Tower, and hath been since at divers times enlarged with other buildings adjoining, as shall be shown. This tower was by tempest of wind sore shaken in the year 1090, the 4th of William Rufus, and was again by the said Rufus and Henry I repaired. They also caused a castle to be built under the said tower, namely, on the south side towards the Thames, and also encastellated the same round about. Henry Huntingdon, Libro Sexto, hath these words: William Rufus challenged the investure of prelates. He pilled and shaved the people with tribute, especially to spend about the Tower of London and the Great Hall at Westminster. Othwaris, Acalinalus, Otto, and Geoffrey Magneville, Earl of Essex, were four the first constables of this Tower of London, by succession all which held by force a portion of land, that pertained to the priory of the Holy Trinity within Aldgate. That is to say, East Smithfield, near unto the Tower, making thereof a vineyard, and would not depart from it till the 2nd year of King Stephen, when the same was abridged and restored to the church. This said Geoffrey Magneville was Earl of Essex, Constable of the Tower, Sheriff of London, Middlesex, Essex, and Hertfordshire, as appeareth by a charter of Maud the Empress, dated 1141. He also fortified the Tower of London against King Stephen, but the king took him in his court at St. Albans, and would not deliver him till he had rendered the Tower of London, with the castles of Walden and Plashy in Essex. In the year 1153, the Tower of London and the Castle of Windsor were by the king delivered to Richard de Lucy, to be safely kept. In the year 1155, Thomas Becket, being Chancellor to Henry Roman II, caused the Flemings to be banished out of England, their castles lately built to be pulled down, and the Tower of London to be repaired. About the year 1190, the 2nd of Richard I, William Longchamp, Bishop of Ely, Chancellor of England, for cause of dissension betwixt him and Earl John, the king's brother that was rebel, enclosed the Tower and Castle of London, with an outward wall of stone embattled, and also caused a deep ditch to be cast about the same, thinking, as I have said before, to have environed it with the river of Thames. By the making of this enclosure and ditch in East Smithfield, the Church of the Holy Trinity in London lost half a mark rent by the year, and the mill was removed that belonged to the poor brethren of the Hospital of St. Catherine, and to the Church of the Holy Trinity aforesaid, which was no small loss and discommodity to either part, and the garden which the king had hired of the brethren for 6 marks the year, for the most part was wasted and marred by the ditch. Recompense was often promised, but never performed, until King Edward coming after, gave to the brethren 5 marks and a half for that part which the ditch had devoured, and the other part thereof without he yielded to them again, which they hold. And of the said rent of 5 marks and a half, they have a deed, by virtue whereof they are well paid to this day. It is also to be noted, and cannot be denied, but that the said enclosure and ditch took the like or greater quantity of ground from the city within the wall. Namely, one of that part called the Tower Hill, besides breaking down of the city wall, from the White Tower to the first gate of the city, called the postern. Yet have I not read of any quarrel made by the citizens, or recompense demanded by them for that matter, because all was done for good of the city's defence thereof, and to their good likings. But Matthew Paris writeth, that in the year 1239, King Henry Roman III fortified the Tower of London to another end, wherefore the citizens, fearing lest that were done to their detriment, complained, and the king answered that he had not done it to their hurt. But saith he, I will from henceforth do as my brother doth, in building and fortifying castles, who beareth the name to be wiser than I am. It followed in the next year, saith mine author, the said noble buildings of the stone gate and bulwark, which the king had caused to be made by the Tower of London, on the west side thereof, were shaken as it had been with an earthquake, and fell down, which the king again commanded to be built in better sort than before, which was done. And yet again, in the year 1247, the said wall and bulwarks that were newly built, wherein the king had bestowed more than 12,000 marks, were irrecoverably thrown down, as afore. For the which chance the citizens of London were nothing sorry, for they were threatened that the said wall and bulwarks were built, to the end that if any of them would contend for the liberties of the city, they might be imprisoned. And that many might be laid in divers prisons, many lodgings were made that no one should speak with another. Thus much Matthew Paris for this building. More of Henry Roman III. His dealings against the citizens of London we may read in the said author in 1245, 1248, 1249, 1253, 1255, 1256, etc. But concerning the said wall and bulwark, the same was finished, though not in his time. For I read that Edward I, in the second of his reign, commanded the treasurer and chamberlain of the exchequer to deliver out of his treasury unto Miles of Antwerp 200 marks, of the fines taken out of divers merchants or usurers of London. For so be the words of the record, towards the work of the ditch then new made, about the said bulwark, now called the Lion Tower. I find also recorded that Henry Roman III, in the 46th of his reign, wrote to Edward of Westminster, commanding him that he should buy certain pari plants, and set the same in the place without his Tower of London, within the wall of the said city, which of late he had caused to be enclosed with a mud wall, as may appear by this that followeth. The mayor and commonalty of London were fined for throwing down the said earthen wall against the Tower of London, the 9th of Edward Roman II. Edward Roman IV, in place thereof built a wall of brick, but now for the Lion Tower and lions in England, the original, as I have read, was thus. Henry I built his manor of Wadstock, with a park, which he walled about with stone, 7 miles in compass, destroying for the same divers villages, churches, and chapels. And this was the first park in England. He placed therein, besides great store of deer, divers strange beasts to be kept and nourished, such as were brought to him from far countries, as lions, leopards, lynxes, porpentines, and such other. More I read, that in the year 1235, Frederick the Emperor sent to Henry Roman III 3 leopards, in token of his regal shield of arms, wherein 3 leopards were pictured. Since the which time those lions and others have been kept in a part of this bulwark, now called the Lion Tower, and their keepers there lodged. King Edward Roman II, in the 12th of his reign, commanded the sheriffs of London to pay to the keepers of the king's leopard in the Tower of London 6 pence the day for the sustenance of the leopard, and 3 halfpence a day for diet for the said keeper, out of the fee farm of the said city. More, in the 16th of Edward Roman III, 1 lion, 1 lioness, 1 leopard, and 2 cat lions in the said tower were committed to the custody of Robert, the son of John Bower. Edward Roman IV fortified the Tower of London, and enclosed with brick, as is aforesaid, a certain piece of ground taken out of the Tower Hill, west from the Lion Tower, now called the Bulwark. His officers also, in the 5th of his reign, set upon the said hill both scaffold and gallows for the execution of offenders. Whereupon the mayor and his brethren complained to the king, and were answered that the same was not done in derogation of the city's liberties, and thereof caused proclamation to be made, etc., as shall be shown in Tower Street. Richard Roman III repaired and built in this tower somewhat. Henry Roman VIII, in 1532, repaired the White Tower and other parts thereof. In the year 1548, the 2nd of Edward Roman VI. On the 22nd of November, in the night, a Frenchman lodged in the round bulwark, betwixt the west gate and the postern or drawbridge called the Warder's Gate, by setting fire on a barrel of gunpowder, blew up the said bulwark, burnt himself and no more persons. This bulwark was forthwith again new built. And here, because I have by occasion spoken of the west gate of this tower the same, as the most principal, is used for the receipt and delivery of all kinds of carriages, without the which gate divers bulwarks and gates, towards the north, etc. Then near within this west gate, opening to the south, is a strong postern for passengers by the ward house, over a drawbridge let down for that purpose. Next on the same south side, toward the east, is a large water gate, for receipt of boats and small vessels, partly under a stone bridge from the river of Thames. Beyond it is a small postern, with a drawbridge seldom let down but for the receipt of some great persons, prisoners. Then towards the east is a great and strong gate, commonly called the Iron Gate, but not usually opened. And thus much for the foundation, building, and repairing of this tower, with the gates and posterns, may suffice. And now somewhat of accidents in the same shall be shown. In the year 1196, William Fitzosbert, a citizen of London, seditiously moving the common people to seek liberty, and not to be subject to the rich and more mighty, at length was taken and brought before the Archbishop of Canterbury in the Tower, where he was by the judges condemned, and by the heels drawn thence to the Alms in Smithfield, and there hanged. In 1214, King John wrote to Geoffrey Magneville to deliver the Tower of London, with the prisoners, armor, and all other things found therein belonging to the king, to William, Archdeacon of Huntingdon. In the year 1216, the first of Henry Roman III, the said tower was delivered to Louis of France and the barons of England. In the year 1206, pleas of the crown were pleaded in the tower. Likewise in the year 1220, and likewise in the year 1224, and again in the year 1243, before William of York, Richard Passaleu, Henry Bra, Jerome of Saxton, justices. In the year 1222, the citizens of London having made a tumult against the Abbot of Westminster, Hubert of Burge, Chief Justice of England, came to the Tower of London, called before him the mayor and aldermen, of whom he inquired for the principal authors of that sedition. Amongst whom one, named Constantine Fitz-Aelulf, avowed that he was the man, and had done much less than he ought to have done. Whereupon the justice sent him with two other to Fawkes de Brent, who with armed men brought them to the gallows, where they were hanged. In the year 1244, Griffith, the eldest son of Llewellyn, Prince of Wales, being kept prisoner in the Tower, devised means of escape, and having in the night made of the hangings, sheets, etc., a long line, he put himself down from the top of the tower. But in the sliding, the weight of his body, being a very big and a fat man, brake the rope, and he fell and brake his neck withal. In the year 1253, King Henry Roman III imprisoned the sheriffs of London in the Tower more than a month, for the escape of a prisoner out of Newgate, as you may read in the chapter of gates. In the year 1260, King Henry, with his queen, for fear of the barons, were lodged in the Tower. The next year he sent for his lords, and held his parliament there. In the year 1263, when the queen would have removed from the Tower by water towards Windsor, sundry Londoners got them together to the bridge, under the which she was to pass, and not only cried out upon her with reproachful words, but also threw mire and stones at her, by which she was constrained to return for the time. But in the year 1265, the said citizens were fain to submit themselves to the king for it, and the mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs were sent to divers prisons, and a custos also was set over the city, to wit, Othon, constable of the Tower, etc. In the year 1282, Llewellyn, Prince of Wales, being taken at Builth Castle, Roger Lestrange cut off his head, which Sir Roger Mortimer caused to be crowned with ivy, and set it upon the Tower of London. In the year 1290, divers justices, as well of the bench as of the assizes, were sent prisoners to the Tower, which with great sums of money redeemed their liberty. Edward Roman II, the 14th of his reign, appointed for prisoners in the Tower, a knight twopence the day, and a squire 1 penny the day, to serve for their diet. In the year 1320, the king's justices sat in the Tower, for trial of matters, whereupon John Gifforce, late mayor of London, and many others, fled the city, for fear to be charged of things they had presumptuously done. In the year 1321, the Mortimers yielding themselves to the king, he sent them prisoners to the Tower, where they remained long, and were adjudged to be drawn and hanged. But at length Roger Mortimer, of Wigmore, by giving to his keepers a sleepy drink, escaped out of the Tower, and his uncle Roger, being still kept there, died about 5 years after. In the year 1326, the citizens of London won the Tower, wresting the keys out of the constable's hands, delivered all the prisoners, and kept both city and tower to the use of Isabel the Queen and Edward her son. In the year 1330, Roger Mortimer, Earl of March, was taken and brought to the Tower, from whence he was brought to the Alms and there hanged. In the year 1344, King Edward Roman III, in the 18th of his reign, commanded florences of gold to be made and coined in the Tower. That is to say, a penny piece of the value of 5 shillings and 8 pence, the halfpenny piece of the value of 3 shillings and 4 pence, and a farthing piece worth 20 pence, Percival de Portlake being then master of the coin. And this is the first coining of gold in the Tower, whereof I have read, and also the first coinage of gold in England. I find also recorded that the said king in the same year ordained his exchange of money to be kept in Cerns Tower, a part of the king's house in Bucklersbury. And here to digress a little, by occasion offered, I find that in times before past, all great sums were paid by weight of gold or silver, as so many pounds or marks of silver, or so many pounds or marks of gold, cut into blanks, and not stamped, as I could prove by many good authorities which I overpass. The smaller sums also were paid in starlings, which were pence so called, for other coins they had none. The antiquity of this starling penny usual in this realm is from the reign of Henry Roman II. Notwithstanding the Saxon coins before the conquest were pence of fine silver the full weight, and somewhat better than the latter starlings, as I have tried by conference of the pence of Burgred, King of Mercia, Aelfrid, Edward, and Edelred, kings of the West Saxons, Plegmund, Archbishop of Canterbury, and others. William the Conqueror's penny also was fine silver of the weight of the Easterling, and had on the one side stamped an armed head, with a beardless face, for the Normans wore no beards, with a scepter in his hand. The inscription in the circumference was this: Lere Willam, on the other side, a cross double to the ring, between 4 rolls of 6 points. King Henry I his penny was of the like weight, fineness, form of face, cross, etc. This Henry, in the 8th year of his reign, ordained the penny, which was round, so to be quartered by the cross, that they might easily be broken into halfpence and farthings. In the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th of King Richard I his reign, and afterwards I find commonly Easterling money mentioned, and yet ofttimes the same is called argent as afore, and not otherwise. The first great sum that I read of to be paid in Easterlings was in the reign of Richard I, when Robert, Earl of Leicester, being prisoner in France, proffered for his ransom 1,000 marks Easterlings, notwithstanding the Easterling pence were long before. The weight of the Easterling penny may appear by divers statutes, namely, of weights and measures, made in the 51st of Henry Roman III. In these words, 32 grains of wheat, dry and round, taken in the middest of the ear, should be the weight of a starling penny, 20 of those pence should weigh 1 ounce, 12 ounces a pound troy. It followeth in the statute 8 pound to make a gallon of wine, and 8 gallons a bushel of London measure, etc. Notwithstanding which statute, I find, in the 8th of Edward I, Gregory Rokesley, Mayor of London, being chief master or minister of the Kinges Exchange, or mints, a new coin being then appointed, the pound of Easterling money should contain as afore 12 ounces. To wit, fine silver, such as was then made into foil, and was commonly called silver of Guthurin's Lane, 11 ounces, 2 Easterlings, and 1 furling or farthing, and the other 17 pence ob. Q to be alloy. Also, the pound of money ought to weigh 20 shillings and 3 pence by account, so that no pound ought to be over 20 shillings and 3 pence, nor less than 20 shillings and 2 pence by account. The ounce to weigh 20 pence, the penny weight 24 grains, which 24 by weight then appointed were as much as the former 32 grains of wheat. A penny force 25 grains and a half, the penny double or feeble 22 grains and a half, etc. Now for the penny Easterling, how it took that name I think good briefly to touch. It hath been said that Numa Pompilius, the second king of the Romans, commanded money first to be made, of whose name they were called nummi. And when copper pence, silver pence, and gold pence were made, because every silver penny was worth 10 copper pence, and every gold penny worth 10 silver pence. The pence therefore were called in Latin denarii, and oftentimes the pence are named of the matter and stuff of gold or silver. But the money of England was called of the workers and makers thereof. As the florin of gold is called of the Florentines, that were the workers thereof, and so the Easterling pence took their name of the Easterlings, which did first make this money in England, in the reign of Henry Roman II. Thus have I set down according to my reading in Antiquity of money matters, omitting the imaginations of late writers, of whom some have said Easterling money to take that name of a star, stamped in the border or ring of the penny. Other some of a bird called a star or starling, stamped in the circumference. And other, more unlikely, of being coined at Strivelin or Starling, a town in Scotland, etc. Now concerning halfpence and farthings, the account of which is more subtle than the pence, I need not speak of them more than that they were only made in the exchange at London, and nowhere else. First appointed to be made by Edward I in the 8th of his reign, and also at the same time the said king coined some few groats of silver, but they were not usual. The king's exchange as London was near unto the cathedral church of St. Paul, and is to this day commonly called the Old Change, but in evidences the Old Exchange. The king's exchanger in this place was to deliver out to every other exchanger throughout England, or other the king's dominions, their coining irons, that is to say, 1 standard or staple, and 2 trussels or puncheons. And when the same was spent and worn, to receive them with an account what sum had been coined, and also their picks or bore of assay, and deliver other irons new graven, etc. I find that in the 9th of King John there was besides the mint at London, other mints at Winchester, Exeter, Chichester, Canterbury, Rochester, Ipswich, Norwich, Lynn, Lincoln, York, Carlisle, Northampton, Oxford, St. Edmundsbury, and Durham. The exchanger, examiner, and trier buyeth the silver for coinage, answering for every £100 of silver bought in bullion or otherwise, £98 15 shillings, for he taketh 25 shillings for coinage. King Edward I, in the 27th of his reign, held a parliament at Stebeneth, in the house of Henry Waleys, mayor of London, wherein amongst other things there handled, the transporting of sterling money was forbidden. In the year 1351, William Eddington, Bishop of Winchester and Treasurer of England, a wise man but loving the king's commodity more than the wealth of the whole realm, and common people, saith mine author, caused a new coin, called a groat and a half-groat, to be coined and stamped, the groat to be taken for 4 pence, and the half-groat for 2 pence, not containing in weight according to the pence called Easterlings, but much less, to wit, by 5 shillings in the pound. By reason whereof, victuals and merchandises became the dearer through the whole realm. About the same time also, the old coin of gold was changed into a new, but the old florin or noble, then so called, was worth much above the taxed rate of the new, and therefore the merchants engrossed up the old, and conveyed them out of the realm, to the great loss of the kingdom. Wherefore a remedy was provided by changing of the stamp. In the year 1411, King Henry Roman IV caused a new coin of nobles to be made, of less value than the old by 4 pence in the noble, so that 50 nobles should be a pound troy weight. In the year 1421 was granted to Henry V. of 15th, to be paid at Candlemas and at Martinmas, of such money as was then current, gold or silver, not overmuch clipped or washed. To wit, that if the noble were worth 5 shillings and 8 pence, then the king should take it for a full noble of 6 shillings and 8 pence, and if it were less of value than 5 shillings and 8 pence, then the person paying that gold to make it good to the value of 5 shillings and 8 pence, the king always receiving it for a whole noble of 6 shillings and 8 pence. And if the noble so paid be better than 5 shillings and 8 pence, the king to pay again the surplusage that it was better than 5 shillings and 8 pence. Also this year was such scarcity of white money, that though a noble were so good of gold and weight as 6 shillings and 8 pence, men might get no white money for them. In the year 1465, King Edward Roman IV caused a new coin both of gold and silver to be made, whereby he gained much, for he made of an old noble a royal, which he commanded to go for 10 shillings. Nevertheless, to the same royal was put 8 pence of alloy, and so weighed the more, being smitten with a new stamp, to wit, a rose. He likewise made half-angels of 5 shillings, and farthings of 2 shillings and 6 pence, angeletes of 6 shillings and 8 pence, and half angels of 3 shillings and 4 pence. He made silver money of 3 pence, a groat, and so of other coins after that rate, to the great harm of the commons. Lord Hastings, the king's chamberlain, being master of the king's mints, undertook to make the moneys under form following, to wit, of gold, a piece of 8 shillings and 4 pence sterling, which should be called a noble of gold, of the which there should be 50 such pieces in the pound weight of the Tower, another piece of gold of 4 shillings and 2 pence sterling, and to be of them 100 such pieces in the pound, and a third piece of gold of 2 shillings and 1 penny sterling, 200 such pieces in the pound, every pound weight of the Tower to be worth 20 pounds, 16 shillings and 8 pence, the which should be 23 carats, 3 grains and a half fine, etc., and for silver 37 shillings and 6 pence. The piece of 4 pence to be 112 groats and 2 pence in the pound weight. In the year 1504, King Henry Roman VII appointed a new coin, to wit, a groat and half groat, which bear but half faces. The same time also was coined a groat, which was in value 12 pence, but of those but a few, after the rate of 40 pence the ounce. In the year 1526, the 18th of Henry Roman VIII, the angel noble being then the 6th part of an ounce troy, so that 6 angels were just an ounce, which was 40 shillings sterling, and the angel was also worth 2 ounces of silver, so that 6 angels were worth 12 ounces of silver, which was 40 shillings. A proclamation was made on the 6th of September that the angel should go for 7 shillings and 4 pence, the royal for 11 shillings, and the crown for 4 shillings and 4 pence. And on the 5th of November following, again by proclamation, the angel was enhanced to 7 shillings and 6 pence, and so every ounce of gold to be 45 shillings, and the ounce of silver at 3 shillings and 9 pence in value. In the year 1544, the 35th of Henry Roman VIII, on the 16th of May, proclamation was made for the enhancing of gold to 48 shillings, and silver to 4 shillings the ounce. Also the king caused to be coined base moneys, to wit, pieces of 12 pence, 6 pence, 4 pence, 2 pence, and a penny, in weight as the late sterling, in show good silver, but inwardly copper. These pieces had whole or broad faces, and continued current after that rate till the 5th of Edward Roman VI. When they were on the 9th of July called down, the shilling to 9 pence, the groat to 3 pence, etc., and on the 17th of August from 9 pence to 6 pence, etc., and on the 30th of October was published new coins of silver and gold to be made. A piece of silver 5 shillings sterling, a piece of 2 shillings and 5 pence, of 12 pence, of 6 pence. A penny with a double rose, half penny a single rose, and a farthing with a portclose. Coins of fine gold, a whole sovereign of 30 shillings, an angel of 10 shillings, an angelet of 5 shillings. Of crown gold, a sovereign 20 shillings, half sovereign 10 shillings, 5 shillings, 2 shillings and 6 pence, and base moneys to pass as before, which continued till the 2nd of Queen Elizabeth, then called to a lower rate, taken to the mint, and refined, the silver whereof being coined with a new stamp of her majesty. The dross was carried to foul highways, to heighten them. This base money, for the time, caused the old sterling moneys to be hoarded up, so that I have seen 21 shillings current given for one old angel to gild withal. Also rents of lands and tenements, with prices of victuals, were raised far beyond the former rates, hardly since to be brought down. Thus much for base moneys coined and current in England have I known. But for leather moneys, as many people have fondly talked, I find no such matter. I read that King John of France, being taken prisoner by Edward the Black Prince at the Battle of Poictiers, paid a ransom of 3 millions of florences, whereby he brought the realm into such poverty, that many years after they used leather money, with a little stud or nail of silver in the middle thereof. Thus much for mint and coinage, by occasion of this tower, under correction of others more skillful may suffice. And now to other accidents there. In the year 1360, the peace between England and France being confirmed, King Edward came over into England, and straight to the Tower, to see the French king then prisoner there, whose ransom he assessed at 3 millions of florences, and so delivered him from prison, and brought him with honor to the sea. In the year 1381, the rebels of Kent drew out of the Tower, where the king was then lodged. Simon Sudbury, Archbishop of Canterbury, Lord Chancellor, Robert Hales, Prior of St. John's and Treasurer of England, William Appleton, Friar, the King's Confessor, and John Legge, a sergeant of the king, and beheaded them on the Tower Hill, etc. In the year 1387, King Richard held his feast of Christmas in the Tower. And in the year 1399, the same king was sent prisoner to the Tower. In the year 1414, Sir John Oldcastle brake out of the Tower. And the same year, a parliament being holden at Leicester, a porter of the Tower was drawn, hanged, and headed, whose head was sent up and set over the Tower gate, for consenting to one Whitlock that brake out of the Tower. In the year 1419, Friar Randolph was sent to the Tower, and was there slain by the parson of St. Peter, in the Tower. In the year 1428, there came to London a lewd fellow, feigning himself to be sent from the Emperor to the young King Henry Roman VI, calling himself Baron of Blackamoor, and that he should be the principal physician in this kingdom. But his subtlety being known, he was apprehended, condemned, drawn, hanged, headed, and quartered, his head set on the Tower of London, and his quarters on 4 gates of the city. In the year 1458, in Whitsun week, the Duke of Somerset, with Anthony Rivers and other 4, kept jousts before the Queen in the Tower of London, against 3 esquires of the Queen's and others. In the year 1465, King Henry Roman VI was brought prisoner to the Tower, where he remained long. In the year 1470, the Tower was yielded to Sir Richard Lee, Mayor of London, and his brethren the aldermen, who forthwith entered the same, delivered King Henry of his imprisonment, and lodged him in the king's lodging there. But the next year he was again sent thither prisoner, and there murdered. In the year 1478, George Duke of Clarence was drowned with Malmsey in the Tower, and within 5 years after King Edward V, with his brother, were said to be murdered there. In the year 1485, John Earl of Oxford was made constable of the Tower, and had custody of the lions granted him. In the year 1501, in the month of May, was a royal tourney of lords and knights in the Tower of London before the king. In the year 1502, Queen Elizabeth, wife to Henry Roman VII, died of childbirth in the Tower. In the year 1512, the chapel in the High White Tower was burnt. In the year 1536, Queen Anne Boleyn was beheaded in the Tower. 1541, Lady Catherine Howard, wife to King Henry Roman VIII, was also beheaded there. In the year 1546, the 27th of April, being Tuesday in Easter week, William Foxley, potmaker for the Mint in the Tower of London, fell asleep, and so continued sleeping, and could not be wakened with pricking, cramping, or otherwise, burning whatsoever, until the first day of the term, which was full 14 days and 15 nights, or more, for that Easter term beginneth not before 17 days after Easter. The cause of his thus sleeping could not be known, though the same was diligently searched after by the king's physicians and other learned men. Yea, the king himself examining the said William Foxley, who was in all points found at his awakening to be as if he had slept but one night. And he lived more than 40 years after in the said Tower, to wit, until the year of Christ 1587, and then deceased on Wednesday in Easter week. Thus much for these accidents, and now to conclude thereof in summary. This tower is a citadel to defend or command the city, a royal palace for assemblies or treaties, a prison of state for the most dangerous offenders, the only place of coinage for all England at this time, the armory for warlike provision, the treasury of the ornaments and jewels of the crown, and general conserver of the most records of the King's Courts of Justice at Westminster. Tower on London Bridge. The next tower on the River of Thames is on London Bridge, at the north end of the drawbridge. This tower was newly begun to be built in the year 1426. John Rainwell, Mayor of London, laid one of the first cornerstones in the foundation of this work. The other 3 were laid by the sheriffs and bridge masters. Upon every of these 4 stones was engraven in fair Roman letters the name of Ihessus. And these stones I have seen laid in the bridge storehouse since they were taken up, when that tower was of late newly made of timber. This gate and tower was at the first strongly built up of stone, and so continued until the year 1577, in the month of April, when the same stone-arched gate and tower being decayed, was begun to be taken down, and then were the heads of the traitors removed thence, and set on the tower over the gate at the bridge foot towards Southwark. This said tower being taken down, a new foundation was drawn, and Sir John Langley, Lord Mayor, laid the first stone in the presence of the sheriffs and bridge masters, on the 28th of August. And in the month of September, in the year 1579, the same tower was finished, a beautiful and chargeable piece of work, all above the bridge being of timber. Tower on the south of London Bridge. Another tower there is on London Bridge, to wit, over the gate at the south end of the same bridge towards Southwark. This gate, with the tower thereupon and 2 arches of the bridge, fell down, and no man perished by the fall thereof, in the year 1436. Towards the new building, whereof divers charitable citizens gave large sums of money, which gate, being then again newly built, was, with 17 houses more on the bridge, in the year 1471, burnt by the mariners and sailors of Kent, Bastard Faulconbridge being their captain. Baynard's Castle. In the west of this city, Seth Fitzstephen, are 2 most strong castles, etc. Also Gervasius Tilbury in the reign of Henry Roman II. Writing of these castles hath to this effect: 2 castles, saith he, are built with walls and rampiers, whereof one is in right of possession Baynard's, the other the Barons of Mountfishet. The first of these castles, banking on the river Thames, was called Baynard's Castle, of Baynard a nobleman that came in with the Conqueror, and then built it, and deceased in the reign of William Rufus. After whose decease Geoffrey Baynard succeeded, and then William Baynard in the year 1111, who by forfeiture for felony lost his barony of Little Dunmow, and King Henry gave it wholly to Robert, the son of Richard, the son of Gilbert of Clare, and to his heirs, together with the honour of Baynard's Castle. This Robert married Maud de St. Licio, Lady of Bradham, and deceased 1134, was buried at St. Needs by Gilbert of Clare, his father. Walter his son succeeded him. He took to wife Madilda de Bochum, and after her decease, Madilda, the daughter and co-heir of Richard de Lucy, on whom he begat Robert and other. He deceased in the year 1198 and was buried at Dunmow, after whom succeeded Robert Fitzwater, a valiant knight. About the year 1213 there arose a great discord between King John and his barons, because Matilda, surnamed the Fair, daughter to the said Robert Fitzwater, whom the king unlawfully loved, but could not obtain her, nor her father would consent thereunto, whereupon, and for other like causes, ensued war through the whole realm. The barons were received into London, where they greatly endamaged the king. But in the end the king did not only therefore banish the said Fitzwater, amongst other, out of the realm, but also caused his castle called Baynard, and other his houses, to be spoiled. Which thing being done, a messenger being sent unto Matilda the Fair about the king's suit, whereunto she would not consent, she was poisoned, Robert Fitzwater and other, being then passed into France, and some into Scotland, etc. It happened in the year 1214, King John being then in France with a great army, that a truce was taken betwixt the 2 kings of England and France for the term of 5 years. And a river, or arm of the sea, being then between either host, there was a knight in the English host, that cried to them of the other side, willing some one of their knights to come, and joust a course or twain with him. Whereupon, without stay, Robert Fitzwater, being on the French part, made himself ready, ferried over, and got on horseback without any man to help him, and showed himself ready to the face of his challenger, whom at the first course he struck so hard with his great spear, that horse and man fell to the ground. And when his spear was broken, he went back to the king of France, which when the king had seen, by God's tooth, quoth he, after his usual oath, he were a king indeed that had such a knight. The friends of Robert, hearing these words, kneeled down and said, O king, he is your knight, it is Robert Fitzwater. And thereupon, the next day he was sent for and restored to the king's favour, by which means peace was concluded, and he received his livings, and had license to repair his castle of Baynard and other castles. The year 1216, the first of Henry Roman III. The castle of Hertford being delivered to Louis the French prince, and the barons of England, Robert Fitzwater requiring to have the same, because the keeping thereof did by ancient right and title pertain to him, was answered by Louis, that Englishmen were not worthy to have such holds in keeping, because they did betray their own lord. Etc. This Robert deceased in the year 1234, and was buried at Dunmow. And Walter his son that succeeded him. 1258, his barony of Baynard was in the ward of King Henry, in the nonage of Robert Fitzwater. This Robert took to his second wife, Eleanor, daughter and heir to the Earl of Ferrars, in the year 1289. And in the year 1303, on the 12th of March, before John Blondin, mayor of London, he acknowledged his service to the same city, and sware upon the evangelists that he would be true to the liberties thereof, and maintain the same to his power, and the council of the same to keep, etc. The rights that belonged to Robert Fitzwalter Chestalion of London, Lord of Woodham, were these. The said Robert and his heirs ought to be, and are chief bannerers of London, in fee of the chastelary, which he and his ancestors had by Castle Baynard, in the said city. In time of war the said Robert, and his heirs, ought to serve the city in manner as followeth. That is, the said Robert ought to come, he being the 20th man of arms on horseback, covered with cloth or armour, unto the great west door of St. Paul, with his banner displayed before him of his arms. And when he is come to the said door, mounted and apparelled as before is said, the mayor with his aldermen and sheriffs armed in their arms, shall come out of the said church of St. Paul, unto the said door, with a banner in his hand, all on foot, which banner shall be gules with the image of St. Paul, gold, the face, hands, feet, and sword, of silver. And as soon as the said Robert shall see the mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs come on foot out of the church, armed with such a banner, he shall alight from his horse, and salute the mayor, and say to him, Sir Mayor, I am come to do my service, which I owe to the city. And the mayor and aldermen shall answer, We give to you, as our bannerer of fee in this city, this banner of this city to bear, and govern to the honour and profit of the city to our power. And the said Robert and his heirs shall receive the banner in his hands, and shall go on foot out of the gate with the banner in his hands. And the mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs shall follow to the door, and shall bring a horse to the said Robert worth 20 pounds, which horse shall be saddled with a saddle of the arms of the said Robert, and shall be covered with sandals of the said arms. Also they shall present to him 20 pounds sterling money, and deliver it to the chamberlain of the said Robert for his expenses that day. Then the said Robert shall mount upon the horse which the mayor presented to him, with the banner in his hand, and as soon as he is up, he shall say to the mayor that he cause a marshal to be chosen for the host, one of the city. Which marshal being chosen, the said Robert shall command the mayor and burgesses of the city to warn the commoners to assemble together, and they shall all go under the banner of St. Paul. And the said Robert shall bear it himself unto Aldgate, and there the said Robert and mayor shall deliver the said banner of St. Paul from thence, to whom they shall assent or think good. And if they must make any issue forth of the city, then the said Robert ought to choose 2/4 of every ward, the most sage personages, to foresee to the safe keeping of the city after they be gone forth. And this council shall be taken in the priory of the Trinity near unto Aldgate. And before every town or castle which the host of London besiege, if the siege continue a whole year, the said Robert shall have for every siege of the commonalty of London 100 shillings for his travail, and no more. These be the rights that the said Robert hath in the time of war, rights belonging to Robert Fitzwalter, and to his heirs in the city of London in the time of peace, are these. That is to say, the said Robert hath a soken or ward in the city, that is, a wall of the canonry of St. Paul, as a man goeth down the street before the brewhouse of St. Paul unto the Thames, and so to the side of the mill, which is in the water that cometh down from the Fleet Bridge, and goeth so by London walls, betwixt the friars' preachers and Ludgate, and so returneth back by the house of the said friars unto the said wall of the said canonry of St. Paul. That is, all the parish of St. Andrew, which is in the gift of his ancestors, by the said seniority. And so the said Robert hath appendant unto the said soken all these things under, written that he ought to have a soke man, and to place what sokeman he will, so he be of the sokemanry or the same ward. And if any of the sokemanry be impleaded in the Guildhall, of anything that toucheth not the body of the mayor that for the time is, or that toucheth the body of no sheriff, it is not lawful for the sokeman of the sokemanry of the said Robert Fitzwalter to demand a court of the said Robert, and the mayor and his citizens of London ought to grant him to have a court, and in his court he ought to bring his judgments, as it is assented and agreed upon in this Guildhall, that shall be given them. If any, therefore, be taken in his sokenly, he ought to have his stocks and imprisonment in his soken, and he shall be brought from thence to the Guildhall before the mayor, and there they shall provide him his judgment that ought to be given of him, but his judgment shall not be published till he come into the court of the said Robert, and in his liberty. And the judgment shall be such, that if he have deserved death by treason, he to be tied to a post in the Thames at a good wharf where boats are fastened, 2 ebbings and 2 flowings of the water. And if he be condemned for a common thief, he ought to be led to the Alms, and there suffer his judgment as other thieves. And so the said Robert and his heirs hath honor that he holdeth a great franchise within the city, that the mayor of the city and citizens are bound to do him of right. That is to say, that when the mayor will hold a great council, he ought to call the said Robert and his heirs to be with him in council of the city, and the said Robert ought to be sworn to be of counsel with the city against all people, saving the king and his heirs. And when the said Robert cometh to the hustings in the guildhall of the city, the mayor, or his lieutenant, ought to rise against him, and set him down near unto him. And so long as he is in the guildhall, all the judgment ought to be given by his mouth, according to the record of the recorders of the said guildhall. And so many waifs as come so long as he is there, he ought to give them to the bailiffs of the town, or to whom he will, by the counsel of the mayor of the city. These be the franchises that belong to Robert Fitzwalter in London in time of peace, which for the antiquity thereof I have noted out of an old record. This Robert deceased in the year 1305, leaving issue Walter Fitzrobert, who had issue Robert Fitzwalter, unto whom, in the year 1320, the citizens of London acknowledged the right which they ought to him and his heirs for the castle Baynard. He deceased 1325. Unto whom succeeded Robert Fitzrobert, Fitzwalter, etc. More of the Lord Fitzwalter may ye read in my annals in 51st of Edward Roman 3. But how this honour of Baynard's castle, with the appurtenances, fell from the possession of the Fitzwalters, I have not read. Only I find that in the year 1428, the 7th of Henry Roman 6. A great fire was at Baynard's castle, and that same Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, built it of new. By his death and attainder, in the year 1446, it came to the hands of Henry Roman 6. And from him to Richard, Duke of York, of whom we read, that in the year 1457 he lodged there, as in his own house. In the year 1460, the 28th of February, the Earls of March and of Warwick, with a great power of men but few of name, entered the city of London, where they were of the citizens joyously received. And upon the 3rd of March, being Sunday, the said Earl caused to be mustered his people in St. John's Field, whereunto that host was showed and proclaimed certain articles and points wherein King Henry, as they said, had offended. And thereupon it was demanded of the said people, whether the said Henry was worthy to reign as king any longer or not, whereunto the people cried nay. Then it was asked of them, whether they would have the Earl of March for their king, and they cried, yea, yea. Whereupon certain captains were appointed to bear report thereof unto the said Earl of March, then being lodged at his castle of Baynard. Whereof when the Earl was by them advertised, he thanked God, and them for their election. Notwithstanding he showed some countenance of insufficiency in him to occupy so great a charge, till by exhortation of the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishop of Exeter, and certain noblemen, he granted to their petition. And on the next morrow at Paul's he went on procession, offered, and had Te Deum sung. Then was he with great royalty conveyed to Westminster, and there, in the great hall, sat in the king's seat, with St. Edward's sceptre in his hand. Edward Roman 4. Being dead, leaving his eldest son Edward, and his second son Richard, both infants, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, being elected by the nobles and commons in the Guildhall of London, took on him the title of the realm and kingdom, as imposed upon him in this Baynard's castle, as ye may read penned by Sir Thomas More, and set down in my annals. Henry Roman 7. About the year 1501, the 16th of his reign, repaired, or rather new built this house, not embattled or so strongly fortified castle-like, but far more beautiful and commodious for the entertainment of any prince or great estate. In the 17th of his reign, he with his queen were lodged there, and came from thence to Powell's church, where they made their offering, dined in the bishop's palace, and so returned. The 18th of his reign he was lodged there, and the ambassadors from the king of the Romans were thither brought to his presence. And from thence the king came to Powell's, and was there sworn to the king of the Romans, as the said king had sworn to him. The 20th of the said king, he with his knights of the order, all in their habits of the garter, rode from the Tower of London, through the city, unto the cathedral church of St. Paul's, and there heard evensong, and from thence they rode to Baynard's castle, where the king lodged. And on the next morrow, in the same habit they rode from thence again to the said church of St. Paul's, went on procession, heard the divine service, offered, and returned. The same year the King of Castile was lodged there. In the year 1553, the 19th of July, The council partly moved with the right of the Lady Mary's cause, partly considering that the most of the realm were wholly bent on her side, changing their mind from Lady Jane, lately proclaimed queen, assembled themselves at this Baynard's Castle, where they communed with the Earl of Pembroke, and the Earl of Shrewsbury and Sir John Mason, clerk of the council, sent for the Lord Mayor, and then riding into Cheap to the Cross, where Garter King at arms. Trumpet being sounded, proclaimed the Lady Mary, daughter of King Henry Roman VIII, and Queen Catherine, Queen of England, etc. This castle now belongeth to the Earl of Pembroke. Next adjoining to this castle was sometime a tower, the name whereof I have not read, but that the same was built by Edward Roman II, is manifest by this that followeth. King Edward Roman III, in the 2nd year of his reign, gave unto William de Rose of Hamelake in Yorkshire a tower upon the water of Thames, by the castle of Baynard in the city of London, which tower his father had built. He gave the said tower and appurtenances to the said William Hamelake, and his heirs for a rose yearly to be paid for all service due, etc. This tower, as seemeth to me, was since called Legat's Inn, the 7th of Edward Roman IV. Tower of Mountfitquet. The next tower or castle, banking also on the river of Thames, was, as is aforeshowed, called Mountfitquet's Castle, of a nobleman, Baron of Mountfitquet, the first builder thereof, who came in with William the Conqueror, and was since named Le Sir Mountfitquet. This castle he built in a place not far distant from Baynard's, towards the west. The same William Mountfitquet lived in the reign of Henry I, and was witness to a charter then granted to the city for the sheriffs of London. Richard Mountfitquet lived in King John's time, and in the year 1213 was by the same king banished the realm into France, when peradventure King John caused his castle of Mountfitquet, amongst other castles of the barons, to be overthrown, the which after his return might be by him again re-edified. For the total destruction thereof was about the year 1276, when Robert Kilwarby, Archbishop of Canterbury, began the foundation of the Friars' Preachers' Church there, commonly called the Blackey Friars, as appeareth by a charter the 4th of Edward I, wherein is declared that Gregory de Roxley, Mayor of London, and the barons of the same city, granted and gave unto the said Archbishop Robert 2 lanes or ways next the street of Baynard's Castle and the Tower of Mountfitquet, to be applied for the enlargement of the said church and place. One other tower there was also situate on the river of Thames near unto the said Blackey Friars' Church, on the west part thereof built at the citizens' charges, but by license and commandment of Edward I and of Edward Roman II, as appeareth by their grants, which tower was then finished, and so stood for the space of 300 years, and was at the last taken down by the commandment of John Stow, Mayor of London, in the year 1502. Another tower or castle also was there in the west part of the city pertaining to the king. For I read that in the year 1087, the 20th of William I, the city of London, with the church of St. Paul being burned, Mauritius, then Bishop of London, afterward began the foundation of a new church, whereunto King William, saith mine author, gave the choice stones of this castle standing near to the bank of the river of Thames, at the west end of the city. After this Mauritius, Richard his successor purchased the streets about Paul's church, compassing the same with a wall of stone and gates. King Henry I gave to this Richard so much of the moat or wall of the castle, on the Thames side to the south, as should be needful to make the said wall of the churchyard, and so much more as should suffice to make a way without the wall on the north side, etc. This tower or castle thus destroyed stood, as it may seem, where now standeth the house called Bridewell. For notwithstanding the destruction of the said castle or tower, the house remained large, so that the kings of this realm long after were lodged there, and kept their courts, for until the 9th year of Henry Roman III. The courts of law and justice were kept in the king's house, wheresoever he was lodged, and not elsewhere. And that the kings have been lodged and kept their law courts in this place, I could show you many authors of record, but for plain proof this one may suffice. Hic est finalis concordia, factum curia domini regis apud sanct. Brigid, London, a die sancti Michaelis in 15 dies anno regni regis Johannes 7, coram G. Phil, Petri, Eustachio de Fauconberg, Johann de Jesselinge, Osbart Filio Herve, Walter de Crisping Justitiar, et aliis Baronibus domini regis. More, as Matthew Paris hath, about the year 1210, King John, in the 12th of his reign, summoned a parliament at St. Bride's in London, where he exacted of the clergy and religious persons the sum of £100,000. And besides all this, the white monks were compelled to cancel their privileges, and to pay £40,000 to the king, etc. This house of St. Brides of latter time being left, and not used by the kings, fell to ruin, insomuch that the very platform thereof remained for great part waste, and, as it were, but a lace-stall of filth and rubbish, only a fair well remained there. A great part of this house, namely, on the west, as hath been said, was given to the Bishop of Salisbury, the other part towards the east remaining waste until King Henry Roman VIII built a stately and beautiful house thereupon, giving it to name Bridewell, of the parish and well there. This house he purposely built for the entertainment of the Emperor Charles V, who in the year 1522 came into this city, as I have showed in my summary, annals, and large chronicles. On the northwest side of the city, near unto Red Cross Street, there was a tower, commonly called Barbican or Barkinning, for that the same being placed on a high ground and also built of some good height, was in old time as a watchtower for the city, from whence a man might behold and view the whole city towards the south, and also into Kent, Sussex, and Surrey, and likewise every other way, east, north, or west. Some other barkennings, or watchtowers, there were of old time in and about the city, all which were repaired, yea, and others new built, by Gilbert de Clare, Earl of Gloucester, in the reign of King Henry Roman III, when the barons were in arms, and held the city against the king. But the barons being reconciled to his favour in the year 1267, he caused all their barkennings, watchtowers, and bulwarks, made and repaired by the said earl, to be plucked down, and the ditches to be filled up, so that naught of them might be seen to remain. And then was this barkenning, amongst the rest, overthrown and destroyed. And although the ditch near thereunto, called Hound's Ditch, was stopped up, yet the street of long time after was called Hound's Ditch, and of late time more commonly called Barbican. The plot or seat of this barkenning, or watchtower, King Edward Roman III, in the year 1336, and the 10th of his reign, gave unto Robert Ufford, Earl of Suffolk, by the name of his manor of Base Court, in the parish of St. Giles without Cripplegate, of London, commonly called the Barbican. Tower Royal was of old time the king's house. King Stephen was there lodged, but sithence called the Queen's Wardrobe. The princess, mother to King Richard Roman II, in the 4th of his reign was lodged there, being forced to fly from the Tower of London when the rebels possessed it. But on the 15th of June, Seth Froissart, Wat Tyler being slain, the king went to this lady princess his mother, then lodged in the Tower Royal, called the Queen's Wardrobe, where she had tarried 2 days and 2 nights. Which tower saith the record of Edward Roman III. The 36th year was in the parish of St. Michel de Paternoster, etc. In the year 1386, King Richard, with Queen Anne his wife, kept their Christmas at Eltham, whither came to him Lion, King of Erminy, under pretence to reform peace betwixt the kings of England and France, but what his coming profited he only understood. For besides innumerable gifts that he received of the king and his nobles, the king lying then in this Tower Royal, at the Queen's Wardrobe in London, granted to him a charter of £1,000 by year during his life. He was, as he affirmed, chased out of his kingdom by the Tartarians. More concerning this tower shall you read when you come to Vintry Ward, in which it standeth. Cerns Tower in Bucklesbury was sometime the king's house. Edward Roman III, in the 18th of his reign, appointed his exchange of moneys therein to be kept, and in the 32d he gave the same tower to his free chapel of St. Stephen at Westminster. Footnotes: W. Malmesbury, Matthew Paris, John London. Ex Charta. Roger Wendover, John Bever. St. Catherine's Mill stood where now is the iron gate of the tower. Stow. Lynxes, porcupines. Patent the 15th of King John. Matthew Paris. W. Malmesbury. Roger Hoveden. Guthurin's Lane, now Gutter Lane, leading out of Cheapside, was a small lane, formerly tenanted by goldsmiths. The person who gave his name to the lane was evidently of Saxon or Danish origin. That is, 17 pence halfpenny farthing to be alloy. By the terms force and double, it is presumed the maximum and minimum weights are intended. Thomas Walsingham. Philip Comines. Patent 1st of Henry Roman VII. W. Dunthorne. Fitzstephen Jerve, Tilbury. Virginity defended with the loss of worldly goods, and life of the body for life of the soul. Stow. Liber Dunmo. Stow in his first edition says, "They're practiced for the crown, and the admirable scene in Richard III, Act 3, sc. 7, in which Gloucester is by Buckingham, the mayor and citizens of London, enforced to a world of cares, is laid by Shakespeare with great historic truth in the court of Baynard's castle. It was destroyed in the Great Fire, before which time it had become the residences of the Earls of Shrewsbury. Vita Arkenwald. Liber Burton, Super Trent. Liber Sanct, Mary Aborum. Armenia, Erminy from the Old French Erminy. See Roquefort's Glossaire SV. Chaucer, too, in his Monk's Tale, line 14,343, etc. says, "Ni durst never be so courageous ni non-Ermine, ni non-Egyptian ni Syrian, ni non-Arabian." Of schools and other houses of learning. In the reign of King Stephen and of Henry Roman II, saith Fitzstephen, there were in London 3 principal churches, which had famous schools, either by privilege and ancient dignity, or by favor of some particular persons, as of doctors which were accounted notable and renowned for knowledge in philosophy. And there were other inferior schools also. Upon festival days the masters made solemn meetings in the churches, where their scholars disputed logically and demonstratively, some bringing enthymums, other perfect syllogisms. Some disputed for show, other to trace out the truth. Cunning sophisters were thought brave scholars when they flowed with words. Others used fallacies, rhetoricians spake aptly to persuade, observing the precepts of art, and omitting nothing that might serve their purpose. The boys of diverse schools did cap or pot verses, and contended of the principles of grammar. There were some which on the other side with epigrams and rhymes, nipping and quipping their fellows, and the faults of others, though suppressing their names, moved thereby much laughter among their auditors. Hitherto Fitzstephen, for schools and scholars, and for their exercises in the city in his days. Sithence the which time, as to me it seemeth, by the increase of colleges and students in the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, the frequenting of schools and exercises of scholars in the city, as had been accustomed, hath much decreased. The 3 principal churches which had these famous schools by privileges must needs be the Cathedral Church of St. Paul for one, seeing that by a general council, holden in the year of Christ 1176, at Rome, in the Patriarchy of Lateran, it was decreed that every cathedral church should have his schoolmaster to teach poor scholars, and others as had been accustomed, and that no man should take any reward for license to teach. The second, as most ancient, may seem to have been the monastery of St. Peter's at Westminster, whereof Ingulphus, abbot of Crowland, in the reign of William the Conqueror, write thus: "I, Ingulphus, an humble servant of God, born of English parents, in the most beautiful city of London, for to attain to learning, was first put to Westminster, and after to study of Oxford, etc., and writing in praise of Queen Agitha, wife to Edward the Confessor. I have seen her," saith he, "often when being a boy, I came to see my father dwelling in the king's court, and often coming from school when I met her, she would oppose me, touching my learning and lesson. And falling from grammar to logic, wherein she had some knowledge, she would subtly conclude an argument with me, and by her handmaiden give me 3 or 4 pieces of money, and send me unto the palace where I should receive some victuals, and then be dismissed." The third school seemeth to have been in the monastery of St. Saviour, at Bermondsey in Southwark. For other priories, as of St. John by Smithfield, St. Bartholomew in Smithfield, St. Mary over Rye in Southwark, and that of the Holy Trinity by Aldgate were all of later foundation, and the friaries, colleges, and hospitals in this city were raised since them in the reigns of Henry Roman III, Edward I Roman II, and Roman III, etc., all which houses had their schools, though not so famous as these first named. But touching schools more lately advanced in this city, I read that King Henry V, having suppressed the priories aliens, whereof some were about London, namely, one hospital called Our Lady of Rouncevall, by Charing Cross, one other hospital in Oldbourne, one other without Cripplegate, and the fourth without Aldersgate, besides other that are now worn out of memory, and whereof there is no monument remaining more than Rouncevall, converted to a brotherhood, which continued till the reign of Henry Roman VIII, or Edward Roman VI. This, I say, and other their schools being broken up and ceased, King Henry Roman VI, in the 24th of his reign by patent, appointed that there should be in London grammar schools, besides St. Paul's, at St. Martin's le Grand, St. Mary le Bow in Cheap, St. Dunstan's in the west, and St. Anthony s. And in the next year, to wit, 1447, the said king ordained by Parliament that 4 other grammar schools should be erected. To wit, in the parishes of St. Andrew in Oldbourne, Allhallows the Great in Thames Street, St. Peter s upon Cornhill, and in the hospital of St. Thomas of Akins in Westcheap, since the which time as divers schools, by suppressing of religious houses, whereof they were members, in the reign of Henry Roman VIII, have been decayed, so again have some others been newly erected, and founded for them. As namely Paul's School, in place of an old ruined house, was built in most ample manner, and largely endowed in the year 1512 by John Colet, Doctor of Divinity, Dean of Paul, S., for 153 poor men's children, for which there was ordained a master, surmaster, or usher, and a chaplain. Again, in the year 1553, after the erection of Christ's Hospital, in the late dissolved house of the Grey Friars, a great number of poor children being taken in, a school was also ordained there at the citizens' charges. Also, in the year 1561, the merchant tailors of London founded one notable free grammar school, in the parish of St. Lawrence Pulteney by Candleweek Street. Richard Hills, late master of that company, having given £500 towards the purchase of a house, called the Manor of the Rose, sometime the Duke of Buckingham, s., wherein the school is kept. As for the meeting of the schoolmasters on festival days, at festival churches, and the disputing of their scholars logically, etc., whereof I have before spoken, the same was long since discontinued. But the arguing of the schoolboys about the principles of grammar hath been continued even till our time. For I myself in my youth have yearly seen, on the eve of St. Bartholomew the Apostle, the scholars of divers grammar schools repair unto the churchyard of St. Bartholomew, the priory in Smithfield, where upon a bank boarded about under a tree, some one scholar hath stepped up, and there hath opposed and answered, till he were by some better scholar overcome and put down. And then the overcomer taking the place, did like as the first. And in the end, the best opposers and answerers had rewards, which I observed not, but it made both good schoolmasters and also good scholars, diligently against such times to prepare themselves for the obtaining of this garland. I remember there repaired to these exercises, amongst others, the masters and scholars of the free schools of St. Paul's in London, of St. Peter's at Westminster, of St. Thomas Akins Hospital, and of St. Anthony's Hospital, whereof the last named commonly presented the best scholars, and had the prize in those days. This priory of St. Bartholomew being surrendered to Henry Roman VIII, those disputations of scholars in that place surceased, and was again, only for a year or twain, in the reign of Edward Roman VI, revived in the cloister of Christ's Hospital, where the best scholars, then still of St. Anthony's School, were rewarded with bows and arrows of silver, given to them by Sir Martin Bowes, goldsmith. Nevertheless, however the encouragement failed, the scholars of Paul's, meeting with them of St. Anthony's, would call them Anthony pigs, and they again would call the other pigeons of Paul, because many pigeons were bred in St. Paul's church, and St. Anthony was always figured with a pig following him, and mindful of the former usage, did for a long season disorderly in the open street provoke one another with, salve tu quoque, placet tibi mecum disputer, placet. And so proceeding from this to questions in grammar, they usually fell from words to blows with their satchels full of books, many times in great heaps, that they troubled the streets and passengers, so that finally they were restrained with the decay of St. Anthony's School. Out of this school have sprung divers famous persons, whereof although time hath buried the names of many, yet in mine own remembrance may be numbered these following: Sir Thomas More, Knight, Lord Chancellor of England, Dr. Nicholas Heath, sometime Bishop of Rochester, after of Worcester, and lastly Archbishop of York and Lord Chancellor of England, Dr. John Whitgift, Bishop of Worcester, and after Archbishop of Canterbury, etc. Of later time, in the year of Christ 1582, there was founded a public lecture in chirurgery, to be read in the College of Physicians in Knight Riders Street, to begin in the year 1584 on the 6th of May, and so to be continued forever, twice every week on Wednesday and Friday by the Honourable Baron John Lord Lombley, and the learned Richard Caldwell, Doctor in Physic, the reader whereof to be Richard Forster, Doctor of Physic, during his life. Furthermore, about the same time there was also begun a mathematical lecture, to be read in a fair old chapel, built by Simon Eager, within the Leaden Hall, whereof a learned citizen born, named Thomas Hood, was the first reader. But this chapel, and other parts of that hall, being employed for stowage of goods taken out of a great Spanish carracky, the said lecture ceased any more to be read, and was then in the year 1588 read in the house of Master Thomas Smith in Grass Street, etc. Last of all, Sir Thomas Gresham, Knight, agent to the Queen's Highness, by his last will and testament made in the year 1579, gave the Royal Exchange, and all the buildings thereunto appurtening, that is to say, the one moiety to the mayor and commonalty of London and their successors, upon trust that they perform as shall be declared, and the other moiety to the mercers in like confidence. The mayor and commonalty are to find for to read lectures of divinity, astronomy, music, and geometry within his dwelling house in Bishopsgate Street, and to bestow the sum of £200. To wit, £50 the piece, etc. The mercers likewise are to find 3 readers, that is, in civil law, physic, and rhetoric within the same dwelling house, the sum of £150. To every reader £50, etc. Which gift hath been since that time confirmed by Parliament, to take effect and begin after the decease of the Lady Anne Gresham, which happened in the year 1596, and so to continue forever. Whereupon the lecturers were accordingly chosen and appointed to have begun their readings in the month of June, 1597, whose names were Anthony Wooton for divinity, Dr. Matthew Ginn for physic, Dr. Henry Mountlow for the civil law, Dr. John Bull for music, Beerwood for astronomy, Henry Briggs for geometry, and Caleb Willis for rhetoric. These lectures are read daily, Sundays excepted in the term times, by everyone upon his day, in the morning betwixt 9 and 10, in Latin, in the afternoon, betwixt 2 and 3 in English. Save that Dr. Bull is dispensed with to read the music lecture in English only upon 2 several days, Thursday and Saturday in the afternoons, betwixt 3 and 4 of the clock. Footnote: howsoever the same be now fallen, both in number and estimation. First edition, p. 56. Houses of students in the common law. But besides all this, there is in and about this city a whole university, as it were, of students, practisers or pleaders, and judges of the laws of this realm, not living of common stipends. As in other universities it is for the most part done, but of their own private maintenance, as being altogether fed either by their places or practice, or otherwise by their proper revenue or exhibition of parents and friends. For that the younger sort are either gentlemen or the sons of gentlemen, or of other most wealthy persons. Of these houses there be at this day 14 in all, whereof 9 do stand within the liberties of this city, and 5 in the suburbs thereof, to wit, within the liberties, Serjeants Inn in Fleet Street, Serjeants Inn in Chancery Lane, for judges and sergeants only. The Inner Temple, the Middle Temple in Fleet Street, houses of court. Clifford's Inn in Fleet Street, Thavies Inn in Oldbourne, Furnival's Inn in Oldbourne, Barnard's Inn in Oldbourne, Staple Inn in Oldbourne, houses of chancery. Without the liberties, Gray's Inn in Oldbourne, Lincoln's Inn in Chancery Lane by the Old Temple, houses of court. Clement's Inn, New Inn, Lyon's Inn, houses of chancery without Temple Bar in the liberty of Westminster. There was sometime an Inn of Sergeants in Oldbourne, as you may read of Scrops Inn over against St. Andrew's Church. There was also one other Inn of Chancery, called Chester's Inn, for the nearness of the Bishop of Chester's house, but more commonly termed Strand Inn, for that it stood in Strand Street, and near unto Strand Bridge without Temple Bar, in the liberty of the Duchy of Lancaster. This Inn of Chancery, with other houses near adjoining, were pulled down in the reign of Edward Roman VI. By Edward Duke of Somerset, who in place thereof raised that large and beautiful house, but yet unfinished, called Somerset House. There was moreover, in the reign of King Henry I, a 10th house of chancery, mentioned by Justice Fortescue in his Book of the Laws of England, but where it stood, or when it was abandoned, I cannot find, and therefore I will leave it and return to the rest. The houses of court be replenished partly with young students, and partly with graduates and practisers of the law. But the Inns of Chancery, being, as it were, provinces severally subjected to the Inns of Court, be chiefly furnished with officers, attorneys, solicitors, and clerks, that follow the courts of the King's Bench or Common Pleas. And yet there want not some other being young students, that come thither sometimes from one of the universities, and sometimes immediately from grammar schools. And these having spent some time in studying upon the first elements and grounds of the law, and having performed the exercise of their own houses, called boltes moots and putting of cases, they proceed to be admitted and become students in some of these 4 houses or inns of court, where continuing by the space of 7 years or thereabouts, they frequent readings, meetings, boltings, and other learned exercises, whereby growing ripe in the knowledge of the laws, and approved withal to be of honest conversation. They are either, by the general consent of the benchers or readers, being of the most ancient, grave, and judicial men of every inn of the court, or by the special privilege of the present reader there, selected and called to the degree of utter barristers, and so enabled to be common counsellors, and to practice the law, both in their chambers and at the bars. Of these, after that they be called to a further step of preferment, called the bench, there are 2 every year chosen among the benchers of every inn of court to be readers there, who do make their readings at 2 times in the year also. That is, one in Lent, and the other at the beginning of August. And for the help of young students in every of the inns of Chancery, they do likewise choose out of every one inn of court a reader, being no bencher, but an utter barrister there, of 10 or 12 years, continuance, and of good profit in study. Now, from these of the said degree of counsellors, or utter barristers, having continued therein the space of 14 or 15 years at the least, the chiefest and best learned are by the benchers elected to increase the number, as I said, of the bench amongst them, and so in their time do become first single, and then double, readers to the students of those houses of court. After which last reading they be named apprentices at the law, and in default of a sufficient number of sergeants at law, these are, at the pleasure of the prince, to be advanced to the places of sergeants, out of which number of sergeants also the void places of judges are likewise ordinarily filled. Albeit, now and then some be advanced, by the special favour of the prince, to the estate, dignity, and place, both of sergeant and judge, as it were in one instant. But from thenceforth they hold not any room in those inns of court, being translated to one of the said 2 inns, called sergeants' inns, where none but the sergeants and judges do converse. Footnotes. In Oldbourne, 1st edition, Cowell, in his Law Dictionary, says, bolting is a term of art used in Gray's Inn, and applied to the bolting or arguing of moot cases. He endeavours to show that the bolting of cases is analogous to the bolting or sifting of meal through a bag. All readers of Shakespeare must be familiar with the use of the word in the latter sense. Of orders and customs. Of orders and customs in the city of old time, Fitzstephen saith as followeth. Men of all trades, sellers of all sorts of wares, labourers in every work, every morning are in their distinct and several places. Furthermore in London, upon the river side, between the wine in ships and the wine to be sold in taverns, is a common cookery or cooks. Row there daily, for the season of the year, men might have meat, roast, sod, or fried, fish, flesh, fowls, fit for rich and poor. If any comes suddenly to any citizen from afar, weary, and not willing to tarry till the meat be bought and dressed, while the servant bringeth water for his master's hands, and fetcheth bread, he shall have immediately from the river's side all viands whatsoever he desireth. What multitude soever, either of soldiers or strangers, do come to the city, whatsoever hour, day or night, according to their pleasures may refresh themselves. And they which delight in delicateness may be satisfied with as delicate dishes there as may be found elsewhere. And this cook's row is very necessary to the city, and, according to Plato in Gorgias, next to physic, is the office of cooks, as part of a city. Without one of the gates is a plain field, both in name and deed, where every Friday, unless it be a solemn bidden holy day, is a notable show of horses to be sold. Earls, barons, knights, and citizens repair thither to see or to buy. There may you of pleasure see amblers pacing it delicately. There may you see trotters fit for men of arms, sitting more hardly. There may you have notable young horses, not yet broken. There may you have strong steeds, well-limbed geldings, whom the buyers do specially regard for pace and swiftness. The boys which ride these horses, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, do run races for wagers, with a desire of praise or hope of victory. In another part of that field are to be sold all implements of husbandry, as also fat swine, milch kine, sheep, and oxen. There stand also mares and horses fit for ploughs and teams, with their young colts by them. At this city, merchant strangers of all nations had their quays and wharfs. The Arabians sent gold, the Sabians spice and frankincense, the Scythian armor, Babylon oil, Indian purple garments, Egypt precious stones, Norway and Russia ambergris and sables, and the Frenchmen wine. According to the Truth of Chronicles, this city is ancienter than Rome, built of the ancient Trojans and of Brute, before that was built by Romulus and Remus, and therefore useth the ancient customs of Rome. This city, even as Rome, is divided into wards. It hath yearly sheriffs instead of consuls. It hath the dignity of senators in aldermen. It hath under officers, common sewers, and conduits in streets. According to the quality of causes, it hath general courts and assembles upon appointed days. I do not think that there is any city wherein are better customs, in frequenting the churches, in serving God, in keeping holy days, in giving alms, in entertaining strangers, in solemnizing marriages, in furnishing banquets, celebrating funerals, and burying dead bodies. The only plagues of London are immoderate quaffing among the foolish sort, and often casualties by fire. Most part of the bishops, abbots, and great lords of the land have houses there, whereunto they resort, and bestow much when they are called to Parliament by the king, or to council by their metropolitan, or otherwise by their private business. Thus far Fitzstephen, of the estate of things in his time, whereunto may be added the present, by conference whereof the alteration will easily appear. Men of trades and sellers of wares in this city have oftentimes since changed their places, as they have found their best advantage. For whereas mercers and haberdashers used to keep their shops in West Cheap, of later time they held them on London Bridge, where partly they yet remain. The goldsmiths of Guthrun's Lane and Old Exchange are now for the most part removed into the south side of West Cheap. The pepperers and grocers of Soper's Lane are now in Bucklersbury, and other places dispersed. The drapers of Lombard Street and of Cornehill are seated in Candlewick Street and Watling Street, the skinners from St. Marie Pelipers or at the Axe into Budge Row and Walbrook, the stock fishmongers in Thames Street, wet fishmongers in Knightriders Street and Bridge Street, the ironmongers of Ironmongers, Lane and Old Jury into Thames Street, the vintners from the Vinetree into divers places. But the brewers for the more part remain near to the friendly water of Thames, the butchers in Eastcheap, St. Nicholas Shambles, and the Stocks Market. The hosiers of old time in Hosier Lane, near unto Smithfield, are since removed into Cordwainer Street, the upper part thereof by Bow Church, and last of all into Birchivarus Lane by Cornehill. The shoemakers and curriers of Cordwainer Street removed the one to St. Martin's le Grand, the other to London Wall near unto Murrogate. The founders remain by themselves in Lothbury, cooks or pastellers, for the more part in Thames Street, the other dispersed into divers parts. Poulters of late removed out of the poultry, betwixt the stocks and the great conduit in Cheap, into Grass Street and St. Nicholas Shambles. Bowyers, from Bowyers Row by Ludgate into divers places, and almost worn out with the Fletchers. Paternoster makers of old time, or bead makers and textriters, are gone out of Paternoster Row, and are called stationers of Paul's Churchyard. Pat makers, of St. Margaret Patton's Lane, clean worn out. Labourers every work-day are to be found in Cheap, about Soper's Land End. Horse coursers and sellers of oxen, sheep, swine, and such like, remain in their old market of Smithfield, etc. That merchants of all nations had their quays and wharfs at this city, whereunto they brought their merchandises before and in the reign of Henry Roman II. Mine author wrote of his own knowledge to be true, though for the antiquity of the city he took the common opinion. Also that this city was in his time and afore divided into wards, had yearly sheriffs, aldermen, general courts, and assemblies, and such like notes by him set down, in commendation of the citizens, whereof there is no question. He wrote likewise of his own experience, as being born and brought up amongst them. And to confirm his opinion, concerning merchandises then hither transported, whereof happily may be some argument, Thomas Clifford, before Fitzstephen's time, writing of Edward the Confessor, saith to this effect: King Edward, intending to make his sepulchre at Westminster, for that it was near to the famous city of London, and the river of Thames, that brought in all kind of merchandises from all parts of the world, etc., and William of Malmesbury, that lived in the reign of William I and Roman II. Henry I and King Stephen calleth this a noble city, full of wealthy citizens, frequented with the trade of merchandises from all parts of the world. Also I read, in divers records, that of old time no woad was stowed or harboured in this city, but all was presently sold in the ships, except by licence purchased of the sheriffs, till of more later time. To wit, in the year 1236, Andrew Bokrell, being mayor, by assent of the principal citizens, the merchants of Amiens, Neil, and Corby, purchased letters ensealed with the common seal of the city, that they when they come might harbour their woads, and therefore should give the mayor every year 50 marks sterling. And the same year they gave £100 towards the conveying of water from Tyburn to this city. Also the merchants of Normandy made fine for licence to harbour their woads till it was otherwise provided, in the year 1263, Thomas Fitz Thomas being mayor, etc., which proveth that then as afore they were here amongst other nations privileged. It followeth in Fitzstephen that the plagues of London in that time were immoderate quaffing among fools, and often casualties by fire. For the first to wit, of quaffing it continueth as afore, or rather is mightily increased, though greatly qualified among the poorer sort, not of any holy abstinence, but of mere necessity, ale and beer being small, and wines in price above their reach. As for prevention of casualties by fire, the houses in this city being then built all of timber, and covered with thatch of straw or reed, it was long since thought good policy in our forefathers wisely to provide, namely, in the year of Christ 1189, the first of Richard I, Henry Fitzalwyn being then mayor, that all men in the city should build their houses of stone up to a certain height, and to cover them with slate or baked tile. Since which time, thanks be given to God, there hath not happened the like often consuming fires in this city as afore. But now in our time, instead of these enormities, others are come in place no less meet to be reformed, namely, perpestures or encroachments on the highways, lanes, and common grounds, in and about the city, whereof a learned gentleman and grave citizen hath not many years since written and exhibited a book to the mayor and commonalty. Which book, whether the same have been by them read and diligently considered upon, I know not, but sure I am nothing is reformed since concerning this matter. Then the number of cars, drays, carts, and coaches, more than hath been accustomed, the streets and lanes being straitened, must needs be dangerous, as daily experience proveth. The coachman rides behind the horsetails, lasheth them, and looketh not behind him. The drayman sitteth and sleepeth on his dray, and letteth his horse lead him home. I know that, by the good laws and customs of this city, shod carts are forbidden to enter the same, except upon reasonable cause, as service of the prince, or such like, they be tolerated. Also that the fore-horse of every carriage should be lead by hand, but these good orders are not observed. Of old time coaches were not known in this island, but chariots or whirlicoats, then so called, and they only used of princes or great estates, such as had their footmen about them. And for example to note, I read that Richard Roman II, being threatened by the rebels of Kent, rode from the Tower of London to the Mile's End, and with him his mother, because she was sick and weak, in a whirlicoat, the Earls of Buckingham, Kent, Warwick, and Oxford, Sir Thomas Percy, Sir Robert Knowles, the Mayor of London, Sir Aubrey de Vere, that bare the king's sword, with other knights and esquires attending on horseback. But in the next year, the said King Richard took to wife Anne, daughter to the King of Bohemia, that first brought hither the riding upon side saddles. And so was the riding in whirlicoats and chariots forsaken, except at coronations and such like spectacles. But now of late years the use of coaches, brought out of Germany, is taken up, and made so common, as there is neither distinction of time nor difference of persons observed. For the world runs on wheels, with many whose parents were glad to go on foot. Last of all, mine author in this chapter hath these words: most part of the bishops, abbots, and great lords of the land, as if they were citizens and freemen of London, had many fair houses to resort unto, and many rich and wealthy gentlemen spent their money there. And in another place he hath these words: every Sunday in Lent a fresh company of young men comes into the fields on horseback, and the best horseman conducteth the rest. Then march forth the citizens' sons, and other young men, with disarmed lances and shields, and practice feats of war. Many courtiers likewise and attendants of noblemen repair to this exercise, and whilst the hope of victory doth inflame their minds, they do show good proof how serviceable they would be in martial affairs, etc. Again he saith, this city in the troublesome time of King Stephen showed at a muster 20,000 armed horsemen and 40,000 footmen, serviceable for the wars, etc. All which sayings of the said author, well considered, do plainly prove that in those days the inhabitants and repairers to this city, of what estate soever, spiritual or temporal, having houses here, lived together in good amity with the citizens, every man observing the customs and orders of the city. And those to be contributory to charges here, rather than in any part of the land wheresoever. This city, being the heart of the realm, the king's chamber and prince's seat, whereunto they made repair, and showed their forces, both of horses and of men, which caused in troublesome time, as of King Stephen, the musters of this city to be so great in number. And here, to touch somewhat of greater families and households kept in former times by noblemen, and great estates of this realm, according to their honors or dignities, I have seen an account made by H. Leicester, coffer to Thomas Earl of Lancaster, for one whole year's expenses in the Earl's house, from the day next after Michaelmas, in the 7th year of Edward Roman II, until Michaelmas in the 8th year of the same king, amounting to the sum of 7957 pounds. 4 pounds 1 2d, as followeth. To wit, in the pantry, buttery, and kitchen, 3,405 pounds, etc. For 184 tons, 1 pipe of red or claret wine, and 1 ton of white wine bought for the house, 104 pounds 17s. 6d. For grocery ware, 180 pounds. For 6 barrels of sturgeon, 19 pounds. For 6,800 stock fishes, so called for dried fishes of all sorts, as lings, habardines, and other, 41 pounds. 7d. For 1,714 pounds of wax, with vermilion and turpentine to make red wax, 314 pounds. 414d. For 2,319 pounds of tallow candles for the household, and 1,870 of lights for Paris candles, called perchures, 31 pounds 14s. 3d. Expenses on the Earl's great horses, and the keeper's wages, 486 pounds. 3-1/4d. Linen cloth for the Earl and his chaplains, and for the pantry, 4317s. For 129 dozen of parchment, with ink, 48 pounds. 3-1/4d. Sum, 5,230 pounds 17s. 714d. Item for 2 cloths of scarlet for the Earl against Christmas, 1 cloth of russet for the Bishop of Anjou, 70 cloths of blue for the knights, as they were then termed, 15 cloths of medley for the lords, clerks, 28 cloths for the esquires, 15 cloths for officers, 19 cloths for grooms, 5 cloths for archers, 4 cloths for minstrels and carpenters, with the sharing and carriage for the Earl's liveries at Christmas, 460 pounds. Item for 7 furs of variable miniver, or powdered ermine, 7 hoods of purple, 395 furs of budge for the liveries of barons, knights, and clerks, 123 furs of lamb for esquires, bought at Christmas, 147 pounds. 8d pounds. Item 65 cloths, saffron color, for the barons and knights in summer, 12 red cloths, mixed, for clerks, 26 cloths, ray for esquires, 1 cloth, ray, for officers' coats in summer, and 4 cloths, ray, for carpets in the hall, for 345 pounds. 8d pounds. Item 100 pieces of green silk for the knights, 14 budge furs for surcoats, 13 hoods of budge for clerks, and 75 furs of lambs for the lords' liveries in summer, with canvas and cords to truss them, 7219 pounds. Item saddles for the lords' liveries in summer, 51 pounds. 8d pounds. Item 1 saddle for the Earl of the Prince's arms, 40s. Sum 1,079 pounds 18s. 3d. Item for things bought, whereof cannot be read in my note, 241 pounds. 1-1/4d. For horses lost in service of the Earl, 86 pounds. 8d pounds. Fees paid to earls, barons, knights, and esquires, 623 pounds. 5d pounds. In gifts to knights of France, the Queen of England's nurses, to the Countess of Warren, esquires, minstrels, messengers, and riders, 9214s. Item 168 yards of russet cloth and 24 coats for poor men, with money given to the poor on Maundy Thursday, 816 pounds. 7d. Item, 24 silver dishes, so many saucers and so many cups for the buttery, 1 pair of paternosters and 1 silver coffin bought this year, 103.5 pounds. 6d pounds. To divers messengers about the Earl's business, 34.19 pounds. 8d pounds. In the Earl's chamber, 5 pounds. To divers men for the Earl's old debts, 88.16 pounds. Minus 34d. Sum 12.077 pounds. 11.34d. The expenses of the Countess at Pickering for the time of this account, as in the pantry, buttery, kitchen, and other places, concerning these offices, 285.13 pounds. Minus 12d. In wine, wax, spices, cloths, furs, and other things for the Countess, wardrobe, 154.7 pounds. For 12d. Sum 439.8 pounds. 6 pounds 14d. Sum total of the whole expenses, 79.5713 pounds. 4 pounds 12d. Thus much for this Earl of Lancaster. More I read, that in the 14th of the same Edward Roman II, Hugh Spencer the elder, condemned by the commonalty, was banished the realm, at which time it was found by inquisition that the said Spencer had in sundry shires 59 manors. He had 28,000 sheep, 1,000 oxen and steers, 1,200 kine with their calves, 40 mares with their colts, 160 drawing horses, 2,000 hogs, 300 bullocks, 40 tons of wine, 600 bacons, 80 carcasses of Martelmas beef, 600 muttons and larder, 10 tons of cider. His armor, plate, jewels, and ready money, better than 10,000 pounds, 30 pounds 6 sacks of wool, and a library of books. Thus much the record, which provision for household showeth a great family there to be kept. Nearer to our time, I read, in the 36th of Henry Roman VI, that the greater estates of the realm being called up to London, the Earl of Salisbury came with 500 men on horseback, and was lodged in the Herber. Richard, Duke of York, with 400 men, lodged at Baynard's Castle. The Dukes of Exeter and Somerset, with 800 men. The Earl of Northumberland, the Lord Egremont, and the Lord Clifford, with 1,500 men. Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, with 600 men, all in red jackets, embroidered with ragged staves before and behind, and was lodged in Warwick Lane, in whose house there was oftentimes 6 oxen eaten at a breakfast, and every tavern was full of his meat. For he that had any acquaintance in that house might have there so much of sodden and roast meat as he could prick and carry upon a long dagger. Richard Redman, Bishop of Ely, 1500, the 17th of Henry Roman VII. Besides his great family, housekeeping, alms dish, and relief to the poor, wheresoever he was lodged. In his travelling, when at his coming or going to or from any town, the bells being rung, all the poor would come together, to whom he gave every 1 6d at the least. And now to note of our own time somewhat. Omitting in this place Thomas Wolsey, Archbishop of York, and Cardinal, I refer the reader to my annals, where I have set down the order of his house and household, passing all other subjects of his time. His servants, daily attending in his house, were near about 400, omitting his servants, which were many. Nicholas West, Bishop of Ely, in the year 1532, kept continually in his house 100 servants, giving to the one half of them 53s. 4d, the piece yearly, to the other half each 40s. The piece, to every one for his winter gown 4 yards of broadcloth, and for his summer coat 3 yards and a half, he daily gave at his gates, besides bread and drink, warm meat to 200 poor people. The housekeeping of Edward, late Earl of Derby, is not to be forgotten, who had 220 men in check roll. His feeding aged persons twice every day, 60 and odd, besides all comers, thrice a week, appointed for his dealing days, and every Good Friday 2,700, with meat, drink, and money. Thomas Audley, Lord Chancellor, his family of gentlemen before him, in coats guarded with velvet and chains of gold. His yeomen after him in the same livery, not guarded. William Powlett, Lord Great Master, Marquis of Winchester, kept the like number of gentlemen and yeomen in a livery of reading tawny, and great relief at his gate. Thomas Lord Cromwell, Earl of Essex, kept the like or greater number in a livery of grey marble. The gentlemen guarded with velvet, the yeomen with the same cloth, yet their skirts large enough for their friends to sit upon them. Edward, Duke of Somerset, was not inferior in keeping a number of tall and comely gentlemen and yeomen, though his house was then in building, and most of his men were lodged abroad. The late Earl of Oxford, father to him that now liveth, hath been noted within these 40 years to have ridden into this city, and so to his house by London Stone, with 80 gentlemen in a livery of reading tawny, and chains of gold about their necks, before him, and 100 tall yeomen, in the like livery, to follow him without chains, but all having his cognizance of the blue boar embroidered on their left shoulder. Footnotes. Thus Lydgate, in his Ballad of London Lackpenny. Then to the cheap eye began me drawn, where much people I saw for to stand. One offered me velvet, silk, and lawn, and other he taketh me by the hand. Here is Perry's thread the finest in the land, etc. The cooks in Lydgate's time, as we learn from the same ballad, resided chiefly in Eastcheap. Then I hide me into Eastcheap, one cries ribs of buffet, and many a pie, pewter pots they clattered on a heap there was harp, pipe, and minstrelsy, etc. Pater Noster bead makers and text writers are gone out of Paternoster Row into stationers of Paul's Churchyard. First edition p. 63. Thomas Clifford. Liber Constitutionis, Liber Horn, Liber Clerkenwell. W. Patten. Liber Esmeriaborum. Carts shod or bound with iron. Caracti ferro ligati are mentioned in the Liber Garderabi, Edwa. I. W. Fitzstephen. There are few documents calculated to throw greater light upon the social and domestic life of our ancestors than their household books. Stow has here set an example, which has of late years been followed to a great extent. The Liber Garderabi, Edwa. I, published by the Society of Antiquaries in 1787, the Northumberland Household Book, the Privy Purse Expenses of Henry Roman VIII, the Privy Purse Expenses of the Princess Mary, etc. And lastly, the handsome volume, printed for the Roxburgh Club by Beriah Botfield, Esquire, MP, containing the household book of the Countess of Leicester, wife of Simon de Montfort, and that of Sir John Howard, afterwards Duke of Norfolk, in the reign of Richard Roman III. Afford views of ancient manners and illustrations of olden customs, which would be sought for in vain in works of a graver character. Record of Pontefract, as I could obtain of M. Cudner, Stow. Northern russet, half a yard and half a quarter broad, I have seen sold for 4d. the yard, and was good cloth of a mingled colour. Stow. Rob Fabian, manuscript. Liber Ely. Of charitable alms in old times given. These, as all other of their times, gave great relief to the poor. I myself, in that declining time of charity, have oft seen at the Lord Cromwell's gate in London more than 200 persons served twice every day with bread, meat, and drink sufficient. For he observed that ancient and charitable custom, as all prelates, noblemen, or men of honor and worship, his predecessors, had done before him. Whereof somewhat to note, for example, venerable Bede writeth, that prelates of his time having peradventure but wooden churches, had notwithstanding on their board at their meals one alms dish, into the which was carved some good portion of meat out of every other dish brought to their table. All which was given to the poor, besides the fragments left, insomuch as in a hard time, a poor prelate wanting victuals, hath caused his alms dish, being silver, to be divided among the poor, therewith to shift as they could, till God should send them better store. Such a prelate was Ethelwold, Bishop of Winchester, in the reign of King Edgar, about the year of Christ 963. He in a great famine sold away all the sacred vessels of his church for to relieve the almost starved people, saying that there was no reason that the senseless temples of God should abound in riches, and lively temples of the Holy Ghost to lack it. Walter de Suffolda, Bishop of Norwich, was of the like mind. About the year 1245, in a time of great dearth, he sold all his plate, and distributed it to the poor every pennyworth. Robert Winchelsea, Archbishop of Canterbury, about the year 1293, besides the daily fragments of his house, gave every Friday and Sunday, unto every beggar that came to his gate, a loaf of bread sufficient for that day, and there more usually every such alms day in time of dearth to the number of 5,000, and otherwise 4,000 at the least. More, he used every great festival day to give 150 pence to so many poor people, to send daily meat, bread, and drink, to such as by age or sickness were not able to fetch his alms, and to send meat, money, and apparel to such as he thought needed it. I read in 1171 that Henry Roman II, after his return into England, did penance for the slaughter of Thomas Becket, of whom, a sore dearth increasing, 10,000 persons from the 1st of April till new corn was inned were daily fed and sustained. More, I find recorded that in the year 1236, the 20th of Henry Roman III, William de Haverhill, the king's treasurer, was commanded that upon the day of the circumcision of our Lord, 6,000 poor people should be fed at Westminster, for the state of the king, queen, and their children. The like commandment the said King Henry gave to Hugh Gifford and William Brown, that upon Friday next after the Epiphany, they should cause to be fed in the great hall at Windsor, at a good fire, all the poor and needy children that could be found, and the king's children being weighed and measured, their weight and measure to be distributed for their good estates. These few examples for charity of kings may suffice. I read, in the reign of Edward Roman III, that Richard de Bury, Bishop of Durham, did weekly bestow for the relief of the poor 8 quarters of wheat made into bread, besides his alms dish, fragments of his house, and great sums of money given to the poor when he journeyed. And that these alms dishes were as well used at the tables of noblemen as of the prelates, one note may suffice in this place. I read in the year 1452 that Richard, Duke of York, then claiming the crown, the Lord Rivers should have passed the sea about the king's business, but staying at Plymouth till his money was spent, and then sending for more, the Duke of Somerset sent him the image of St. George in silver and gold, to be sold with the alms dish of the Duke of Gloucester, which was also of great price, for coin had they none. To end of orders and customs in this city, also of great families kept by honorable persons thither repairing, and of charitable alms of old times given, I say, for conclusion, that all noble persons, and other of honor and worship, in former times lodging in the city or liberties thereof, did without grudging bear their parts in charges with the citizens, according to their estimated estates, as I have before said, and could prove by examples. But let men call to mind Sir Thomas Cromwell, then Lord Privy Seal and Vicar General, lying in the city of London. He bare his charges to the great muster there in A.D. 1539. He sent his men in great number to the Mile's End, and after them their armor in cars, with their coats of white cloth, the arms of this city, to wit, a red cross and a sword on the breast and back. Which armor and coats they wear amongst the citizens, without any difference, and marched through the city to Westminster. Footnotes: every livery coat had 3 yards of broad cloth stow. Pater de Ioham. Record of the Tower. Sports and pastimes of old time used in the city. Let us now, saith Fitzstephen, come to the sports and pastimes, seeing it is fit that a city should not only be commodious and serious, but also merry and sportful. Whereupon in the seals of the popes, until the time of Pope Leo, on the one side was St. Peter fishing, with a key over him, reached as it were by the hand of God out of heaven, and about it this verse: Tu promi navum liquisti, suscipe clavum. And on the other side was a city, and this inscription on it, Aurea Roma. Likewise to the praise of Augustus Caesar, and the city, in respect of the shows and sports, was written: Noct pluit tota, redunt spectacula main, etc. All night it rains, and shows at morrow tide return again, and Caesar with almighty Jove hath matched an equal reign. But London, for the shows upon theatres and comical pastimes, hath holy plays, representations of miracles, which holy confessors have wrought, or representations of torments wherein the constancy of martyrs appeared. Every year also at Shrove Tuesday, that we may begin with children's sports, seeing we all have been children, the schoolboys do bring cocks of the game to their master, and all the forenoon they delight themselves in cock-fighting. After dinner, all the youths go into the fields to play at the ball. The scholars of every school have their ball or baston in their hands. The ancient and wealthy men of the city come forth on horseback to see the sport of the young men, and to take part of the pleasure in beholding their agility. Every Friday in Lent, a fresh company of young men comes into the field on horseback, and the best horseman conducteth the rest. Then march forth the citizens, sons, and other young men, with disarmed lances and shields, and there they practice feats of war. Many courtiers likewise, when the king lieth near, and attendants of noblemen, do repair to these exercises. and while the hope of victory doth inflame their minds, do show good proof how serviceable they would be in martial affairs. In Easter holidays they fight battles on the water. A shield is hung upon a pole, fixed in the midst of the stream, a boat is prepared without oars, to be carried by violence of the water, and in the forepart thereof standeth a young man, ready to give charge upon the shield with his lance. If so be he breaketh his lance against the shield, and doth not fall, he is thought to have performed a worthy deed. If so be, without breaking his lance, he runneth strongly against the shield, down he falleth into the water, for the boat is violently forced with the tide. But on each side of the shield ride 2 boats, furnished with young men, which recover him that falleth as soon as they may. Upon the bridge, wharfs, and houses, by the river's side, stand great numbers to see and laugh thereat. In the holidays all the summer the youths are exercised in leaping, dancing, shooting, wrestling, casting the stone, and practicing their shields. The maidens trip in their timbrels, and dance as long as they can well see. In winter, every holiday before dinner, the boars prepared for brawn are set to fight, or else bulls and bears are baited. When the great fen, or moor, which watereth the walls of the city on the north side, is frozen, many young men play upon the ice. Some, striding as wide as they may, do slide swiftly. Others make themselves seats of ice as great as millstones. One sits down, many hand in hand do draw him, and one slipping on a sudden, all fall together. Some tie bones to their feet and under their heels. And shoving themselves by a little picked staff, do slide as swiftly as a bird flieth in the air, or an arrow out of a crossbow. Sometime 2 run together with poles, and hitting one the other, either one or both do fall, not without hurt. Some break their arms, some their legs, but youth desirous of glory in this sort exerciseth itself against the time of war. Many of the citizens do delight themselves in hawks and hounds, for they have liberty of hunting in Middlesex, Hertfordshire, all Chiltron, and in Kent to the water of Cray. Thus far Fitzstephen of sports. These, or the like exercises, have been continued till our time, namely, in stage plays, whereof you may read in Anno 1391, a play by the parish clerks of London at the Skinners well beside Smithfield, which continued 3 days together, the king, queen, and nobles of the realm being present. And of another, in the year 1409, which lasted 8 days, and was of matter from the creation of the world, where it was present most part of the nobility and gentry of England. Of late time, in place of those stage plays, hath been used comedies, tragedies, interludes, and histories, both true and feigned, for the acting whereof certain public places have been erected. Also cocks of the game are yet cherished by divers men for their pleasures, much money being laid on their heads when they fight in pits, whereof some be costly made for that purpose. The ball is used by noblemen and gentlemen in tennis courts, and by people of meaner sort in the open fields and streets. The marching forth of citizens, sons, and other young men on horseback with disarmed lances and shields, there to practice feats of war, man against man, hath long since been left off. But in their stead they have used on horseback to run at a dead mark, called a quinton. For note whereof I read, that in the year of Christ 1253, the 38th of Henry Roman III, the youthful citizens, for an exercise of their activity, set forth a game to run at the quint. And whoever did best should have a peacock, which they had prepared as a prize. Certain of the king's servants, because the court lay then at Westminster, came, as it were, in spite of the citizens, to that game, and giving reproachful names to the Londoners, which for the dignity of the city and ancient privilege which they ought to have enjoyed, were called barons, the said Londoners, not able to bear so to be misused, fell upon the king's servants, and beat them shrewdly, so that upon complaint to the king, he fined the citizens to pay 1,000 marks. This exercise of running at the quint was practiced by the youthful citizens as well in summer as in winter. Namely, in the feast of Christmas, I have seen a quinton set upon Cornehill, by the leaden hall, where the attendants on the lords of merry disports have run, and made great pastime. For he that hit not the broad end of the quinton was of all men laughed to scorn, and he that hit it full, if he rid not the faster, had a sound blow in his neck with a bag full of sand hung on the other end. I have also in the summer season seen some upon the river of Thames rowed in wherries, with staves in their hands, flat at the fore end, running one against another, and for the most part, one or both overthrown and well ducked. On the holy days in summer the youths of the city have in the field exercised themselves in leaping, dancing, shooting, wrestling, casting of the stone or ball, etc. And for defense and use of the weapon, there is a special profession of men that teach it. You may read in mine annals how that in the year 1222 the citizens kept games of defense, and wrestlings near unto the hospital of St. Giles in the Field, where they challenged, and had the mastery of the men in the suburbs and other commoners, etc. Also, in the year 1453, of a tumult made against the mayor at the wrestling besides Clerkswell, etc., which is sufficient to prove that of old time the exercising of wrestling, and such like, hath been much more used than of later years. The youths of this city also have used on holy days after evening prayer, at their masters' doors, to exercise their wasters and bucklers. And the maidens, one of them playing on a timbrel, in sight of their masters and dames, to dance for garlands hung athwart the streets, which open pastimes in my youth being now suppressed, worse practices within doors are to be feared. As for the baiting of bulls and bears, they are to this day much frequented, namely, in bear gardens, on the bank side, wherein be prepared scaffolds for beholders to stand upon. Sliding upon the ice is now but children's play, but in hawking and hunting many grave citizens at this present have great delight, and do rather want leisure than good will to follow it. Of triumphant shows made by the citizens of London, ye may read in the year 1236, the 20th of Henry Roman III. Andrew Bokwell then being mayor, how Helioner, daughter to Raymond, Earl of Provence, riding through the city towards Westminster, there to be crowned Queen of England, the city was adorned with silks, and in the night with lamps, cressets, and other lights without number, besides many pageants and strange devices there presented. The citizens also rode to meet the king and queen, clothed in long garments embroidered about with gold, and silks of divers colors, their horses gallantly trapped to the number of 360, every man bearing a cup of gold or silver in his hand, and the king's trumpeters sounding before them. These citizens did minister wine, as bottlers, which is their service, at their coronation. More in the year 1293, for victory obtained by Edward I against the Scots, every citizen, according to their several trade, made their several show, but especially the fishmongers, which in a solemn procession passed through the city, having, amongst other pageants and shows, 4 sturgeons gilt carried on 4 horses, then 4 salmons of silver on 4 horses, and after them 46 armed knights riding on horses made like luces of the sea. And then one representing Saint Magnus, because it was upon Saint Magnus' day, with 1,000 horsemen, etc. One other show in the year 1377 made by the citizens for disport of the young prince, Richard, son to the Black Prince, in the feast of Christmas, in this manner. On the Sunday before Candlemas in the night, 130 citizens, disguised and well-horsed, in a mummery with sound of trumpets, sackbuts, cornets, shalmes, and other minstrels, and innumerable torchlights of wax, rode from Newgate, through Cheap, over the bridge, through Southwark, and so to Kennington beside Lambeth, where the young prince remained with his mother, and the Duke of Lancaster his uncle, the Earls of Cambridge, Hertford, Warwick, and Suffolk, with divers other lords. In the first rank did ride 48 in the likeness and habit of esquires, 2 and 2 together, clothed in red coats and gowns of say or sandal, with comely visors on their faces. After them came riding 48 knights in the same livery of color and stuff. Then followed one richly arrayed like an emperor. And after him some distance, one stately attired like a pope, whom followed 24 cardinals, and after them 8 or 10 with black visors, not amiable, as if they had been legates from some foreign princes. These maskers, after they had entered Kennington, alighted from their horses, and entered the hall on foot, which done, the prince, his mother, and the lords came out of the chamber into the hall, whom the said mummers did salute, showing by a pair of dice upon the table their desire to play with the prince, which they so handled that the prince did always win when he cast them. Then the mummers set to the prince 3 jewels, one after another, which were a bowl of gold, a cup of gold, and a ring of gold, which the prince won at 3 casts. Then they set to the prince's mother, the duke, the earls, and other lords, to every one a ring of gold, which they did also win. After which they were feasted, and the music sounded. The prince and lords danced on the one part with the mummers, which did also dance. Which jollity being ended, they were again made to drink, and then departed in order as they came. The like was in Henry Roman IV. In the second of his reign, he then keeping his Christmas at Eltham, 12 aldermen of London and their sons rode in a mumming, and had great thanks. Thus much for sportful shows and triumphs may suffice. Now for sports and pastimes yearly used. First, in the feast of Christmas, there was in the king's house, wheresoever he was lodged, a lord of misrule or master of merry disports, and the like had ye in the house of every nobleman of honor or good worship, were he spiritual or temporal. Amongst the which the mayor of London and either of the sheriffs had their several lords of misrule, ever contending, without quarrel or offence, who should make the rarest pastimes to delight the beholders. These lords, beginning their rule on Allhallown Eve, continued the same till the morrow after the feast of the Purification, commonly called Candlemas Day. In all which space there were fine and subtle disguisings, masks, and mummeries, with playing at cards for counters, nails, and points in every house, more for pastime than for gain. Against the feast of Christmas every man's house, as also the parish churches, were decked with home, ivy, bays, and whatsoever the season of the year afforded to be green. The conduits and standards in the streets were likewise garnished. Amongst the which I read, in the year 1444, that by tempest of thunder and lightning, on the 1st of February, at night, Powell's steeple was fired, but with great labour quenched. And towards the morning of Candlemas Day, at the Leaden Hall in Cornhill, a standard of tree being set up in midst of the pavement, fast in the ground, nailed full of home and ivy, for disport of Christmas to the people, was torn up, and cast down by the malignant spirit, as was thought. And the stones of the pavement all about were cast in the streets, and into divers houses, so that the people were sore aghast of the great tempests. In the week before Easter had ye great shows made for the fetching in of a twisted tree, or with, as they termed it, out of the woods into the king's house, and the like into every man's house of honor or worship. In the month of May, namely, on May Day in the morning, every man, except impediment, would walk into the sweet meadows and green woods, there to rejoice their spirits with the beauty and savour of sweet flowers, and with the harmony of birds, praising God and their kind. And for example hereof, Edward Hall hath noted that King Henry Roman VIII, as in the 3rd of his reign, and divers other years, so namely in the 7th of his reign on May Day in the morning, with Queen Catherine his wife, accompanied with many lords and ladies, rode a-maying from Greenwich to the high ground of Shooter's Hill, where, as they passed by the way, they espied a company of tall yeomen, clothed all in green, with green hoods, and bows and arrows to the number of 200. One being their chieftain was called Robin Hood, who required the king and his company to stay and see his men shoot. Whereunto the king granting, Robin Hood whistled, and all the 200 archers shot off, loosing all at once. And when he whistled again, they likewise shot again. Their arrows whistled by craft of the head, so that the noise was strange and loud, which greatly delighted the king, queen, and their company. Moreover, this Robin Hood desired the king and queen, with their retinue, to enter the green wood, where, in harbours made of boughs and decked with flowers, they were set and served plentifully with venison and wine by Robin Hood and his men, to their great contentment, and had other pageants and pastimes, as ye may read in my said author. I find also, that in the month of May, the citizens of London of all estates, lightly in every parish, or sometimes 2 or 3 parishes joining together, had their several mayings, and did fetch in maypoles with divers warlike shows, with good archers, morris dancers, and other devices, for pastime all the day long. And toward the evening they had stage plays and bonfires in the streets. Of these mayings we read in the reign of Henry Roman VI, that the aldermen and sheriffs of London, being on May Day at the Bishop of London's Wood in the parish of Stebenheath, and having there a worshipful dinner for themselves and other commoners, Lydgate the poet, that was a monk of Bury, sent to them, by a pursuivant, a joyful commendation of that season, containing 16 staves of metre royal, beginning thus: Mighty Flora, goddess of fresh flowers, which clothed hath the soil in lusty green, made buds spring with her sweet showers, by the influence of the sun shine, to doe pleasance of intent full clean unto the states which now sit here, hath veer down sent her own daughter dear. Making the virtue that dared in the root called of Clarke's the virtue vegetable, for to transcend most wholesome and most soot, into the crop this season so agreeable, the balmy liquor is so commendable, that it rejoiceth with his fresh moisture man, beast, and fowl, and every creature, etc. These great mayings and May-games, made by the governors and masters of the city, with the triumphant setting up of the great shaft, a principal maypole in Cornehill before the parish church of St. Andrew, therefore called Undershaft, by means of an insurrection of youths against aliens on May Day, 1517, the 9th of Henry Roman VIII. Have not been so freely used as afore, and therefore I leave them, and will somewhat touch of watches, as also of shows in the night. Footnotes. As the Theatre the Curtain, etc. First edition. Matthew Paris. The Bear Garden on the Bankside is not mentioned in the first edition. Matthew Paris. In the edition of Brand's Popular Antiquities, edited by Sir Henry Ellis, volume I 272-270, 8, will be found a very large and curious collection of materials illustrative of this ancient custom. Stepney. Of watches in the city and other matters commanded, and the cause why. William Conqueror commanded that in every town and village a bell should be nightly rung at 8 o'clock, and that all people should then put out their fire and candle and take their rest, which order was observed through this realm during his reign and the reign of William Rufus. But Henry I, restoring to his subjects the use of fire and lights, as afore, it followeth, by reason of wars within the realm, that many men also gave themselves to robbery and murders in the night. For example, whereof in this city Roger Hoveden writeth thus. In the year 1175, council was kept at Nottingham. In time of which council a brother of the Earl Ferrers being in the night privily slain at London, and thrown out of his inn into the dirty street, when the king understood thereof, he swore that he would be avenged on the citizens. For it was then, saith mine author, a common practice in the city, that 100 or more in a company, young and old, would make nightly invasions upon houses of the wealthy, to the intent to rob them. And if they found any man stirring in the city within the night that were not of their crew, they would presently murder him, insomuch that when night was come no man durst adventure to walk in the streets. When this had continued long, it fortuned that as a crew of young and wealthy citizens, assembling together in the night, assaulted a stone house of a certain rich man, and breaking through the wall, the good man of that house, having prepared himself with others in a corner, when he perceived one of the thieves named Andrew Buckwint to lead the way, with a burning brand in the one hand and a pot of coals in the other, which he essayed to kindle with the brand, he flew upon him, and smote off his right hand. And then with a loud voice cried, Thieves! At the hearing whereof the thieves took their flight, all saving he that had lost his hand, whom the good man in the next morning delivered to Richard de Lucy, the king's justice. This thief, upon warrant of his life, appeached his confederates, of whom many were taken, and many were fled. Among the rest that were apprehended, a certain citizen of great countenance, credit, and wealth, named John Senex, who forasmuch as he could not acquit himself by the water dome, as that law was then, he offered to the king 500 pounds of silver for his life. But forasmuch as he was condemned by judgment of the water, the king would not take the offer, but commanded him to be hanged on the gallows, which was done. And then the city became more quiet for a long time after. But for a full remedy of enormities in the night I read, that in the year 1253, Henry Roman III commanded watches in the cities and borough towns to be kept, for the better observing of peace and quietness amongst his people. And further, by the advice of them of Savoy, he ordained that if any man chanced to be robbed, or by any means damnified by any thief or robber, he to whom the charge of keeping that country, city, or borough chiefly appertained where the robbery was done, should competently restore the loss. And this was after the use of Savoy, but yet thought more hard to be observed here than in those parts. And therefore, leaving those laborious watches, I will speak of our pleasures and pastimes in watching by night. In the months of June and July, on the vigils of festival days, and on the same festival days in the evenings after the sun setting, there were usually made bonfires in the streets, every man bestowing wood or labor towards them. The wealthier sort also, before their doors near to the said bonfires, would set out tables on the vigils, furnished with sweet bread and good drink, and on the festival days with meats and drinks plentifully, whereunto they would invite their neighbors and passengers also to sit and be merry with them in great familiarity, praising God for his benefits bestowed on them. These were called bonfires, as well of good amity amongst neighbors that being before at controversy, were there, by the labor of others, reconciled and made of bitter enemies loving friends, and also for the virtue that a great fire hath to purge the infection of the air. on the vigil of St. John the Baptist, and on St. Peter and Paul the Apostles, every man's door being shadowed with green birch, long fennel, St. John's wort, orpin, white lilies, and such like, garnished upon with garlands of beautiful flowers, had also lamps of glass, with oil burning in them all the night. Some hung out branches of iron curiously wrought, containing hundreds of lamps alight at once, which made a goodly show, namely in New Fish Street, Thames Street, etc. Then had he besides the standing watches all in bright harness, in every ward and street of the city and suburbs, a marching watch that passed through the principal streets thereof, to wit, from the little Conduit by Paul's Gate to West Cheap, by the stocks through Cornhill, by Leadenhall to Aldgate, then back down Fenchurch Street, by Grass Church. About Grass Church Conduit, and up Grass Church Street into Cornhill, and through it into West Cheap again. The whole way for this marching watch extendeth to 3,200 tailors' yards of a size. For the furniture whereof with lights there were appointed 700 cressets, 500 of them being found by the companies, the other 200 by the Chamber of London. Besides the which lights every constable in London, in number more than 240, had his cresset. The charge of every cresset was in light 2 shillings and 4 pence, and every cresset had 2 men, one to bear or hold it, another to bear a bag with light, and to serve it, so that the poor men pertaining to the cressets, taking wages, besides that every one had a straw hat, with a badge painted, and his breakfast in the mornings amounted in number to almost 2,000. The marching watch contained in number about 2,000 men, part of them being old soldiers of skill, to be captains, lieutenants, sergeants, corporals, etc., whifflers, drummers, and fifes, standard and ensign bearers, sword players, trumpeters on horseback, demolances on great horses, gunners with hand-guns or half-hakes, archers in coats of white fustian, signed on the breast and back with the arms of the city, their bows bent in their hands, with sheaves of arrows by their sides. Pikemen in bright corslets, burgonets, etc., halberds, the like billmen in almain rivets, and aprons of mail in great number. There were also divers pageants, morris dancers, constables the one half, which was 120, on St. John's Eve, the other half on St. Peter's Eve, in bright harness, some overgilt, and every one a jornet of scarlet thereupon, and a chain of gold. His henchmen following him, his minstrels before him, and his cresset light passing by him, the waits of the city, the mayor's officers for his guard before him, all in a livery of worsted, or say jackets party-colored. The mayor himself well mounted on horseback, the sword-bearer before him in fair armor well mounted also, the mayor's footmen, and the like torch-bearers about him, henchmen twain upon great stirring horses, following him. The sheriffs' watches came one after the other in like order, but not so large in number as the mayor's. For where the mayor had besides his giant 3 pageants, each of the sheriffs had besides their giants but 2 pageants, each their morris dance and 1 henchman, their officers in jackets of worsted or say, party-colored, differing from the mayor's, and each from other, but having harnessed men a great many, etc. This midsummer watch was thus accustomed yearly, time out of mind, until the year 1539, the 31st of Henry Roman VIII. In which year, on the 8th of May, a great muster was made by the citizens at the mile's end, all in bright harness, with coats of white silk, or cloth and chains of gold, in 3 great battles, to the number of 15,000, which passed through London to Westminster, and so through the sanctuary, and round about the park of St. James, and returned home through Oldbourne. King Henry, then considering the great charges of the citizens for the furniture of this unusual muster, forbade the marching watch provided for at midsummer for that year, which being once laid down, was not raised again till the year 1548, the 2nd of Edward Roman VI. Sir John Gresham then being mayor, who caused the marching watch, both on the eve of St. John the Baptist and of St. Peter the Apostle, to be revived and set forth in as comely order as it hath been accustomed. Which watch was also beautified by the number of more than 300 demolances and light horsemen, prepared by the citizens to be sent into Scotland for the rescue of the town of Haddington, and others kept by the Englishmen. Since this mayor's time, the like marching watch in the city hath not been used, though some attempts have been made thereunto. As in the year 1585, a book was drawn by a grave citizen, and by him dedicated to Sir Thomas Pullison, then Lord Mayor, and his brethren the aldermen, containing the manner and order of a marching watch in the city upon the evens accustomed. In commendation whereof, namely, in times of peace to be used, he hath words to this effect. The artificers of sundry sorts were thereby well set a work. None but rich men charged, poor men helped, old soldiers, trumpeters, drummers, fifes, and ensign-bearers with such like men, meet for princes' service, kept in ure, wherein the safety and defence of every common weal consisteth. Armour and weapon being yearly occupied in this wise, the citizens had of their own readily prepared for any need. Whereas by intermission hereof, armourers are out of work, soldiers out of pay, weapons overgrown with foulness, few or none good being provided, etc. In the month of August, about the feast of St. Bartholomew the Apostle, before the Lord Mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs of London, placed in a large tent near unto Clerkenwell of old time, were divers days spent in the pastime of wrestling, where the officers of the city, namely, the sheriffs, sergeants, and yeomen, the porters of the king's beam or wayhouse, now no such men and other of the city, were challengers of all men in the suburbs, to wrestle for games appointed, and on other days. Before the said mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs, in Fensbury Field, to shoot the standard, broad arrow, and flight, for games. But now of late years the wrestling is only practiced on Bartholomew's Day in the afternoon, and the shooting some 3 or 4 days after, in one afternoon, and no more. What should I speak of the ancient daily exercises in the long bow by citizens of the city, now almost clean left off and forsaken? I overpass it. For by the mean of closing in the common grounds, our archers, for want of room to shoot abroad, creep into bowling alleys and ordinary dicing houses, nearer home, where they have room enough to hazard their money at unlawful games, and their eye leave them to take their pleasures. Footnotes. A paper by Mr. Saunders, in Knight's London, I 169, entitled The Old Springtime in London, forms a very agreeable commentary on this section of our author's work. Rich thieves most worthy to be hanged. The judgment of fire and water called Ordile was condemned by Pope Innocent Roman III, 1203, Decretal, Lib. 5 Stow. More than 240 constables in London, the one half of them each night went in the marching watch. The other half kept their standing watch in every street and lane stow. A large coat or cloak, from the French journeyed. See Roquefort's Glossaire SV. John Montgomery. Honor of citizens, and worthiness of men in the same. This city, saith Fitzstephen, is glorious in manhood, furnished with munitions, populous with inhabitants, insomuch that in the troublesome time of King Stephen it hath showed at a muster 20,000 armed horsemen and 70,000 footmen, serviceable for the wars. Moreover, saith he, the citizens of London, wheresoever they become, are notable before all other citizens in civility of manners, attire, table, and talk. The matrons of this city are the very modest Sabine ladies of Italy. The Londoners, sometime called Trinobantes, repelled Caesar, which always made his passage by shedding blood. Whereupon Lucan sung, Terita quicitus ostendit terga Britannies. The city of London hath bred some which have subdued many kingdoms, and also the Roman Empire. It hath also brought forth many others, whom virtue and valor hath highly advanced, according to Apollo in his oracle to Brute, sub occasu solis, etc. in the time of Christianity. It brought forth that noble emperor, Constantine, which gave the city of Rome and all the imperial ensigns to God, Saint Peter, and Pope Sylvester, choosing rather to be called a defender of the church than an emperor. And lest peace might be violated, and their eyes troubled by his presence, he retired from Rome and built the city of Constantinople. London also in late time hath brought forth famous kings, Maud the Empress, King Henry, son to Henry Roman II, and Thomas the Archbishop, etc. This Thomas, surnamed Becket, born in London, brought up in the Priory of Martin, student at Paris, became the sheriff's clerk of London for a time, then parson of St. Mary Hill, had a prebend at London, another at Lincoln, studied the law at Bonony, etc., was made Chancellor of England, and Archbishop of Canterbury, etc. Unto this might be added innumerable persons of honor, wisdom, and virtue, born in London. But of actions done by worthy citizens I will only note a few, and so to other matters. The citizens of London, time out of mind, founded an hospital of St. James in the Fields for leprous women of their city. In the year 1197, Walter Brune, a citizen of London, and Rosia, his wife, founded the Hospital of Our Lady, called Domus Dei, or St. Marie Spittle, without Bishopsgate of London. A house of such relief to the needy, that there was found standing at the surrender thereof 90 beds, well furnished for receipt of poor people. In the year 1216, the Londoners, sending out a navy, took 95 ships of pirates and sea robbers, besides innumerable others that they drowned, which had robbed on the river of Thames. In the year 1247, Simon Fitzmary, one of the sheriffs of London, founded the hospital of St. Mary called Bethlem, and without Bishopsgate. In the year 1283, Henry Wallace, then mayor, built the Tun upon Cornhill to be a prison for night walkers, and a market house called the Stocks, both for fish and flesh, standing in the midst of the city. He also built divers houses on the west and north side of Paul's churchyard, the profits of all which buildings are to the maintenance of London Bridge. In the year 1332, William Elsing, mercer of London, founded Elsing Spittal within Cripplegate, for sustentation of 100 poor blind men, and became himself the first prior of that hospital. Sir John Pulteney, draper, 4 times mayor, in 1337 built a fair chapel in Paul's church, wherein he was buried. He founded a college in the parish church of St. Lawrence, called Pulteney. He built the parish church called Little Hallows in Thames Street, the Carmelite Friars' Church in Coventry. He gave relief to prisoners in Newgate and in the Fleet, and 10 shillings a year to St. Giles' Hospital by Oldbourne forever, and other legacies long to rehearse. John Stow, vintner, mayor 1358, gave to the vintners all the quadrant wherein the vintners' hall now standeth, with all the tenements round about, from Stady's Lane, wherein is founded 13 alms houses for so many poor people, etc. Henry Picard, vintner, mayor 1357, in the year 1363, did in one day sumptuously feast Edward Roman III. King of England, John, King of France, David, King of Scots, the King of Cyprus, then all in England, Edward, Prince of Wales, with many other noblemen, and after kept his hall for all comers that were willing to play at dice and hazard. The Lady Margaret, his wife, kept her chamber to the same effect, etc. John Lofkin, fishmonger, 4 times mayor, 1367, built an hospital called Magdalen S. in Kingstone upon Thames, gave thereunto 9 tenements, 10 shops, 1 mill, 125 acres of land, 10 acres of meadow, 120 acres of pasture, etc. More in London, he built the fair parish church of St. Michael in Crooked Lane, and was there buried. John Barnes, mayor 1371, gave a chest with 3 locks and 1,000 marks therein, to be lent to young men upon sufficient pawn, and for the use thereof, to say de profundis or paternoster, and no more. He also was a great builder of St. Thomas Apostle's parish church, as appeareth by his arms there, both in stone and glass. In the year 1378, John Philpot, sometime mayor, hired with his own money 1,000 soldiers, and defended the realm from incursions of the enemy, so that in small time his hired men took John Mercer, a sea rover, with all his ships, which he before had taken from Scarborough, and 15 Spanish ships, laden with great riches. In the year 1380, Thomas of Woodstock, Thomas Percy, Hugh Calverley, Robert Knowles, and others, being sent with a great power to aid the Duke of Brighton, the said John Philpot hired ships for them of his own charges, and released the armor, which the soldiers had pawned for their battles, more than 1,000 in number. This most noble citizen, saith Thomas Walsingham, that had travailed for the commodity of the whole realm more than all other of his time, had often relieved the king by lending him great sums of money and otherwise, deceased in A.D. 1384, after that he had assured lands to the city for the relief of 13 poor people forever. In the year 1381, William Walworth, then mayor, a most provident, valiant, and learned citizen, did by his arrest of Wat Tyler, a presumptuous rebel, upon whom no man durst lay hands, deliver the king and kingdom from the danger of most wicked traitors, and was for his service knighted in the field. Nicholas Brembar, John Philpot, Robert Laund, Nicholas Twyford, and Adam Francis, aldermen, were then for their service likewise knighted, and Sir Robert Knowles, for assisting of the mayor, was made free of this city. This Sir Robert Knowles, thus worthily enfranchised a citizen, founded a college with an hospital at Pontefract. He also built the great stone bridge at Rochester, over the river of Medway, etc. John Churchman, grocer, one of the sheriffs, 1386, for the quiet of merchants, built a certain house upon Wool Wharf in Tower Ward to serve for tonnage or weighing of wools, and for the customer, comptroller, clerks, and other officers to sit, etc. Adam Bam, goldsmith, Mayor 1391, in a great dearth, procured corn from parts beyond the seas, to be brought hither in such abundance as sufficed to serve the city, and the countries near adjoining. To the furtherance of which good work he took out of the orphan's chest in the Guildhall 2,000 marks to buy the said corn, and each alderman laid out 20 pounds to the like purpose. Thomas Knowles, grocer, Mayor 1400, with his brethren the aldermen, began to new build the Guildhall in London, and instead of an old little cottage in Aldermanbury Street, made a fair and goodly house, more near unto St. Lawrence Church in the Jury. He reedified St. Anthony's Church, and gave to the grocers his house near unto the same, for relief of the poor forever. More, he caused sweet water to be conveyed to the gates of Newgate and Ludgate, for relief of the prisoners there. John Hind, draper, Mayor 1405, newly built his parish church of St. Swithin by London Stone. His monument is defaced, save only his arms in the glass windows. Thomas Falconar, mercer, Mayor 1414, lent to King Henry Roman VI, towards maintenance of his wars in France, 10,000 marks upon jewels. More, he made the postern called Murragate, caused the ditches of the city to be cleansed, and did many other things for good of the same city. William Sevenoak, grocer, Mayor 1419, founded in the town of Sevenoak, in Kent, a free school for poor men's children and 13 almshouses. His testament saith, 20 poor men and women. Richard Whittington, mercer, 3 times mayor, in the year 1421 began the library of the Grey Friars in London, to the charge of £400. His executors with his goods founded and built Whittington College, with almshouses for 13 poor men, and divinity lectures to be read there forever. They repaired St. Bartholomew's Hospital in Smithfield. They bear some charges to the glazing and paving of the Guildhall. They bear half the charges of building the library there, and they built the West Gate of London, of old time called Newgate, etc. John Carpenter, town clerk of London, in the reign of Henry V, caused with great expense to be curiously painted upon board, about the north cloister of Paul's, a monument of death leading all estates, with the speeches of death, and answer of every state. This cloister was pulled down 1549. He also gave tenements to the city, for the finding and bringing up of 4 poor men's children with meat, drink, apparel, learning at the schools and the universities, etc., until they be preferred, and then other in their places forever. Robert Chichley, grocer, Mayor 1422, appointed by his testament, that on his mind day a competent dinner should be ordained for 2,400 poor men, householders of the city, and every man to have 2 pence in money. More, he gave 1 large plot of ground, thereupon to build the new parish church of St. Stephen near unto Walbrook, etc. John Rainwell, fishmonger, Mayor 1427, gave tenements to discharge certain wards of London of 15ths and other payments. John Wells, grocer, Mayor, 1433, a great builder of the chapel or college of the Guildhall, and was there buried. He caused fresh water to be conveyed from Tyburn to the Standard in Westcheap for service of the city. William Eastfield, mercer, 1438, appointed his executors of his goods to convey sweet water from Tyburn, and to build a fair conduit by Aldermanbury Church, which they performed, as also made a standard in Fleet Street by Show Lane End. They also conveyed water to Cripples Gate, etc. Stephen Brown, grocer, Mayor 1439, sent into Prussia, causing corn to be brought from thence, whereby he brought down the price of wheat from 3 shillings the bushel to less than half that money. Philip Malpass, one of the sheriffs 1440, gave by his testament £125 to relieve poor prisoners, and every year for 5 years, 400 shirts and smocks, 40 pairs of sheets, and 150 gowns of frieze to the poor. To 500 poor people in London 6 shillings and 8 pence, to poor maids' marriages 100 marks, to highways 100 marks, 20 marks the year to a graduate to preach, £20 to preachers at the Spittal the 3 Easter holidays, etc. Robert Large, mercer, Mayor 1440, gave to his parish church of St. Olave in Surrey £200, to St. Margaret's in Lothbury £25, to the poor £20, to London Bridge 100 marks towards the vaulting over the watercourse of Walbrook 200 marks, to poor maids' marriages 100 marks, to poor householders 100 pounds, etc. Richard Rich, mercer, one of the sheriffs 1442, founded almshouses at Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire. Simon Eyre, draper, mayor 1346, built the Leaden Hall for a common garner of corn for the use of this city, and left 5,000 marks to charitable uses. Godfrey Boleyn, mayor of London, 1458, by his testament, gave liberally to the prisons, hospitals, and lazar houses, besides £1,000 to poor householders in London, and £200 to poor householders in Norfolk. Richard Rawson, one of the sheriffs 1477, gave by testament large legacies to the prisoners, hospitals, lazar houses, to other poor, to highways, to the water conduits, besides to poor maids' marriages £340, and his executors to build a large house in the churchyard of St. Marie Spital, wherein the mayor and his brethren used to sit and hear the sermons in the Easter holidays. Thomas Illam, one of the sheriffs 1480, newly built the great conduit in Cheap, of his own charges. Edward Shaw, goldsmith, mayor 1483, caused the Cripplegate of London to be newly built of his goods, etc. Thomas Hill, grocer, mayor 1485, caused of his goods the conduit of Grass Street to be built. Hugh Clopton, mercer, during his life a bachelor, mayor 1492, built the great stone-arched bridge at Stratford-upon-Avon in Warwickshire, and did many other things of great charity, as in my summary. Robert Fabian, alderman and one of the sheriffs, 1494, gathered out of divers good authors, as well Latin as French, a large chronicle of England and of France, which he published in English, to his great charges, for the honour of this city and common utility of the whole realm. Sir John Percival, merchant tailor, mayor 1498, founded a grammar school at Macclesfield in Cheshire, where he was born. He endowed the same school with sufficient lands for the finding of a priest-master there, to teach freely all children thither sent, without exception. The Lady Thomasine his wife founded the like free school, together with fair lodgings for the schoolmasters, scholars, and other, and added £20 of yearly revenue for supporting the charges at St. Mary Wyke in Devonshire, where she was born. Stephen Jennings, merchant tailor, mayor 1509, founded a fair grammar school at Ulframhampton in Staffordshire, left good lands, and also built a great part of his parish church, called St. Andrew's Undershaft, in London. Henry Keble, grocer, mayor 1511, in his life a great benefactor to the new building of Old Mary Church, and by his testament gave £1,000 towards the finishing thereof. He gave to highways £200, to poor maids' marriages 100 marks, to poor husbandmen in Oxford and Warwickshires 140 ploughshares, and 140 coulters of iron, and in London, to 7 almsmen 6d the week for ever. John Colet, a citizen of London by birth and dignity, Dean of Paul's, Doctor of Divinity, erected and built one free school in Paul's Churchyard, 1512, for 353 poor men's children to be taught free in the same school, appointing a master, a surmaster, and a chaplain, with sufficient stipends to endure forever, and committed the oversight thereof to the mercers in London, because himself was son to Henry Colet, mercer, mayor of London, and endowed the mercers with lands, to the yearly value of £120 or better. John Tate, brewer, then a mercer, mayor 1514, caused his brewhouse called the Swan, near adjoining to the Hospital of St. Anthony in London, to be taken down for the enlarging of the said church, then newly built, a great part of his charge. This was a goodly foundation with almshouses, free school, etc. George Monnox, draper, mayor 1515, re-edified the decayed parish church of Walthamstow, or Walthamstow, in Essex. He founded there a free school, and almshouses for 13 alms people, made a causeway of timber over the marshes from Walthamstow to Lockbridge, etc. Sir John Milbourne, draper, mayor 1522, built almshouses, 14 in number, by the Crossed Friars Church in London, there to be placed 14 poor people, and left to the drapers certain messuages, tenements, and garden plots in the parish of St. Olave in Hart Street for the performance of stipends to the said alms people and other uses. Look more in Aldgate Ward. Robert Thorne, merchant tailor, deceased a bachelor in the year 1532, gave by his testament to charitable actions more than £4,440, and legacies to his poor kindred more £5,142, besides his debts forgiven, etc. Sir John Allen, Mercer, Mayor of London, and of Council to King Henry Roman VIII, deceased 1544, buried in St. Thomas of Acres in a fair chapel by him built. He gave to the city of London a rich collar of gold to be worn by the mayor, which was first worn by Sir W. Laxton. He gave 500 marks to be a stock for sea coal, his lands purchased of the king, the rent thereof to be distributed to the poor in the wards of London forever. He gave besides to the prisons, hospitals, lazar houses, and all other poor in the city, or 2 miles without, very liberally, and long to be recited. Sir William Laxton, grocer, Mayor 1545, founded a fair free school at Oundle in Northamptonshire, with 6 alms houses for the poor. Sir John Gresham, Mercer, Mayor 1548, founded a free school at Holt, a market town in Norfolk. Sir Rowland Hill, Mercer, Mayor 1550, caused to be made divers causeways both for horse and man. He made 4 bridges, 2 of stone, containing 18 arches in them both. He built 1 notable free school at Drayton in Shropshire. He gave to Christ's Hospital in London £500, etc. Sir Andrew Judd, Skinner, Mayor 1551, erected 1 notable free school at Tunbridge in Kent, and almshouses nigh St. Helen's Church in London, and left to the Skinners lands to the value of £60 3 shillings and 8 pence the year, for the which they be bound to pay £20 to the schoolmaster, £8 to the usher, yearly for ever, and 4 shillings the week to the 6 almspeople, and 25 shillings and 4 pence the year in coals for ever. Sir Thomas White, merchant tailor, Mayor 1554, founded St. John's College, Oxford, and gave great sums of money to divers towns in England for relief of the poor, as in my summary. Edward Hall, gentleman of Gray's Inn, a citizen by birth and office, as Common Sergeant of London, and one of the judges in the Sheriff's Court. He wrote and published a famous and eloquent chronicle, entitled The Uniting of the 2 Noble Families, Lancaster and York. Richard Hills, merchant tailor, 1560, gave £500 towards the purchase of a house called the Manor of the Rose, wherein the merchant tailors founded their free school in London. He also gave to the said merchant tailors 1 plot of ground, with certain small cottages on the Tower Hill, where he built fair almshouses for 14 sole women. About the same time William Lambert, Esquire, born in London, a justice of the peace in Kent, founded a college for the poor which he named of Queen Elizabeth in East Greenwich. William Harper, merchant tailor, Mayor 1562, founded a free school in the town of Bedford, where he was born and also buried. Sir Thomas Gresham, Mercer, 1566, built the Royal Exchange in London, and by his testament left his dwelling house in Bishopsgate Street to be a place for readings, allowing large stipends to the readers and certain alms houses for the poor. William Patten, gentleman, a citizen by birth, a customer of London Outward, Justice of Peace in Middlesex, the parish church of Stoke Newington being ruinous, he repaired, or rather new built. Sir Thomas Rue, merchant tailor, Mayor 1568, gave to the merchant tailors lands or tenements, out of them to be given to 10 poor men, clothworkers, carpenters, tilers, plasterers, and armourers, £40 yearly, namely £4 to each, also £100 to be lent to 8 poor men. Besides he enclosed with a wall of brick nigh 1 acre of ground, pertaining to the Hospital of Bethlem, to be a burial for the dead. Ambrose Nicholas, Salter, Mayor 1576, founded 12 almshouses in Monkswell Street, near unto Crepple's Gate, wherein he placed 12 poor people, having each of them 7 pence the week, and once every year 5 sacks of coals, and 1/4 faggots, all of his gift for ever. William Lamb, gentleman and clothworker, in the year 1577, built a water conduit at Oldbourne Cross to his charges of £1,500, and did many other charitable acts, as in my summary. Sir T. Offley, merchant tailor, Mayor, deceased 1580, appointed by his testament the 1/2 of all his goods, and £200 deducted out of the other half given to his son Henry, to be given and bestowed in deeds of charity by his executors, according to his confidence and trust in them. John Haydon, Sheriff 1583, gave large legacies, more than £3,000, for the relief of the poor, as in my summary. Barnard Randolph, Common Sergeant of London 1583, gave and delivered with his own hand £900 towards the building of water conduits, which was performed. More, by testament he gave £1,000 to be employed in charitable actions. But that money being in hold-fast hands, I have not heard how it was bestowed, more than of other good men's testaments to be performed. Sir Walston Dixie, Skinner, Mayor 1586, founded a free school at Bosworth, and endowed it with £20 land by year. Richard May, merchant tailor, gave £300 toward the new building of Blackwell Hall in London, a marketplace for woolen cloths. John Fuller, Esquire, one of the judges in the Sheriff's Court of London, by his testament, dated 1592, appointed his wife, her heirs and assigns after his decease to erect one almshouse in the parish of Stickoneth, for 12 poor single men, aged 50 years or upwards, and one other almshouse in Shoreditch, for 12 poor aged widow women of like age, she to endow them with £100 the year, to wit, £50 to each for ever, out of his lands in Lincolnshire shire. Assured ever unto certain fiefs in trust, by a deed of fiefment. Item. More, he gave his messuages, lands, and tenements, lying in the parishes of St. Bennet and St. Peter, by Powell's Wharf in London, to fiefs in trust, yearly for ever, to disperse all the issues and profits of the said lands and tenements, to the relieving and discharge of poor prisoners in the whole, or 2 penny wards in the 2 compters in London in equal portions to each compter, so that the prisoners exceed not the sum of 26 shillings, and 8 pence for every one prisoner, at any one time. Thus much for famous citizens have I noted their charitable actions, for the most part done by them in their lifetime. The residue left in trust to their executors, I have known some of them hardly, or never, performed. Wherefore I wish men to make their own hands their executors, and their eyes their overseers, not forgetting the old proverb. Women be forgetful, children be unkind, executors be covetous, and take what they find. If any body ask where the dead's goods became, they answer, so God me help and holy dome, he died a poor man. One worthy citizen merchant tailor, having many years considered this proverb foregoing, hath therefore established to 12 poor aged men, merchant tailors, £6 2 shillings to each yearly for ever. He hath also given them gowns of good broad cloth, lined thoroughly with baize, and are to receive every 3 years, and the like new gowns for ever. And now of some women, citizens, wives, deserving memory, for example to posterity shall be noted. Dame Agnes Foster, widow, sometime wife to Stephen Foster, fishmonger. Mayor 1455, having enlarged the prison of Ludgate in 1463, procured in a common council of this city certain articles to be established for the ease, comfort, and relief of poor prisoners there, as in the chapter of gates I have set down. Avice Gibson, wife unto Nicholas Gibson, grocer, one of the sheriff's 1539, by license of her husband, founded a free school at Radcliffe near unto London, appointing to the same, for the instruction of 60 poor men's children, a schoolmaster and usher with £50. She also built almshouses for 14 poor aged persons, each of them to receive quarterly 6 shillings and 8 pence the piece for ever. The government of which free school and almshouses she left in confidence to the Coopers in London. This virtuous gentlewoman was after joined in marriage with Sir Anthony Knevet, knight, and so called the Lady Knevet. A fair painted table of her picture was placed in the chapel which she had built there, but of late removed thence, by the like reason as the grocer's arms fixed on the outer wall of the schoolhouse are pulled down, and the Coopers set in place. Margaret Dan, widow to William Dan, ironmonger, one of the sheriffs of London, gave by her testament to the ironmongers £2,000 to be lent to young men of that company, paying after the rate of £5 in the year for every 100, which £100 so rising yearly, to be employed on charitable actions, as she then appointed, but not performed in more than 30 years after. Dame Mary Ramsay, wife to Sir Thomas Ramsay, mayor about the year 1577, being seized of lands in fee simple of her inheritance to the yearly value of £243, by his consent gave the same to Christ's Hospital in London towards the relief of poor children there, and other ways, as in my summary and abridgment I have long since expressed, which gift she in her widowhood confirmed and augmented, as is showed by monuments in Christ's Hospital erected. Thus much for the worthiness of citizens in this city, touching whom John Lydgate, a monk of Bury in the reign of Henry Roman VI, made amongst other these verses following. Of 7 things I praise this city, of true meaning and faithful observance, of righteousness, truth, and equity of stablens I kept in allegiance, and for a virtue thou hast sufficence, in this laund here and other lawns all, the king's chamber of custom, men thee call. Having thus in generality handled the original, the walls, gates, ditches, and fresh waters, the bridges, towers, and castles, the schools of learning and house of law, the orders and customs, sports and pastimes, watchings and martial exercises, and lastly the honor and worthiness of the citizens, I am now to set down the distribution of this city into parts, and more especially to declare the antiquities noteworthy in every of the same, and how both the whole and parts have been from time to time ruled and governed. Footnotes. To London in greater quantity. First edition, p. 80. In the year 1471, John Stockton, mayor, and 11 aldermen of London with the recorder were all made knights in the fielda by Edward Roman IV, for their good service done to him. First edition, p. 81. Wolverhampton. Stepney. Cursed is he that removeth his neighbour's mark, have I read. Stow. The city divided into parts. The ancient division of this city was into wards or aldermanries, and therefore I will begin at the east, and so proceed through the high and most principal street of the city to the west, after this manner. First, through Aldgate Street to the west corner of St. Andrew's Church, called Undershaft, on the right hand, and Lime Street corner on the left, all which is of Aldgate Ward. From thence through Cornhill Street to the west corner of Leaden Hall, all which is of Lime Street Ward. From thence, leaving the street that leadeth to Bishopsgate on the right hand, and the way that leadeth into Grass Street on the left, still through Cornhill Street, by the conduit to the west corner against the stocks, all which is in Cornehill Ward. Then by the said stocks, a marketplace both of fish and flesh standing in the midst of the city, through the poultry. A street so called to the great conduit in West Cheap, and so through Cheap to the Standard, which is of Cheap Ward, except on the south side from Bow Lane to the said Standard, which is of Cordwainer Street Ward. Then by the Standard to the Great Cross, which is in Cripplegate Ward on the north side, and in Bread Street Ward on the south side. And to the little conduit by Paul's Gate, from whence of old time the said High Street stretched straight to Ludgate, all in the ward of Farringdon within, then divided truly from east to west. But since by means of the burning of Paul's Church, which was in the reign of William I. Mauritius, then Bishop of London, laid the foundation of a new church, so far in largeness exceeding the old, that the way towards Ludgate was thereby greatly straitened, as before I have discoursed. Now from the north to the south this city was of old time divided, not by a large highway or street, as from east to west, but by a fair brook of sweet water, which came from out the north fields through the wall, and midst of the city, into the river of Thames, which division is till this day constantly and without change maintained. This water was called, as I have said, Walbrook, not Gallus Brook of a Roman captain slain by Asclepiodatus, and thrown therein, as some have fabled, but of running through and from the wall of the city. The course whereof, to prosecute it particularly, was and is from the said wall to St. Margaret's Church in Lothbury. From thence beneath the lower part of the grocer's hall, about the east part of their kitchen, under St. Mildred's Church, somewhat west from the said Stocks Market. From thence through Bucklesbury, by one great house built of stone and timber called the Old Barge, because barges out of the river of Thames were rowed up so far into this brook, on the backside of the houses in Walbrook Street, which street taketh the name of the said brook, by the west end of St. John's Church upon Walbrook, under Horseshoe Bridge, by the west side of Tallow Chandler's Hall, and of the Skinner's Hall, and so behind the other houses to Elbow Lane, and by a part thereof down Greenwich Lane, into the river of Thames. This is the course of Walbrook, which was of old time bridged over in divers places, for passage of horses and men, as need required. But since, by means of encroachment on the banks thereof, the channel being greatly straitened, and other nuances done thereunto, at length the same by common consent was arched over with brick, and paved with stone equal with the ground, where through it passed, and is now in most places built upon, that no man may by the eye discern it, and therefore the trace thereof is hardly known to the common people. This city was divided from east to west, and from north to south. I am further to show how the same was of old time broken into divers parts called wards, whereof Fitzstephen, more than 400 years since, write thus: This city, saith he, even as Rome, is divided into wards, it hath yearly sheriffs instead of consuls. It hath the dignity of senators and aldermen, etc. The number of these wards in London was, both before and in the reign of Henry Roman III, 24 in all, whereof 13 lay on the east side of the said Walbrook, and 11 on the west. Notwithstanding these 11 grew, much more large than those of the east. And therefore in the year of Christ 1393, in the 17th of Richard Roman II, Farringdon Ward, which was then one entire ward, but mightily increased of buildings without the gates, was by Act of Parliament appointed to be divided into twain, and to have 2 aldermen, to wit, Farringdon within and Farringdon without, which made up the number of 12 wards on the west side of Walbrook, and so the whole number of 25 on both sides. Moreover, in the year 1550, the mayor, commonalty, and citizens of London, purchasing the liberties of the borough of Southwark, appointed the same to be a ward of London, and so became the number of 13 wards on the east, 12 on the west, and 1 south of the river Thames, in the said borough of Southwark, in the county of Surrey, which in all arise to the number of 26 wards and 26 aldermen of London. Wards on the east part of Walbrook are these: Portsoken Ward without the walls, Tower Street Ward, Aldgate Ward, Lime Street Ward, Bishopsgate Ward within the walls and without, Broad Street Ward, Cornehill Ward, Langborne Ward, Billingsgate Ward, Bridge Ward within, Candlewick Street Ward, Walbrook Ward, Downgate Ward. Wards on the west side of Walbrook are these: Vintry Ward, Cordwainer Street Ward, Cheap Ward, Colman Street Ward, Basinghall Ward, Cripplegate Ward within and without, Aldersgate Ward within and without, Farringdon Ward within, Bread Street Ward, Queenhithe Ward, Castle Baynard Ward, Farringdon Ward without the walls. 1 ward south the river Thames, in the borough of Southwark, by the name of Bridge Ward without. Of Portsoken Ward, the first in the east part. Seeing that of every of these wards I have to say somewhat, I will begin with Portsoken Ward without Aldgate. This Portsoken, which soundeth the franchise at the gate, was sometime a guild, and had beginning in the days of King Edgar, more than 600 years since. There were 13 knights or soldiers, well beloved to the king and realm, for service by them done, which requested to have a certain portion of land on the east part of the city, left desolate and forsaken by the inhabitants, by reason of too much servitude. They besought the king to have this land, with the liberty of a guild forever. The king granted to their request, with conditions following: that is, that each of them should victoriously accomplish 3 combats, 1 above the ground, 1 underground, and the 3rd in the water. And after this, at a certain day in East Smithfield, they should run with spears against all comers, all which was gloriously performed. And the same day the king named it Knight and Guild, and so bounded it from Aldgate to the place where the bars now are, toward the east on both the sides of the street, and extended it towards Bishopsgate in the north, unto the house then of William Presbyter, after of Geoffrey Tanner, and then of the heirs of Culver, after that of John Easby, but since of the Lord Berchier, etc. And again towards the south unto the river of Thames, and so far into the water as a horseman, entering the same, may ride at a low water and throw his spear. So that all East Smithfield, with the right part of the street that goeth to Dotting Pond into the Thames, and also the hospital of St. Catherine, with the mills that were founded in King Stephen's days, and the outward stone wall, and the new ditch of the tower, are of the said fee and liberty. For the said wall and ditch of the tower were made in the time of King Richard, when he was in the Holy Land, by William Longchamp, Bishop of Ely, as before I have noted unto you. These knights had as then none other charter by all the days of Edgar, Ethelred, and Sinudis, until the time of Edward the Confessor, whom the heirs of those knights humbly besought to confirm their liberties, whereunto he graciously granting, gave them a deed thereof, as appeareth in the book of the late house of the Holy Trinity. The said charter is fair written in the Saxon letter and tongue. After this, King William, the son of William the Conqueror, made a confirmation of the same liberties unto the heirs of those knights in these words: William, King of England, to Maurice Bishop and Godfrey de Mangum and Richard de Parr, and to his faithful people of London, greeting, know ye me to have granted to the men of Knight and Gilda, the Gilda that belonged to them, and the land that belonged thereunto, with all customs, as they had the same in the time of King Edward, and my father. Witness Hugh de Buch at Rething. After him, King Henry I confirmed the same by his charter to the like effect, the recital whereof I pretermit for brevity. After which time, the Church of the Holy Trinity, within Aldgate of London, being founded by Queen Matilda, wife to the said Henry, the multitude of brethren, praising God day and night therein, in short time so increased that all the city was delighted in the beholding of them. Insomuch that in the year 1115, certain burgesses of London, of the progeny of those noble English knights, to wit, Radulphus Fiddlegod, Wilmard le Ducresh Orger le Prude, Edward Hupp Cornehill, Blackstannis and Allwine his kinsmen, and Robert his brother, the sons of Leafstannis the goldsmith, Wiso his son, Hugh Fitzvulgar, Alger Secusme, coming together into the chapter house of the said Church of the Holy Trinity, gave to the same church and canons serving God therein, all the lands and so called in English Knight and Gilda, which lieth to the wall of the city without the same gate, and stretcheth to the river of Thames. They gave it, I say, taking upon them the brotherhood and participation of the benefits of that house, by the hands of Prior Norman. And the better to confirm this their grant, they offered upon the altar there the charter of Edward, together with the other charters which they had thereof. And afterward they did put the foresaid prior in sacing thereof, by the church of St. Botolph's, which is built thereon, and is the head of that land. These things were thus done before Bernard, Prior of Dunstable, John, Prior of Durland, Geoffrey Clinton, Chamberlain, and many other clerks and laymen, French and English. Orger le Prude, one of their company, was sent to King Henry, beseeching him to confirm their gift, which the king gladly granted by his deed. Henry, King of England, to Richard Bishop of London, to the sheriffs and provost, and to all his barons and faithful people, French and English, of London and Middlesex, greeting. Know ye me to have granted and confirmed to the church and canons of the Holy Trinity of London, the soke of the English Knight and Gilda, and the land which pertaineth thereunto, and the church of St. Botolph, as the men of the same Gilda have given and granted unto them. And I will and straitly command that they may hold the same well and honorably and freely, with saccy and soke, toll and thea, in fangthef, and all customs belonging to it, as the men of the same guild and best sort had the same in the time of K. Edward, and as King William, my father and brother, did grant it to them by their writs. Witness, A. the Queen, Geoffrey the Chancellor, Geoffrey of Clinton, and William of Clinton, at Woodstock. All these prescribed writings, saith my book, which sometime belonged to the Priory of the Holy Trinity, are registered in the end of the Book of Remembrances in the Guildhall of London, marked with the letter C, folio 134. The king sent also his sheriffs, to wit, Aubrey de Vere and Roger nephew to Hubert, which upon his behalf should invest this church with the possessions thereof, which the said sheriffs accomplished coming upon the ground. Andrew Bushavite and the forenamed witnesses and other, standing by. Notwithstanding, Othwarus Acalivolus, Otto, and Geoffrey, Earl of Essex, constables of the Tower by succession, withheld by force a portion of the said land, as I have before delivered. The prior and canons of the Holy Trinity, being thus seized of the said land and soke of Knight and Gilda, a part of the suburb without the wall, but within the liberties of the city, the same prior was, for him and his successors, admitted as one of the aldermen of London, to govern the same land and soke. According to the customs of the city, he did sit in court, and rode with the mayor and his brethren the aldermen, as one of them, in scarlet or other livery as they used, until the year 1531, at the which time the said priory, by the last prior there, was surrendered to King Henry Roman VIII. In the 23rd of his reign, who gave this priory to Sir Thomas Audley, Knight, Lord Chancellor of England, and he pulled down the church. Since the which dissolution of that house, the said ward of Portsoken hath been governed by a temporal man, one of the aldermen of London, elected by the citizens as the aldermen of other wards. Thus much for the outbounds of Knight and Gilda, or Portsoken Ward, and for the antiquity and government thereof. Now of the parts therein, this is specially to be noted. First, the east part of the tower standeth there, then an hospital of St. Catherine, S., founded by Matilda the Queen, wife to King Stephen, by license of the Priory and Convent of the Holy Trinity in London, on whose grounds he founded it. Eleanor the Queen, wife to King Edward I, a second foundress, appointed there to be a master, 3 brethren chaplains, and 3 sisters, 10 poor women, and 6 poor clerks. She gave to them the manor of Carlton in Wiltshire and Upchurch in Kent, etc. Queen Philippa, wife to King Edward Roman III. 1351, founded a chantry there and gave to that hospital £10 land by year. It was of late time called a free chapel, a college, and an hospital for poor sisters. The choir, which of late years was not much inferior to that of Paul's, was dissolved by Dr. Wilson, a late master there, the brethren and sisters remaining. This house was valued at £315.14, 2d pounds, being now of late years enclosed about, or pestered with small tenements and homely cottages, having inhabitants, English and strangers, more in number than in some city in England. There lie buried in this church the Countess of Huntingdon, Countess of the March in her time, 1429. John Holland, Duke of Exeter and Earl of Huntingdon, 1447, and his 2 wives in a fair tomb on the north side the choir. Thomas Walsingham, Esquire, and Thomas Ballard, Esquire, by him, 1465. Thomas Fleming, Knight, 1466, etc. On the east and by north of the tower, lieth East Smithfield and Tower Hill, 2 plots of ground so called, without the wall of the city, and east from them both was sometime a monastery, called New Abbey, founded by King Edward Roman III. In the year 1359, upon occasion as followeth. In the year 1348, the 23rd of Edward Roman III. The first great pestilence in his time began, and increased so sore, that for want of room in churchyards to bury the dead of the city and of the suburbs, one John Corey, clerk, procured of Nicholas, prior of the Holy Trinity within Aldgate, 1 toft of ground near unto East Smithfield, for the burial of them that died, with condition that it might be called the churchyard of the Holy Trinity. Which ground he caused, by the aid of divers devout citizens, to be enclosed with a wall of stone. Robert Elsing, son of William Elsing, gave £5 thereunto, and the same was dedicated by Ralph Stratford, Bishop of London, where innumerable bodies of the dead were afterwards buried, and a chapel built in the same place to the honour of God. To the which King Edward setting his eye, having before, in a tempest on the sea and peril of drowning, made a vow to build a monastery to the honour of God, and Our Lady of Grace, if God would grant him grace to come safe to land, built there a monastery, placing an abbot and monks of the Cistercian or White Order. The bounds of this plot of ground, together with a decree for tithes thereof, are expressed in the charter, the effect whereof I have set down in another place, and have to show. This house at the late general suppression was valued at £546 10d. Yearly. It was surrendered in the year 1539, the 30th of Henry Roman VIII. Since the which time, the said monastery being clean pulled down by Sir Arthur Darcy, Knight, and others, of late time and place thereof is built a large storehouse for victuals, and convenient ovens are built there, for baking of biscuits to serve Her Majesty's ships. The grounds adjoining, belonging to the said abbey, are employed in building of small tenements. For Tower Hill, as the same is greatly diminished by building of tenements and garden plots, etc. so it is of late, to wit, in the year of Christ 1593 on the north side thereof, and at the west end of Hog Street, beautified by certain fair alms houses, strongly built of brick and timber, and covered with slate for the poor, by the merchant tailors of London, in place of some small cottages given to them by Richard Hills, sometime a master of that company. 1,000 loads of timber for that use, being also given by Anthony Radcliffe, of the same society, alderman. In these almshouses, 14 charitable brethren of the said merchant tailors yet living have placed 14 poor soul women, which receive each of them of their founder 16 pence, or better, weekly, besides 8 pounds. Yearly, paid out of the common treasury of the same corporation for fuel. From the west part of this Tower Hill, towards Aldgate being a long continual street, amongst other smaller buildings in that row, there was sometime an abbey of nuns of the order of St. Clare, called the Minories, founded by Edmund, Earl of Lancaster, Leicester, and Derby, brother to King Edward Roman III, in the year 1293. The length of which abbey contained 15 perches and 7 feet, near unto the King's Street or highway, etc., as appeareth by a deed, dated 1303. A plague of pestilence being in this city, in the year 1515, there died in this house of nuns professed to the number of 27, besides other lay people, servants in their house. This house was valued to dispend 418 pounds, 5d pounds, yearly, and was surrendered by Dame Elizabeth Salvage, the last abbess there, unto King Henry Roman VIII. In the 30th of his reign, the year of Christ 1539. In place of this house of nuns is now built divers fair and large storehouses for armor and habiliments of war, with divers workhouses serving to the same purpose. There is a small parish church for inhabitants of the close, called St. Trinity's. Near adjoining to this abbey, on the south side thereof, was sometime a farm belonging to the said nunnery. At the which farm I myself in my youth have fetched many a halfpenny worth of milk, and never had less than 3 ale pints for a halfpenny in the summer, nor less than 1 ale quart for a halfpenny in the winter, always hot from the kine, as the same was milked and strained. One Trollope, and afterwards Goodman, were the farmers there, and had 30 or 40 kine to the pail. Goodman's son, being heir to his father's purchase, let out the ground first for grazing of horses, and then for garden plots, and lived like a gentleman thereby. On the other side of that street lieth the ditch without the walls of the city, which of old time was used to be open, always from time to time cleansed from filth and mud, as need required, of great breadth, and so deep that divers, watering horses where they thought it shallowest, were drowned, both horse and man. But now of later time the same ditch is enclosed, and the banks thereof let out for garden plots, carpenters, yards, bowling alleys, and divers houses thereon built, whereby the city wall is hidden, the ditch filled up, a small channel left, and that very shallow. From Aldgate east lieth a large street and highway, sometime replenished with few but fair and comely buildings. On the north side whereof, the first was the parish church of St. Budulph, in a large cemetery or churchyard. This church hath been lately new built at the special charges of the priors of the Holy Trinity, patrons thereof, as it appeareth by the arms of that house, engraven on the stone work. The parishioners of this parish being of late years mightily increased, the church is pestered with lofts and seats for them. Monuments in this church are few. Henry Jordan founded a chauntry there. John Romany O'Leary and Agnes his wife were buried there about 1408. Richard Chester, alderman, one of the sheriffs, 1484. Thomas Lord Darcy of the North, Knight of the Garter, beheaded 1537. Sir Nicholas Carew of Bedington in Surrey, Knight of the Garter, beheaded 1538. Sir Arthur Darcy, youngest son to Thomas Lord Darcy, deceased at the new abbey on the Tower Hill, was buried there. East from this parish church, there were certain fair inns for receipt of travellers repairing to the city, up towards Hog Lane End, somewhat within the bars, a mark showing how far the liberties of the city do extend. This Hog Lane stretcheth north toward St. Mary Spittle without Bishopsgate, and within these 40 years had on both sides fair hedgerows of elm trees, with bridges and easy stiles to pass over into the pleasant fields, very commodious for citizens therein to walk, shoot, and otherwise to recreate and refresh their dull spirits in the sweet and wholesome air, which is now within a few years made a continual building throughout, of garden houses and small cottages. And the fields on either sides be turned into garden plots, tenter yards, bowling alleys, and such like, from Hound's Ditch in the west as far as Whitechapel, and further towards the east. On the south side of the highway from Aldgate were some few tenements, thinly scattered here and there, with many void spaces between them, up to the bars. But now that street is not only fully replenished with buildings outward, and also pestered with divers alleys, on either side to the bars, but to Whitechapel and beyond. Among the which late buildings, one memorable for the commodity of that east part of the city is a fair water conduit, hard without the gate. At the building whereof in the year 1535, Sir John Allen being mayor, 215s were granted by the citizens for the making and laying of pipes, to convey water from Hackney to that place. And so that work was finished. From Aldgate, northwest to Bishopsgate, lieth the ditch of the city called Hound's Ditch. For that in old time, when the same lay open, much filth conveyed forth of the city, especially dead dogs, were there laid or cast. Wherefore of latter time a mud wall was made, enclosing the ditch, to keep out the laying of such filth as had been accustomed. Over against this mud wall, on the other side of the street, was a fair field, sometime belonging to the Priory of the Trinity, and since by Sir Thomas Audley given to Magdalen College in Cambridge. This field, as all other about the city, was enclosed, reserving open passage thereinto, for such as were disposed. Towards the street were some small cottages of 2 stories high, and little garden plots backward, for poor bedrid people. For in that street dwelt none other, built by some prior of the Holy Trinity, to whom that ground belonged. In my youth, I remember devout people, as well men as women of this city, were accustomed oftentimes, especially on Fridays, weekly to walk that way purposely there to bestow their charitable alms. Every poor man or woman lying in their bed within their window, which was towards the street, opened so low that every man might see them, a clean linen cloth lying in their window, and a pair of beads to show that there lay a bedrid body, unable but to pray only. This street was first paved in the year 1503. About the latter reign of Henry Roman VIII, 3 brethren that were gunfounders, surnamed Owens, got ground there to build upon, and to enclose for casting of brass ordnance. These occupied a good part of the street on the field side, and in a short time divers others also built there, so that the poor bedrid people were worn out, and, in place of their homely cottages, such houses built as do rather want room than rent, which houses be for the most part possessed by brokers, sellers of old apparel, and such like. The residue of the field was for the most part made into a garden by a gardener named Cosway, one that served the markets with herbs and roots, and in the last year of King Edward Roman VI. The same was parcelled into gardens wherein are now many fair houses of pleasure built. On the ditch side of this street the mud wall is also by little and little all taken down, the bank of the ditch being raised, made level ground, and turned into garden plots and carpenters' yards, and many large houses are there built. The filth of which houses, as also the earth cast out of their vaults, is turned into the ditch, by which means the ditch is filled up, and both the ditch and wall so hidden that they cannot be seen of the passers-by. This Portsoken Ward hath an alderman and his deputy, common councillors 6, constables 4, scavengers 4, for the ward amote inquest 18, and a beadle. To the 15 it is cessed at £4 10s. Footnotes: as much as, first edition, p. 85. Liber Trinitat. Liber Trinitat. The further history of this establishment will be found in Nichols' History of the Hospital and Collegiate Church of St. Catherine, near the Tower of London. The Danish toft, Swedish tomt, properly signifies the ground upon which a house stands. See Grimm's Deutsche Salterthumer, s. 539. These 44 years last. First edition, p. 92. Tower Street Ward. The first ward in the east part of the city within the wall is called Tower Street Ward, and extendeth along the river of Thames from the said tower in the east almost to Billingsgate in the west. One half of the tower, the ditch on the west side, and bulwarks adjoining, do stand within that part, where the wall of the city of old time went straight from the postern gate south to the river of Thames, before that the tower was built. From and without the tower ditch, west and by north, is the said Tower Hill, sometime a large plot of ground, now greatly straitened by encroachments, unlawfully made and suffered for gardens and houses, some on the bank of the tower ditch, whereby the tower ditch is marred, but more near unto the wall of the city from the postern north, till over against the principal foregate of the Lord Lumley's house, etc. But the Tower Ward goeth no further that way. Upon this hill is always readily prepared, at the charges of the city, a large scaffold and gallows of timber, for the execution of such traitors or transgressors as are delivered out of the Tower, or otherwise, to the sheriffs of London by writ, there to be executed. I read that in the 5th of King Edward Roman IV. A scaffold and gallows was there set up by other the king's officers, and not of the city's charges, whereupon the mayor and his brethren complained, but were answered by the king that the Tower Hill was of the liberty of the city, and whatsoever was done in that point was not in derogation of the city's liberties, and therefore commanded proclamation to be made, as well within the city as in the suburbs, as followeth. Forasmuch as, the 7th day of this present month of November, gallows were erect and set up besides our Tower of London, within the liberties and franchises of our city of London, in derogation and prejudice of the liberties and franchises of this city. The king our sovereign lord would it be certainly understood that the erection and setting up of the said gallows was not done by his commandment. Wherefore the king our sovereign lord willeth that the erection and setting up the said gallows be not any precedent or example thereby hereafter to be taken, in hurt, prejudice, or derogation of the franchises, liberties, and privileges of the said city, which he at all times hath had, and hath in his benevolence, tender favour, and good grace, etc. apud Westminster. 9 Die Novum. Anno Regni Nostri Quinto. On the north side of this hill is the said Lord Lumley's house, and on the west side divers houses lately built, and other encroachments along south to Chick Lane, on the east of Barking Church, at the end, whereof you have Tower Street stretching from the Tower Hill, west to St. Margaret Patten's Church Parsonage. Now therefore, to begin at the east end of the street on the north side thereof, is the fair parish church called Allhallows Barking, which standeth in a large, but sometime far larger, cemetery or churchyard, on the north side whereof was sometime built a fair chapel, founded by King Richard I. Some have written that his heart was buried there under the high altar. This chapel was confirmed and augmented by King Edward I, Edward Roman IV. Gave license to his cousin John, Earl of Worcester, to found there a brotherhood for a master and brethren. And he gave to the custos of that fraternity, which was Sir John Scott, Knight, Thomas Colt, John Tate, and John Croke, the Priory of Todingbeck, and advocen of the parish church of Streatham, in the county of Surrey, with all the members and appurtenances, and a part of the Priory of Oakbourne in Wiltshire, both priors aliens, and appointed it to be called the King's Chapel or Chantry, in Capella Beatty Marii de Barking. King Richard Roman III, new built and founded therein a college of priests, etc. Hammond de Lega was buried in that chapel. Robert Tate, Mayor of London, 1488, and other were there buried. This chapel and college were suppressed and pulled down in the year 1548, the second of King Edward Roman VI. The ground was employed as a garden plot during the reigns of King Edward, Queen Mary, and part of Queen Elizabeth, till at length a large strong frame of timber and brick was set thereon, and employed as a storehouse of merchants. Goods brought from the sea by Sir William Winter, etc. Monuments in the parish church of Allhallows Barking, not defaced, are these: Sir Thomas Studenham of Norwich Diocese, Knight, 1469, Thomas Gilbart, draper and merchant of the Staple, 1483, John Bolt, merchant of the Staple, 1459, Sir John Style, Knight, draper, 1500. William Thynne, Esquire, one of the clerks of the Green Cloth, and master of the household to King Henry Roman VIII. 1546, Humphrey Monmouth, draper, one of the sheriffs, 1535, Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey, beheaded 1546. Sir Richard Devereux, son and heir to the Lord Furrers of Chartley, Richard Brown, Esquire, 1546, Philip Dennis, Esquire, 1556, Andrew Evinger, Salter William Robinson, Mercer, Alderman, 1552. William Armourer, clothworker, Esquire, Governor of the Pages of Honour, or Master of the Heenth's Men, servant to Henry Roman VIII, Edward Roman VI, and Queen Mary, buried 1560. Besides which there be divers tombs without inscription. John Crowleys and Thomas Pike, citizens of London, founded a chantry there 1388. By the west end of this parish church and chapel lieth Sidon Lane, now corruptly called Sithing Lane, from Tower Street up north to Hart Street. In this Sidon Lane divers fair and large houses are built, namely, one by Sir John Allen, sometime Mayor of London, and of council unto King Henry Roman VIII. Sir Francis Walsingham, Knight Principal Secretary to the Queen's Majesty that now is, was lodged there, and so was the Earl of Essex, etc. At the northwest corner of this lane standeth a proper parish church of St. Olave, which church together with some houses adjoining, as also others over against it in Hart Street, are of the said Tower Street Ward. Monuments in this parish church of St. Olave be these: Richard Selly and Robert Selly, fellmongers, principal builders and benefactors of this church. Dame Johann, wife to Sir John Zouch, 1439. John Clarenceaux, King of Arms, 1427. Thomas Saul, Sir Richard Haddon Mercer, Mayor, 1512. Thomas Burnell Mercer, 1548. Thomas Morley, Gentleman, 1566. Sir John Radcliffe, Knight, 1568. And Dame Anne his wife, 1585. Chapone, a Florentine gentleman, 1582. Sir Hammond Vaughan, Knight, George Stoddard, merchant, etc. Then have ye out of Tower Street, also on the north side, one other lane, called Mart Lane, which runneth up towards the north, and is for the most part of this Tower Street Ward, which lane is about the third quarter thereof divided from Aldgate Ward by a chain to be drawn athwart the said lane, above the west end of Hart Street. Cokedon Hall, sometime at the southwest end of Mart Lane, I read of. A third lane out of Tower Street on the north side is called Minchin Lane, so called of tenements there sometime pertaining to the Minchons or nuns of St. Helens in Bishopsgate Street. This lane is all of the said ward, except the corner house towards Fenchurch Street. In this Aldgate Ward, the second ward within the wall on the east part is called Aldgate Ward, as taking name of the same gate. The principal street of this ward beginneth at Aldgate, stretching west to sometime a farewell, where now a pump is placed. From thence the way being divided into twain, the first and principal street is called Aldgate Street, runneth on the south side to Lime Street corner, and half that street down on the left hand is also of that ward. In the midway on that south side, betwixt Aldgate and Lime Street, is Harthorn Alley, a way that goeth through into Fenchurch Street over against Northumberland House. Then have ye the Bricklayers' Hall, and another alley called Sprinkle Alley, now named Sugarloaf Alley of the like sign. Then is there a fair house with divers tenements near adjoining, sometimes belonging to a late dissolved priory, since possessed by Mistress Cornwys, widow, and her heirs by gift of Henry Roman VIII. In reward of fine puddings, as it was commonly said, by her maid, wherewith she had presented him. Such was the princely liberality of those times. Of later times Sir Nicholas Throgmorton Knight was lodged there. Then, somewhat more west is Belzetter's Lane, so called of the first builder and owner thereof, now corruptly called Billeter Lane. Betwixt this Belzetter Lane and Lime Street was of later time a frame of 3 fair houses, set up in the year 1590, in place where before was a large garden plot, enclosed from the high street with a brick wall, which wall being taken down, and the ground dug deep for cellarage, there was found right under the said brick wall another wall of stone, with a gate arched of stone, and gates of timber to be closed in the midst towards the street. The timber of the gates was consumed, but the hinges of iron still remained on their staples on both the sides. Moreover, in that wall were square windows, with bars of iron on either side of the gate. This wall was underground about 2 fathoms deep, as I then esteemed it, and seemeth to be the ruins of some houses burned in the reign of King Stephen, when the fire began in the house of one Ulwerde, near London Stone, and consumed east to Aldgate, whereby it appeareth how greatly the ground of this city hath been in that place raised. On the north side, this principal street stretcheth to the west corner of St. Andrew's Church, and then the ward turneth towards the north by St. Marie Street, on the east side to St. Augustine's Church in the wall, and so by Barry's Marks again, or about by the wall to Aldgate. The second way from Aldgate, more towards the south, from the pump aforesaid, is called Fenchurch Street, and is of Aldgate Ward till ye come to Culver Alley, on the west side of Ironmonger's Hall, where sometime was a lane which went out of Fenchurch Street to the middest of Lime Street, but this lane was stopped up for suspicion of thieves that lurked there by night. Again to Aldgate out of the principal street, even by the gate and wall of the city, runneth a lane south to Croached Friars, and then Woodroffe Lane to the Tower Hill, and out of this lane west a street called Hart Street, which of that ward stretched to Sidon Lane by St. Olave's Church. One other lane more west from Aldgate goeth by Northumberland House toward the Crossed Friars. Then have ye on the same side the north end of Mart Lane and Blanchapleton, where that ward endeth. Thus much for the bounds, now for monuments, or places most ancient and notable. I am first to begin with the late dissolved priory of the Holy Trinity, called Christ's Church, on the right hand within Aldgate. This priory was founded by Matilda, Queen, wife to Henry I, in the same place where Ciardus sometime began to erect a church in honor of the cross and of St. Marie Magdalene, of which the dean and chapter of Waltham were wont to receive 30 shillings. The Queen was to acquit her church thereof, and in exchange gave unto them a mill. King Henry confirmed her gift. This church was given to Norman, first canon regular in all England. The said Queen also gave unto the same church, and those that served God therein, the plot of Aldgate, and the soak thereunto belonging with all customs so free as she had held the same, and 25 pound blanks, which she had of the city of Exeter, as appeareth by her deed, wherein she named the house Christ's Church, and reporteth Aldgate to be of her domains, which she granteth with 2 parts of the rent of the city of Exeter. Norman took upon him to be prior of Christ's Church, in the year of Christ 1108, in the parishes of St. Mary Magdalene, St. Michael, St. Catherine, and the Blessed Trinity, which now was made but one parish of the Holy Trinity, and was an old time of the Holy Cross or Holy Rood parish. The priory was built on a piece of ground in the parish of St. Catherine towards Aldgate, which lieth in length betwixt the King's Street, by the which men go towards Aldgate, near to the chapel of St. Michael towards the north, and containeth in length 83 ells, half, quarter, and half-quarter of the King's iron elm, and lieth in breadth, etc. The soke and ward of Aldgate was then bounded, as I have before showed. The Queen was a means also that the land and English nightingale was given unto the prior Norman. The honourable man, Geoffrey de Glinton, was a great helper therein, and obtained that the canons might enclose the way betwixt their church and the wall of the city, etc. This priory, in process of time, became a very fair and large church, rich in lands and ornaments, and passed all the priories in the city of London or shire of Middlesex. The prior whereof was an alderman of London, to wit, of Portsoken Ward. I read that Eustachius, the 8th prior, about the year 1264, because he would not deal with temporal matters, instituted Theobald Fitz-Ivanus, alderman of Portsoken Ward under him, and that William Rising, prior of Christ's Church, was sworn alderman of the said Portsoken Ward in the 1st of Richard Roman II. These priors have sitten and ridden amongst the aldermen of London, in livery like unto them, saving that his habit was in shape of a spiritual person, as I myself have seen in my childhood. At which time the prior kept a most bountiful house of meat and drink, both for rich and poor, as well within the house as at the gates, to all comers, according to their estates. These were the monuments in this church: Sir Robert Turk, and Dame Alice his wife, John Tyrrell, Esquire, Simon Kemp, Esquire, James Manthorpe, Esquire, John Askew, Esquire, Thomas Fawcett of Scalset, Esquire, John Kemp, gentleman, Robert Sherwide, Esquire, Sir John Henningham, and Dame Isabel his wife, Dame Agnes, wife first to Sir William Bardolph, and then to Sir Thomas Mortimer, John Ashfield, Esquire, Sir John Dedham, Knight, Sir Ambrose Charkham. Joan, wife to Thomas Nuck, gentleman, John Huss, Esquire, John Beringham, Esquire, Thomas Goodwine, Esquire, Ralph Walls, Esquire, Dame Margaret, daughter to Sir Ralph Chevy, wife to Sir John Barkeley, to Sir Thomas Barnes, and to Sir W. Bersier, William Roof, Simon Francis, John Breton, Esquire, Helling, Esquire, John Malwyn and his wife, Anthony Wells, son to John Wells, Nicholas de Avesey and Margery his wife, Anthony, son to John Mills, Baldwine, son to King Stephen, and Mathilda, daughter to King Stephen, wife to the Earl of Mewlen, Henry Fitzalwine, Mayor of London, 1213, Geoffrey Mandeville, 1215, and many other. But to conclude of this priory, King Henry Roman VIII, minding to reward Sir Thomas Audley, Speaker of the Parliament against Cardinal Wolsey, as ye may read in Hall, sent for the prior, commending him for his hospitality, promised him preferment as a man worthy of a far greater dignity, which promise surely he performed, and compounded with him, though in what sort I never heard, so that the prior surrendered all that priory with the appurtenances to the king in the month of July in the year 1531, the 23rd of the said king's reign. The canons were sent to other houses of the same order, and the priory with the appurtenances King Henry gave to Sir Thomas Audley, newly knighted, and after made Lord Chancellor. Sir Thomas Audley offered the great church of this priory, with a ring of 9 bells well tuned, whereof 4 the greatest were since sold to the parish of Stebenhith, and the 5 lesser to the parish of St. Stephen in Coleman Street, to the parishioners of St. Catherine Christ Church, in exchange for their small parish church, minding to have pulled it down, and to have built there towards the street. But the parishioners, having doubts in their heads of afterclaps, refused the offer. Then was the priory church and steeple proffered to whomsoever would take it down, and carry it from the ground, but no man would undertake the offer. Whereupon Sir Thomas Audley was fain to be at more charges than could be made of the stones, timber, lead, iron, etc. for the workmen, with great labour, beginning at the top, loose stone from stone, and threw them down, whereby the most part of them were broken, and few remained whole. And those were sold very cheap, for all the buildings then made about the city were of brick and timber. At that time, any man in the city might have a cartload of hard stone for paving brought to his door for 6d. or 7d. with the carriage. The said Thomas Lord Audley built and dwelt on this priory during his life, and died there in the year 1544. Since the which time, the said priory came by marriage of the Lord Audley's daughter and heir unto Thomas, late Duke of Norfolk, and was then called the Duke's Place. The parish church of St. Catherine standeth in the cemetery of the late dissolved Priory of the Holy Trinity, and is therefore called St. Catherine Christ Church. This church seemeth to be very old, since the building whereof the High Street hath been so often raised by pavements, that now men are fain to descend into the said church by divers steps, 7 in number. But the steeple or bell tower thereof hath been lately built, to wit, about the year 1504. For Sir John Percival, merchant tailor, then deceasing, gave money towards the building thereof. There be the monuments of Sir Thomas Fleming, Knight of Rolls, in Essex, and Margaret his wife, 1464, Roger Marshall, Esquire, Jane Horne, wife to Roger Marshall, William Moulton, alias Bird, Harold John Goad, Esquire, and Joan his wife, Beatrix, daughter to William Brown, Thomas Moulton, Esquire, son to Birdo, Harold, John Chitcroft, Esquire, John Wakefield, Esquire, William Crissock, Anne and Such, daughters to Ralph Shirley, Esquire, Sir John Rainsford, Knight of Essex, Sir Nicholas Throckmorton, chief butler of England, one of the chamberlains of the Exchequer, ambassador, etc., 1570, and other. At the northwest corner of this ward, in the said High Street, standeth the fair and beautiful parish church of St. Andrew the Apostle, with an addition, to be known from other churches of that name, of the nape or undershaft. And so called St. Andrew undershaft, because that of old time, every year on May Day in the morning, it was used that an high or long shaft or maypole was set up there, in the midst of the street, before the south side of the said church. Which shaft, when it was set on end and fixed in the ground, was higher than the church steeple. Geoffrey Chaucer, writing of a vain boaster, hath these words, meaning of the said shaft. Right well aloft, and high ye bear your head, the weather cock with flying as ye would kill, when ye be stuffed, bed of wine, then breed, then look ye, when your wam doth fill, as ye would bear the great shaft of Cornehill. Lord, so merrily crowdeth then your croak, that all the street may hear your body cloak. This shaft was not raised at any time since evil May Day, so called of an insurrection made by apprentices and other young persons against aliens in the year 1517. But the said shaft was laid along over the doors, and under the pentizes of one row of houses and alley gate, called of the shaft alley, being of the possessions of Rochester Bridge, in the ward of Lime Street. It was there, I say, hung on iron hooks many years, till the 3rd of King Edward Roman VI. That one Sir Stephen, curate of St. Catherine Christ's Church, preaching at Paul's Cross, said there that this shaft was made an idol, by naming the Church of St. Andrew with the addition of under that shaft. He persuaded therefore that the names of churches might be altered, also that the names of days in the week might be changed. The fish days to be kept any days except Friday and Saturday, and the Lent any time, save only be twixt Shrovetide and Easter. I have oft times seen this man, forsaking the pulpit of his said parish church, preach out of a high elm tree in the midst of the churchyard, and then entering the church, forsaking the altar, to have sung his high mass in English upon a tomb of the dead towards the north. I heard his sermon at Paul's Cross, and I saw the effect that followed. For in the afternoon of that present Sunday, the neighbors and tenants to the said bridge, over whose doors the said shaft had lain, after they had well dined, to make themselves strong, gathered more help, and with great labor raising the shaft from the hooks, whereon it had rested 32 years, they sawed it in pieces, every man taking for his share so much as had lain over his door and stall, the length of his house. And they of the alley divided among them so much as had lain over their alley gate. Thus was this idol, as he termed it, mangled, and after burned. Soon after was there a commotion of the commons in Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex, and other shires, by means whereof, straight orders being taken for the suppression of rumors, divers persons were apprehended and executed by martial law, amongst the which the bailiff of Romfort, in Essex, was one, a man very well beloved. He was early in the morning of Mary Magdalene's Day, then kept holiday, brought by the sheriffs of London and the knight marshal to the well within Aldgate, there to be executed upon a gibbet set up that morning, where, being on the ladder, he had words to this effect. Good people, I am come hither to die, but know not for what offence, except for words by me spoken yesternight to Sir Stephen, curate and preacher of this parish, which were these. He asked me, what news in the country? I answered, heavy news. Why, quoth he. It is said, quoth I, that many men be up in Essex, but thanks be to God, all is in good quiet about us. And this was all, as God be my judge, etc. Upon these words of the prisoner, Sir Stephen, to avoid reproach of the people, left the city, and was never heard of since amongst them to my knowledge. I heard the words of the prisoner, for he was executed upon the pavement of my door where I then kept house. Thus much by digression. Now again to the parish church of St. Andrew under Shaft, for it still retaineth the name, which hath been new built by the parishioners there since the year 1520. Every man putting to his helping hand, some with their purses, other with their bodies. Stephen Jennings, merchant tailor, sometime mayor of London, caused at his charges to be built the whole north side of the great middle aisle, both of the body and choir, as appeareth by his arms over every pillar graven, and also the north aisle, which he roofed with timber and sealed. Also the whole south side of the church was glazed, and the pews in the south chapel made of his costs, as appeareth in every window, and upon the said pews. He deceased in the year 1524, and was buried in the Grey Friars Church. John Kirkby, merchant tailor, sometime one of the sheriffs, John Garland, merchant tailor, and Nicholas Levison, mercer, executor to Garland, were great benefactors to this work, which was finished to the glazing in the year 1529, and fully finished 1532. Buried in this church, Philip Malpass, one of the sheriffs, 1439 Sir Robert Denny, knight, and after him Thomas Denny, his son, in the year 1421, Thomas Stokes, gentleman, grocer, 1496. In the new church, John Nichell, merchant tailor, 1537, William Draper, Esquire, 1537, Isabel and Margaret, his wives. Nicholas Levison, mercer, one of the sheriffs, 1534, John Gerard Woolman, merchant of the Staple, 1456, Henry Mann, Doctor of Divinity, Bishop of Man, 1550, Stephen Keaton, merchant tailor, alderman, 1553, David Woodroffe, haberdasher, one of the sheriffs, 1554. Stephen Woodroffe, his son, gave £100 in money, for the which the poor of that parish received 2 shillings in bread weekly forever. Sir Thomas Offley, merchant tailor, mayor, 1556. He bequeathed the one half of all his goods to charitable actions, but the parish received little benefit thereby. Thomas Starkey, skinner, one of the sheriffs, 1578. Hugh Offley, leatherseller, one of the sheriffs, 1588. William Hanbury, baker. Now down St. Mary Street, by the west end of the church towards the north, stand divers fair houses for merchants and other. Namely, one fair great house, built by Sir William Pickering the father, possessed by Sir William his son, and since by Sir Edward Wooton of Kent. North from this place is the Fletcher's Hall, and so down to the corner of that street, over against London Wall, and against eastwards to a fair house lately new built, partly by Master Robert Beale, one of the clerks of the council. Then come you to the Papy, a proper house, wherein sometime was kept a fraternity or brotherhood of Saint Charity and Saint John Evangelist, called the Papy, for poor impotent priests, for in some language priests are called papes. Founded in the year 1430 by William Oliver, William Barnaby, and John Stafford, chaplains or chantry priests in London for a master, 2 wardens, etc., chaplains, chantry priests, conducts, and other brethren and sisters. That should be admitted into the church of St. Augustine Papy in the wall. The brethren of this house becoming lame, or otherwise into great poverty, were here relieved as to have chambers, with certain allowance of bread, drink, and coal, and one old man and his wife to see them served, and to keep the house clean. This brotherhood, among others, was suppressed in the reign of Edward Roman VI. Since the which time in this house hath been lodged Master Morris of Essex, Sir Francis Walsingham, principal secretary to Her Majesty, Master Barrett of Essex, etc. Then next is one great house, large of rooms, fair courts, and garden plots, sometimes pertaining to the Bassets, since that to the abbots of Bury in Suffolk, and therefore called Bury's Marks, corruptly Bevis Marks, and since the dissolution of the Abbey of Bury, to Thomas Henage the father, and to Sir Thomas his son. Then next unto it is the before-spoken Priory of the Holy Trinity, to wit, the west and north part thereof, which stretcheth up to Aldgate, where we first began. Now in the second way from Aldgate, more toward the south from the well or pump aforesaid, lieth Fenchurch Street, on the right hand whereof, somewhat west from the south end of Belsider's Lane, is the Ironmonger's Hall, which company was incorporated in the 3rd of Edward Roman IV. Richard Fleming was their first master. Nicholas Marshall and Richard Cox were custos, or wardens. And on the left hand, or south side, even by the gate and wall of the city, runneth down a lane to the Tower Hill, the south part whereof is called Woodroffe Lane, and out of this lane toward the west a street called Hart Street. In this street, at the southeast corner thereof, sometime stood one house of crouched or crossed friars, founded by Ralph Hosier and William Saburns about the year 1298. Stephen, the 10th prior of the Holy Trinity, in London granted their tenements for 13s. 8d. By the year unto the said Ralph Hosier and William Saburns, who afterwards became friars of St. Cross, Adam was the first prior of that house. These friars founded their house in place of certain tenements purchased of Richard Wimbush, the 12th prior of the Holy Trinity, in the year 1319, which was confirmed by Edward Roman III. The 17th of his reign, valued at 5213 pounds, 4d, surrendered the 12th of November, the 30th of Henry Roman VIII. In this house was buried Master John Torres. Nicholas, the son of William Kyriel, Esquire Sir Thomas Mellington, Baron of Wemyss, and Dame Elizabeth his wife, daughter and heir of William Boteler, Baron of Wome Robert Mellington, Esquire, and Elizabeth his wife, daughter to Fairies of Owsley. Henry Lovell, son to William Lord Lovell, Dame Isabel, wife to William Edward, Mayor of London, 1471, William Narborough and Dame Elizabeth his wife. William Narborough and Dame Beatrix his wife, William Brosked, Esquire, William Bowes, Lionel Mollington, Esquire, son of Robert Mollington, Nicholas Cowderow and Elizabeth his wife, Sir John Stratford, Knight, Sir Thomas Asseldy, Knight, Clerk of the Crown, Sub-Marshal of England and Justice of the Shire of Middlesex, John Rest, Grocer, Mayor of London, 1516, Sir John Skevington, Knight, Merchant Tailor, Sheriff, 1520. Sir John Milbourne, Draper, Mayor in the year 1520 was buried there, but removed since to St. Edmund's in Lombard Street. Sir Rice Griffith, beheaded on the Tower Hill, 1531. In place of this church is now a carpenter's yard, a tennis court, and such like. The Friars' Hall was made a glass house, or house wherein was made glass of divers sorts to drink in. Which house in the year 1575, on the 4th of September, burst out into a terrible fire, where being practiced all means possible to quench, notwithstanding as the same house in a small time before had consumed a great quantity of wood by making of glasses, now itself having within it about 40,000 billets of wood, was all consumed to the stone walls, which nevertheless greatly hindered the fire from spreading any further. Adjoining unto this friar's church, by the east end thereof in Woodroffe Lane towards the Tower Hill, are certain proper almshouses, 14 in number, built of brick and timber, founded by Sir John Milbourne, Draper, sometime Mayor, 1521, wherein he placed 13 aged poor men and their wives if they have wives. These have their dwellings rent-free and 2s. 4d. The peace, the first day of every month, for ever. One also is to have his house over the gate, and 4s. Every month. More, he appointed every Sunday for ever 13 penny loaves of white bread, to be given in the parish church of St. Edmund in Lombard Street, to 13 poor people of that parish. And the like 13 loaves to be given in the parish church of St. Michael upon Cornhill, and in either parish every year 1 load of charcoal, of 30 sacks in the load, and this gift to be continued for ever. For performance whereof, by the master and wardens of the drapers in London, he assured unto them and their successors 23 messuages and tenements, and 18 garden plots, in the parish of St. Olave in Hart Street, with proviso, that if they perform not those points above mentioned, the said tenements and gardens to remain to the mayor and commonalty of the city of London. Next to these almshouses is the Lord Lumley's house, built in the time of King Henry Roman VIII, by Sir Thomas Wyatt the father, upon one plot of ground of late pertaining to the foresaid crossed friars, where part of their house stood. And this is the farthest part of Aldgate Ward towards the south, and joineth to the Tower Hill. The other side of that line, over against the Lord Lumley's house, on the wall side of the city, is now for the most part, or altogether, built even to Aldgate. Then have you on the south side of Fenchurch Street, over against the well or pump, amongst other fair and large-built houses, one that sometime belonged to the prior of Monty Joves, or Monastery Cornut, a cell to Monty Joves beyond the seas in Essex. It was the prior's inn, when he repaired to this city. Then a lane that leadeth down by Northumberland House towards the crossed friars, as is aforeshowed. This Northumberland House, in the parish of St. Catherine Colman, belonged to Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, in the 33rd of Henry Roman VI. But of late being left by the earls, the gardens thereof were made into bowling alleys, and other parts into dicing houses, common to all comers for their money, there to bowl and hazard. but now of late so many bowling alleys and other houses for unlawful gaming hath been raised in other parts of the city and suburbs, that this their ancient and only patron of misrule is left and forsaken of her gamesters, and therefore turned into a number of great rents, small cottages, for strangers and others. At the east end of this lane, in the way from Aldgate toward the Crossed Friars, of old time were certain tenements called the Poor Jury, of Jews dwelling there. Next unto this Northumberland house is the parish church of St. Catherine, called Coleman, which addition of Coleman was taken of a great hawyard, or garden, of old time called Coleman Haw, in the parish of the Trinity, now called Christ's Church, and in the parish of St. Catherine and All Saints called Coleman Church. Then have you Blanchapleton, whereof I read, in the 13th of Edward I, that a lane behind the said Blanchapleton was granted by the king to be enclosed and shut up. This Blanchapleton was a manor belonging to Sir Thomas Roos of Hamelake, knight, the 7th of Richard Roman II, standing at the northeast corner of Mart Lane, so called of a privilege sometime enjoined to keep a mart there, long since discontinued, and therefore forgotten, so as nothing remaineth for memory but the name of Mart Lane, and that corruptly termed Mark Lane. I read that in the 3rd of Edward Roman IV. All basket makers, wire drawers, and other foreigners were permitted to have shops in this manor of Blanchapleton, and not elsewhere within the city or suburbs thereof. And this also being the farthest west part of this ward on that south side, I leave it, with 3 parish churches, St. Catherine Christ Church, St. Andrew Undershaft, and St. Catherine Coleman's, and 3 halls of companies, the Bricklayers' Hall, the Fletchers' Hall, and the Ironmongers' Hall. It hath an alderman, his deputy, common councillors 6, constables 6, scavengers 9, wardmote men for inquest 18, and a beadle. It is taxed to the 15 in London at £5. Lime Street Ward. The next is Lime Street Ward, and taketh the name of Lime Street of making or selling of lime there, as is supposed. The east side of this Lime Street, from the north corner thereof to the midst, is of Aldgate Ward, as is aforesaid. The west side, for the most part from the said north corner southward, is of this Lime Street Ward. The south end on both sides is of Langborne Ward. The body of this Lime Street Ward is of the High Street called Cornehill Street, which stretcheth from Lime Street on the south side to the west corner of Leaden Hall, and on the north side from the southwest corner of St. Mary Street to another corner over against Leaden Hall. Now for St. Mary Street. The west side thereof is of this Lime Street Ward, and also the street which runneth by the north end of this St. Mary Street, on both sides, from thence west to an house called the Wrestlers, a sign so called almost to Bishopsgate. And these are the bounds of this small ward. Monuments or places notable in this ward be these. In Lime Street are divers fair houses for merchants and others. There was sometime a mansion house of the king's, called the King's Arters, whereof I find record in the 14th of Edward I, but now grown out of knowledge. I read also of another great house in the west side of Lime Street, having a chapel on the south and a garden on the west, then belonging to the Lord Neville, which garden is now called the Green Yard of the Leaden Hall. This house, in the 9th of Richard Roman II, pertained to Sir Simon Burley and Sir John Burley his brother, and of late the said house was taken down, and the forefront thereof new built of timber by Hugh Offley, alderman. At the northwest corner of Lime Street was of old time one great messuage called Benbride's Inn. Ralph Holland, draper, about the year 1452 gave it to John Gill, master, and to the wardens and fraternity of tailors and linen armourers of St. John Baptist in London, and to their successors forever. They did set up in place thereof a fair large frame of timber, containing in the High Street one great house, and before it to the corner of Lime Street 3 other tenements, the corner house being the largest, and then down Lime Street divers proper tenements, all which the merchant tailors, in the reign of Edward Roman VI, sold to Stephen Curtin, merchant tailor and alderman. He gave, with his daughter Grisold, to Nicholas Woodroffe the said great house, with 2 tenements before it, in lieu of £100, and made it up in money 36613 pounds. 4d. This worshipful man, and the gentlewoman his widow after him, kept those houses down Lime Street in good reparations, never put out but 1 tenant, took no fines, nor raised rents of them, which was 10 shillings the piece yearly. But whether that favour did overlive her funeral, the tenants now can best declare the contrary. Next unto this, on the High Street, was the Lord Soch's messuage or tenement, and other, in place whereof Richard Wethel, merchant tailor, built a fair house with a high tower, the second in number and first of timber, that ever I learnt to have been built to overlook neighbours in this city. This Richard, then a young man, became in a short time so tormented with gouts in his joints, of the hands and legs, that he could neither feed himself nor go further than he was led. Much less was he able to climb and take the pleasure of the height of his tower. Then is there another fair house, built by Stephen Curtin, alderman. Alderman Lee doth now possess it, and again new buildeth it. Then is there a fair house of old time called the Green Gate, by which name one Michael Pisti Lombard held it, with a tenement and 9 shops in the reign of Richard Roman II, who in the 15th of his reign gave it to Roger Crawful and Thomas Bromflet, esquires, by the name of the Green Gate, in the parish of St. Andrew upon Cornhill, in Lime Street Ward. Since the which time Philip Malpass, sometime alderman and one of the sheriffs, dwelt therein, and was there robbed and spoiled of his goods to a great value by Jack Cade and other rebels, in the year 1449. Afterwards, in the reign of Henry Roman VII, it was seized into the king's hands, and then granted, first, unto John Alston, after that unto William de la Rivers, and since by Henry Roman VIII. To John Mudas, a Picard or Frenchman, who dwelt there, and harboured in his house many Frenchmen, that calandred Walsteds, and did other things contrary to the franchises of the citizens. Wherefore on evil May Day, which was in the year 1517, the apprentices and others spoiled his house. And if they could have found Mudas, they would have stricken off his head. Sir Peter Mudas, son to the said John Mudas, sold this house to David Woodroffe, alderman, whose son, Sir Nicholas Woodroffe, alderman, sold it over to John Moore, alderman, that now possesseth it. Next is a house called the Leaden Porch, lately divided into 2 tenements, whereof one is a tavern, and then one other house for a merchant, likewise called the Leaden Porch, but now turned to a cook's house. Next is a fair house and a large, wherein divers mayoralties have been kept, whereof 2 in my remembrance, to wit, Sir William Bowyer and Sir Henry Huberthorne. The next is Leaden Hall, of which I read, that in the year 1309 it belonged to Sir Hugh Neville, knight, and that the Lady Alice his widow made a fiefment thereof, by the name of Leaden Hall, with the advocens of the church of St. Peter upon Cornhill, and other churches, to Richard, Earl of Arundel and Surrey, 1362. More in the year 1380, Alice Neville, widow to Sir John Neville, knight of Essex, confirmed to Thomas Gogshaw and others the said manor of Leaden Hall, the advowsons, etc. In the year 1384, Humphrey de Bohun, Earl of Hereford, had the said manor. And in the year 1408, Robert Reichton of Essex and Margaret his wife, confirmed to Richard Whittington and other citizens of London the said manor of Leaden Hall with the appurtenances, the advowsons of St. Peter's Church, St. Margaret's Patens, etc., and in the year 1411, the said Whittington and other confirmed the same to the mayor and commonalty of London, whereby it came to the possession of the city. Then in the year 1443, the 21st of Henry Roman VI, John Hatherley, mayor, purchased license of the said king to take up 200 fother of lead, for the building of water conduits, a common granary, and the cross in Westcheap more richly, for the honour of the city. In the year next following, the parson and parish of St. Dunstan, in the east of London, seeing the famous and mighty man, for the words be in the grant, cum nobilis et potens ver, Simon Eyre, citizen of London, among other his works of piety, effectually determined to erect and build a certain granary upon the soil of the same city at Leaden Hall of his own charges, for the common utility of the said city, to the amplifying and enlarging of the said granary, granted to Henry Frowick. Then the aldermen and commonalty and their successors forever, all their tenements, with the appurtenances, sometime called the Horsemill in Grass Street, for the annual rent of £4, etc. Also, certain evidences of an alley and tenements pertaining to the Horsemill adjoining to the said Leaden Hall in Grass Street, given by William Kingstone, fishmonger, unto the parish church of St. Peter upon Cornehill, do specify the said granary to be built by the said honourable and famous merchant Simon Eyre, sometime an upholsterer, and then a draper in the year 1419. He built it of squared stone, in form as now it showeth, with a fair and large chapel in the east side of the quadrant, over the porch of which he caused to be written, Dextra Domini exaltavit me, the Lord's right hand exalted me. Within the said church on the north wall was written, Honorandus famosus mercator Simon Eyre Hugis operis, etc. in English thus. The honorable and famous merchant, Simon Eyre, founder of this work, once mayor of this city, citizen and draper of the same, departed out of this life, the 18th day of September, the year from the incarnation of Christ 1459, and the 38th year of the reign of King Henry Roman VI. He was buried in the parish church of St. Mary Woolnoth, in Lombard Street. He gave by his testament, which I have read, to be distributed to all prisons in London, or within a mile of that city, somewhat to relieve them. More he gave 2,000 marks upon a condition which not performed, was then to be distributed to maids, marriages, and other deeds of charity. He also gave 3,000 marks to the drapers, upon condition they should, within 1 year after his decease, establish perpetually a master or warden, 5 secular priests, 6 clerks, and 2 choristers to sing daily divine service by note forever, in his chapel of the Leaden Hall. Also 1 master, with an usher, for grammar, 1 master for writing, and the 3rd for song, with housing there newly built for them forever. The master to have for his salary £10, and every other priest £8, every other clerk £5 6 shillings and 8 pence, and every other chorister 5 marks. And if the drapers refused this to do, within 1 year after his decease, then the 3,000 marks to remain to the prior and convent of Christ's Church in London, with condition to establish, as is aforesaid, within 2 years after his decease. And if they refused, then the 3,000 marks to be disposed by his executors, as they best could devise, in works of charity. Thus much for his testament, not performed by establishing of divine service in his chapel, or free schools for scholars. Neither how the stock of 3,000 marks, or rather 5,000 marks, was employed by his executors, could I ever learn. He left issue, Thomas, who had issue Thomas, etc. True it is, that in 1 year, 1464, the 3rd of Edward Roman IV, it was agreed by the mayor, aldermen, and commonalty of London, that notwithstanding the king's letters patent, lately before granted unto them, touching the tonnage or weighing of wares to be holden at the Leaden Hall, yet suit should be made to the king for new letters patent to be granted to the mayor of the staple for the tonnage of wools to be holden there, and order to be taken by the discretion of Thomas Cook, then mayor, the council of the city, Geoffrey Fielding, then mayor of the staple at Westminster, and of the king's council, what should be paid to the mayor and aldermen of the city, for the laying and housing of the wools there, that so they might be brought forth and weighed, etc. Touching the chapel there, I find that in the year 1466, by license obtained of King Edward Roman IV, in the 6th of his reign, a fraternity of the Trinity of 60 priests, besides other brethren and sisters in the same chapel, was founded by William Rouse, John Rispy, and Thomas Ashby priests, some of the which 60 priests, every market day in the forenoon, did celebrate divine service there to such market people as repaired to prayer. And once every year they met all together and had solemn service, with procession of the brethren and sisters. This foundation was in the year 1512, by a common council, confirmed to the 60 Trinity priests and to their successors, at the will of the mayor and commonalty. In the year 1484, a great fire happened upon this Leaden Hall, by what casualty I know not, but much housing was there destroyed, with all the stocks for guns and other provision belonging to the city, which was a great loss and no less charge to be repaired by them. In the year 1503, the 18th of Henry Roman VII, a request was made by the commons of the city, concerning the usage of the said Leaden Hall, in form as followeth. Please it, the Lord Mayor and Common Council, to enact, that all Frenchmen bringing canvas, linen cloth, and other wares to be sold, and all foreigners bringing woolsteds, says, stamus, coverings, nails, iron work, or any other wares, and also all manner of foreigners bringing lead to the city to be sold, shall bring all such their wares aforesaid to the open market of the Leaden Hall, there and no where else to be sold and uttered, like as of old time it hath been used, upon pain of forfeiture of all the said wares showed or sold in any other place than aforesaid. The show of the said wares to be made 3 days in the week, that is to say, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It is also thought reasonable that the common beam be kept from henceforth in the Leaden Hall, and the farmer to pay therefore reasonable rent to the chamber. For better it is that the chamber have advantage thereby than a foreign person, and also the said leaden hall, which is more chargeable now by half than profitable, shall better bear out the charges thereof. Also the common beam for wool at Leaden Hall may yearly pay a rent to the Chamber of London, towards supportation and charges of the same place. For reason it is, that a common office, occupied upon a common ground, bear a charge to the use of the commonalty. Also, that foreigners bringing wools, felts, or any other merchandises or wares to Leaden Hall, to be kept there for the sale and market, may pay more largely for the keeping of their goods than free men. Thus much for the request of the Commons at this time. Now to set down some proof that the said hall hath been employed and used as a granary for corn and grain, as the same was first appointed. Leaving all former examples, this one may suffice. Roger Achley, Mayor of London in the year 1512, the 3rd of Henry Roman VIII. When the said mayor entered the mayoralty, there was not found 100 quarters of wheat in all the garners of the city, either within the liberties or near adjoining. Through the which scarcity, when the carts of Stratford came laden with bread to the city, as they had been accustomed, there was such press about them that one man was ready to destroy another, in striving to be served for their money. But this scarcity did not last long, for the mayor in short time made such provision of wheat, that the bakers, both of London and Stratford, were weary of taking it up, and were forced to take up much more than they would. And for the rest the mayor laid out the money, and stored it up in Leaden Hall and other garners of the city. This mayor also kept the market so well, that he would be at the Leaden Hall by 4 o'clock in the summer's mornings, and from thence he went to other markets, to the great comfort of the citizens. I read also that in the year 1528, the 20th of Henry Roman VIII, surveyors were appointed to view the garners of the city, namely, the Bridge House and the Leaden Hall, how they were stored of grain for the service of the city. And because I have here before spoken of the bread carts coming from Stratford at the Bow, ye shall understand that of old time the bakers of bread at Stratford were allowed to bring daily, except the Sabbath and principal feasts, divers long carts laden with bread, the same being 2 ounces in the penny wheat loaf heavier than the penny wheat loaf baked in the city, the same to be sold in cheap, 3 or 4 carts standing there, between Gutherin's Lane and Foster's Lane end, 1 cart on Cornhill, by the Conduit and 1 other in Grass Street. And I have read that in the 4th year of Edward Roman II, Richard Reffingham being mayor, a baker named John of Stratford, for making bread less than the assize, was with a fool's hood on his head and loaves of bread about his neck, drawn on a hurdle through the streets of the city. Moreover, in the 44th of Edward Roman III, John Chichester being mayor of London, I read in the Visions of Pierce Plowman, a book so called, as followeth. At London I leave, liketh well my waffers and lurin wan they lacken hem. It is not lunge why past, there was a careful commune, when no cart come to town with breed fro Stratford, though gone in begaris weep, and workmen were agast alight, this will be thought lun. In the date of our red right, in a dry April, 8,300 twice 20 and 10, my waffers there were Jessine wan Chichester was mayor. I read also in the 20th of Henry Roman VIII, Sir James Spencer being mayor, 6 bakers of Stratford were immersed in the Guildhall of London, for baking under the size appointed. These bakers of Stratford left serving of this city, I know not upon what occasion, about 30 years since. In the year 1519, a petition was exhibited by the Commons to the Common Council, and was by them allowed, concerning the Leaden Hall, how they would have it used, viz. Meekly beseeching, showeth unto your good lordship and masterships, divers citizens of this city, which under correction think, that the great place called the Leaden Hall should, nor ought not to be let to farm to any person or persons, and in especial to any fellowship or company incorporate, to have and hold the same hall for term of years, for such inconveniences as thereby may ensue, and come to the hurt of the common weal of the said city in time to come, as somewhat more largely may appear in the articles following. First, if any assembly or hasty gathering of the commons of the said city, for suppressing or subduing of misruled people within the said city, hereafter shall happen to be called or commanded by the mayor, aldermen, and other governors and councillors of the said city for the time being, there is none so convenient, meet, and necessary a place, to assemble them in within the said city, as the said Leaden Hall, both for largeness of room, and their sure defence in time of their counselling together about the premises. Also, In that place hath been used the artillery, guns, and other armors of the said city, to be safely kept in a readiness for the safeguard, wealth, and defense of the said city, to be had and occupied at times when need required. As also the store of timber for the necessary reparations of the tenements belonging to the chamber of the said city, there commonly hath been kept. Item, if any triumph or nobleness were to be done, or shown by the commonalty of the city, for the honor of our sovereign lord the king and realm, and for the worship of the said city, the said leaden hall is most meet and convenient place to prepare and order the said triumph therein, and from thence to issue forth to the places therefore appointed. Item, at any largess or dole of any money made unto the poor people of this city, it hath been used to be done and given in the said leaden hall, for that the said place is most meet therefore. Item, the honorable father that was maker of the said hall had a special will, intent, and mind, that, as it is commonly said, the market men and women that came to the city with victuals and other things should have their free standing within the said leaden hall in wet weather, to keep themselves and their wares dry, and thereby to encourage them, and all other, to have the better will and desire the more plenteously to resort to the said city, to victual the same. And if the said hall should be let into farm, the will of the said honorable father should never be fulfilled nor take effect. Item, if the said place, which is the chief fortress and most necessary place within all the city, for the tuition and safeguard of the same, should be let into farm out of the hands of the chief heads of the same city, and especially to another body politic, it might at length by likelihood be occasion of discord and debate between the said bodies politic, which God defend. For these and many other great and reasonable causes, which hereafter shall be showed to this honorable court, your said beseechers think it much necessary that the said hall be still in the hands of the city, and to be surely kept by sad and discreet officers, in such wise that it may always be ready to be used and occupied for the common weal of the said city when need shall require, and in no wise to be let into any body politic. Thus much for the petition. About the year 1534, great means were made about the leaden hall to have the same made a burse, for the assembly of merchants, as they had been accustomed in Lombard Street. Many common councils were called to that end. But in the year 1535, John Champneys being mayor, it was fully concluded that the burse should remain in Lombard Street as afore, and leaden hall no more to be spoken of concerning that matter. The use of leaden hall in my youth was thus. In a part of the north quadrant, on the east side of the north gate, were the common beams for weighing of wool and other wares, as had been accustomed. On the west side, the gate were the scales to weight meal. The other three sides were reserved for the most part to the making and resting of the pageants showed at midsummer in the watch. The remnant of the sides and quadrant was employed for the stowage of wool sacks, but not closed up. The lofts above were partly used by the painters in working for the decking of pageants and other devices, for beautifying of the watch and watchmen. The residue of the lofts were let out to merchants, the wool winders and packers therein to wind and pack their wools. And thus much for leaden hall may suffice. Now on the north of Lime Street Ward and the High Street are divers fair houses for merchants, and proper tenements for artificers, with an alley also called Shaft Alley, of the shaft or maypole sometime resting over the gate thereof, as I have declared in Aldgate Ward. In the year 1576, partly at the charges of the parish of St. Andrew, and partly at the charges of the Chamber of London, a water pump was raised in Lime Street Ward, near unto Lime Street Corner. For the placing of the witch pump, having broken up the ground, they were forced to dig more than 2 fathom deep before they came to any main ground, where they found a hearth made of Britain, or rather Roman tile, every tile half a yard square, and about 2 inches thick. They found coal lying there also, for that lying hole will never consume. Then digging 1 fathom into the main, they found water sufficient, made their prawl, and set up the pump, which pump, with oft repairing and great charges to the parish, continued not 24 years, but being rotted, was taken up and a new set in place in the year 1600. Thus much for the High Street. In St. Marie Street had ye of old time a parish church of St. Marie the Virgin, St. Ursula, and the 11,000 Virgins, which church was commonly called St. Marie at the Axe, of the sign of an axe, over against the east end thereof, or St. Marie Pelipar, of a plot of ground lying on the north side thereof, pertaining to the Skinners in London. This parish, about the year 1565, was united to the parish church of St. Andrew Undershaft, and so was St. Mary at the Axe suppressed and letten out to be a warehouse for a merchant. Against the east end of this church was sometime a fair wall, now turned to a pump. Also against the north end of this St. Mary Street was sometime one other parish church of St. Augustine, called St. Augustine in the Wall, for that it stood adjoining to the wall of the city, and otherwise called St. Augustine's Papy, or the Poor, as I have read in the reign of Edward Roman III. About the year 1430, in the reign of Henry Roman VI. The same church was allowed to the brethren of the Papy, the house of poor priests, whereof I have spoken in Aldgate Ward. The parishioners of this church were appointed to the parish church of Allhallows in the Wall, which is in Broad Street Ward, this brotherhood called Papy, being suppressed. The church of St. Augustine was pulled down, and in place thereof one gray and apothecary built a stable, hayloft, etc. It is now a dwelling house. Those two parish churches, both lying in the ward of Lime Street, being thus suppressed, there is not any one parish church or place for divine service in that ward, but the inhabitants thereof repair to St. Peter in Cornehill Ward, St. Andrew in Aldgate Ward, Allhallows in the Wall in Broad Street Ward, and some to St. Denny's in Langborne Ward. Now because of late there hath been some question, to what ward this church of St. Augustine Papy should of right belong, for the same hath been challenged by them of Aldgate Ward, and without reason taken into Bishopsgate Ward from Lime Street Ward, I am somewhat to touch it. About 30 years since the Chamber of London granted a lease of ground, in these words, lying near London Wall in the ward of Lime Street, from the west of the said church or chapel of St. Augustine Papy towards Bishopsgate, etc., on the which plot of ground the lease built 3 fair tenements, and placed tenants there. These were charged to bear scot and lot, and some of them to bear office in Lime Street Ward, all which they did willingly without grudging. And when any suspected or disordered persons were by the landlord placed there, the officers of Lime Street Ward fetched them out of their houses, committed them to ward, procured their due punishments, and banished them from thence, whereby in short time that place was reformed and brought into good order. Which thing being noted by them of Aldgate Ward, they moved their alderman, Sir Thomas Offley, to call in those houses to be of his ward. But I myself showing a fair ledger book, sometimes pertaining to the late dissolved priory of the Holy Trinity within Aldgate, wherein were set down the just bounds of Aldgate Ward, before Sir Thomas Offley, Sir Rowland Hayward, the Common Council, and Wardmote inquest of the same Lime Street Ward, Sir Thomas Offley gave over his challenge, and so that matter rested in good quiet until the year 1579, that Sir Richard Pipe being mayor and alderman of Bishopsgate Ward, challenged those houses to be of his ward, whereunto, without reason showed, Sir Rowland Hayward yielded. And thus is that side of the street, from the north corner of St. Mary Street almost to Bishopsgate, wherein is one plot of ground, letten by the Chamberlain of London to the parish of St. Martin's Oatswich, to be a churchyard or burying place for the dead of that parish, etc., unjustly drawn and withholden from the ward of Lime Street. Divers other proofs I could set down, but this one following may suffice. The mayor and aldermen of London made a grant to the fraternity of Papy in these words. Be it remembered, that where now of late the master and wardens of the fraternity of the Papy have made a brick wall, closing in the chapel of St. Augustine called Papy Chapel, situate in the parish of All Saints in the Wall, in the ward of Lime Street, of the city of London. From the southeast corner of the which brick wall is a scutcheon of 21 feet of a size from the said corner eastward. And from the same scutcheon there to a messwage of 55 feet and a half westward, the said scutcheon breaketh out of line right southward, betwixt the measures aforesaid 3 feet and 5 inches of a size, upon the common ground of the said city aforesaid, Ralph Verney, mayor, and the aldermen of the same city, the 22nd day of October, the 6th year of Edward Roman IV. Granted to John Hod, priest, and to Master John Bolt and Thomas Paschet, priests, wardens of the fraternity of Papy aforesaid, and to their successors for ever, etc., yielding 4 pence sterling yearly at Michaelmas. And this is, saith my book, enrolled in the Guildhall of London, which is a sufficient proof the same plot of ground to be of Lime Street Ward, and never otherwise accounted or challenged. On the south side of this street, stretching west from St. Mary Street towards Bishopsgate Street, there was of old time one large messwage built of stone and timber, in the parish of St. Augustine in the Wall, now the parish of Allhallows in the same wall, belonging to the Earl of Oxford, for Richard de Vere, Earl of Oxford, possessed it in the 4th of Henry v. But in process of time, the lands of the Earl fell to females, amongst the which, one being married to Wingfield of Suffolk, this house with the appurtenances fell to his lot, and was by his heir, Sir Robert Wingfield, sold to Master Edward Coke, at this time the Queen's Attorney General. This house being greatly ruinated of late time, for the most part hath been letten out to poulterers, for stabling of horses and stowage of poultry, but now lately new built into a number of small tenements, letten out to strangers and other mean people. One note more of this ward, and so an end. I find of record that in the year 1371, the 45th of Edward Roman III, a great subsidy of £100,000 was granted towards the king's wars in France, whereof the clergy paid £50,000, and the laity £50,000, to be levied to 39 shires of England, containing parishes 8,600, of every parish £5 16 shillings, the greater to help the lesser. This city, as one of the shires, then containing 24 wards, and in them 110 parishes, was therefore assessed to £635 12 shillings, whereof Lime Street Ward did bear 34 shillings and no more, so small a ward it was, and so accounted, as having no one whole parish therein, but small portions only of 2 parishes in that ward. This ward hath an alderman, his deputy, common councillors 4, constables 4, scavengers 2, wardmote inquest 16, and a beadle, and is taxed to the 15th at £1 19 shillings and 2 pence 3 farthings. Bishopsgate Ward. The next is Bishopsgate Ward, whereof a part is without the gate and of the suburbs, from the bars by St. Mary Spittle to Bishopsgate, and a part of Houndsditch. Almost half thereof, also without the wall, is of the same ward. Then within the gate is Bishopsgate Street, so called of the gate, to a pump, where sometimes was a fair well, with 2 buckets, by the east end of the parish church of St. Martin Oatswich, and then winding by the west corner of Leadenhall down Grass Street to the corner over against Grass Church. And this is the bounds of that ward. Monuments most to be noted are these: the parish church of St. Butolph without Bishopsgate, in a fair churchyard, adjoining to the town ditch, upon the very bank thereof, but of old time enclosed with a comely wall of brick, lately repaired by Sir William Allen, mayor, in the year 1571, because he was born in that parish, where also he was buried. An anchoress received 40s. The year of the sheriffs of London. Now without this churchyard wall is a caussee, leading to a quadrant, called Petit France, of Frenchmen dwelling there, and to other dwelling houses, lately built on the bank of the said ditch by some citizens of London, that more regarded their own private gain than the common good of the city. For by means of this caussee raised on the bank, and soilage of houses, with other filthiness cast into the ditch, the same is now forced to a narrow channel, and almost filled up with unsavory things, to the danger of empoisoning the whole city. Next unto the parish church of St. Butolph is a fair inn for receipt of travellers, then an hospital of St. Mary of Bethlehem, founded by Simon Fitzmary, one of the sheriffs of London, in the year 1246. He founded it to have been a priory of canons, with brethren and sisters, and King Edward Roman III granted a protection, which I have seen, for the brethren Melitiae Beatie Marii de Bethlehem, within the city of London, the 14th year of his reign. It was an hospital for distracted people. Stephen Jenninges, merchant tailor, gave £40 towards purchase of the patronage by his testament, 1523. The mayor and commonalty purchased the patronage thereof, with all the lands and tenements thereunto belonging, in the year 1546. The same year King Henry Roman VIII gave this hospital unto the city, the church and chapel whereof were taken down in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, and houses built there by the governors of Christ's Hospital in London. In this place, people that be distraight in wits are, by the suit of their friends, received and kept as afore, but not without charges to their bringers in. In the year 1569, Sir Thomas Roe, merchant tailor, mayor, caused to be enclosed with a wall of brick about 1 acre of ground, being part of the said hospital of Bethlehem, to wit, on the west, on the bank of Deep Ditch, so called, parting the said hospital of Bethlehem from the Moorfield. This he did for burial and ease of such parishes in London as wanted ground convenient within their parishes. The lady his wife was there buried, by whose persuasion he enclosed it, but himself, born in London, was buried in the parish church of Hackney. From this hospital northward, upon the street side, many houses have been built with alleys backward, of late time too much pestered with people, a great cause of infection, up to the bars. The other side of this high street from Bishopsgate and Hound's Ditch, the first building a large inn for receipt of travellers, and is called the Dolphin, of such a sign. In the year 1513, Margaret Rycroft, widow, gave this house, with the gardens and appurtenances, unto William Gam, R. Cly, their wives, her daughters, and to their heirs, with condition they yearly do give to the warden or governors of the Grey Friars Church within Newgate 40 shillings, to find a student of divinity in the university for ever. Then is there a fair house, of late built by John Powlett. Next to that, a far more large and beautiful house, with gardens of pleasure, bowling alleys, and such like, built by Jasper Fisher, free of the goldsmiths, late one of the 6 clerks of the Chancery and a justice of the peace. It hath since for a time been the Earl of Oxford's place. The Queen's Majesty Elizabeth hath lodged there. It now belongeth to Sir Roger Manners. This house, being so large and sumptuously built by a man of no greater calling, possessions, or wealth, for he was indebted to many, was mockingly called Fisher's Folly, and a rhythm was made of it, and other the like in this manner. Kirkeby's Castle, and Fisher's Folly, Spanilla's Pleasure, and Meg's Glory. And so of other like buildings about the city by citizens, men have not letted to speak their pleasure. From Fisher's Folly up to the west end of Burward's Lane, of old time so called, but now Hog Lane, because it meeteth with Hog Lane, which cometh from the bars without Aldgate, as is aforeshowed, is a continual building of tenements, with alleys of cottages, pestered. Etc. Then is there a large close, called Tassel Close, sometime for that there were tassels planted for the use of clothworkers, since let into the crossbow makers, wherein they used to shoot for games at the popinjay. Now the same being enclosed with a brick wall, serveth to be an artillery yard, whereunto the gunners of the tower do weekly repair, namely, every Thursday. And their levelling certain brass pieces of great artillery against a butt of earth, made for that purpose, they discharge them for their exercise. Then have you the late dissolved Priory and Hospital, commonly called St. Mary's Spital, founded by Walter Brune and Rosia his wife, for canons regular. Walter, Archdeacon of London, laid the first stone in the year 1197. William, of St. Mary Church, then Bishop of London, dedicated to the honor of Jesus Christ and his mother, the Perpetual Virgin Mary, by the name of Domus Dei, and Beaty Mariae, extra Bishopsgate, in the parish of St. Butolph. The bounds whereof, as appeareth by composition betwixt the parson and prior of the said hospital concerning tithes, beginneth at Burward's Lane toward the south, and extendeth in breadth to the parish of St. Leonard of Shoreditch towards the north, and in length from the King's Street on the west to the Bishop of London's Field, called Lawlessworth, on the east. The prior of this St. Mary's Spital, for the amortizing and propitiation of Bykennacar, in Essex, to his said house of St. Mary's Spital, gave to Henry Roman VII, £400 in the 22nd of his reign. This hospital, surrendered to Henry Roman VIII, was valued to dispend £478, wherein was found, besides ornaments of the church and other goods pertaining to the hospital, 180 beds, well furnished for receipt of the poor, for it was an hospital of great relief. Sir Henry Plessington, knight, was buried there 1452. In place of this hospital and near adjoining are now many fair houses built for receipt and lodging of worshipful persons. A part of the large churchyard pertaining to this hospital, and severed from the rest with a brick wall, yet remaineth as of old time, with a pulpit crossed therein, somewhat like to that in Paul's churchyard. And against the said pulpit on the south side, before the charnel and chapel of St. Edmund the Bishop and Mary Magdalene, which chapel was founded about the year 1391 by William Eneshan, citizen and paper of London, who is there buried, remaineth also one fair built house, of 2 stories in height, for the mayor and other honourable persons, with the aldermen and sheriffs to sit in, there to hear the sermons preached in the Easter holidays. In the loft over them stood the Bishop of London, and other prelates. Now the ladies and aldermen's wives do there stand at a fair window, or sit at their pleasure. And here is to be noted, that time out of mind it hath been a laudable custom, that on Good Friday in the afternoon some especial learned man, by appointment of the prelates, hath preached a sermon at Paul's Cross, treating of Christ's Passion. And upon the 3 next Easter holidays, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, the like learned men, by the like appointment, have used to preach on the forenoons at the said spittle, to persuade the article of Christ's resurrection. And then on Low Sunday, one other learned man at Paul's Cross, to make rehearsal of those 4 former sermons, either commending or reproving them, as to him by judgment of the learned divines was thought convenient. And that done, he was to make a sermon of his own study, which in all were 5 sermons in one. At these sermons, so severally preached, the mayor, with his brethren the aldermen, were accustomed to be present in their violets at Paul's on Good Friday, and in their scarlets at the spittle in the holidays, except Wednesday in violet, and the mayor with his brethren on Low Sunday in scarlet, at Paul's Cross, continued until this day. Touching the antiquity of this custom, I find that in the year 1398, King Richard, having procured from Rome confirmation of such statutes and ordinances as were made in the Parliament, begun at Westminster and ended at Shrewsbury, he caused the same confirmation to be read and pronounced at Paul's Cross, and at St. Mary's Spittle, in the sermons before all the people. Philip Malpass, one of the sheriffs in the year 1439, gave 20 shillings by the year to the 3 preachers at the Spittle. Stephen Forster, mayor in the year 1454, gave £40 to the preachers at Paul's Cross and Spittle. I find also that the aforesaid house, wherein the mayor and aldermen do sit at the Spittle, was built for that purpose of the goods, and by the executors of Richard Lawson, alderman, and Isabel his wife, in the year 1488. In the year 1594, this pulpit being old was taken down, and a new set up. The preacher's face turned towards the south, which was before toward the west. Also a large house on the east side of the said pulpit was then built for the governors and children of Christ's Hospital to sit in, and this was done of the goods of William Elkins, alderman, late deceased. But within the first year, the same house decaying, and like to have fallen, was again with great cost repaired at the city's charge. On the east side of this churchyard lieth a large field of old time called Lolesworth, now Spittle Field, which about the year 1576 was broken up for clay to make brick. In the digging, whereof many earthen pots, called urni, were found full of ashes, and burnt bones of men, to wit, of the Romans that inhabited here. For it was the custom of the Romans to burn their dead, to put their ashes in an urn, and then bury the same, with certain ceremonies, in some field appointed for that purpose near unto their city. Every of these pots had in them with the ashes of the dead 1 piece of copper money, with the inscription of the emperor then reigning. Some of them were of Claudius, some of Vespasian, some of Nero, of Antoninus Pius, of Trajanus, and others. Besides those urns, many other pots were there found, made of a white earth with long necks and handles, like to our stone jugs. These were empty, but seemed to be buried full of some liquid matter long since consumed and soaked through. For there were found divers phials and other fashioned glasses, some most cunningly wrought, such as I have not seen the like, and some of crystal, all which had water in them, nothing differing in clearness, taste, or savor from common spring water, whatsoever it was at the first. Some of these glasses had oil in them very thick, and earthy in savor. Some were supposed to have balm in them, but had lost the virtue. Many of those pots and glasses were broken in cutting of the clay, so that few were taken up whole. There were also found divers dishes and cups of a fine red-colored earth, which showed outwardly such a shining smoothness as if they had been of coral. Those had in the bottoms Roman letters printed. There were also lamps of white earth and red, artificially wrought with divers antiques about them, some 3 or 4 images made of white earth, about a span long each of them. One I remember was of Pallas, the rest I have forgotten. I myself have reserved, among divers of those antiquities there, 1 urn, with the ashes and bones, and 1 pot of white earth very small, not exceeding the quantity of 1/4 of a wine pint, made in shape of a hare squatted upon her legs, and between her ears is the mouth of the pot. There hath also been found in the same field divers coffins of stone, containing the bones of men. These I suppose to be the burials of some especial persons in time of the Britons or Saxons, after that the Romans had left to govern here. Moreover, there were also found the skulls and bones of men without coffins, or rather whose coffins, being of great timber, were consumed. Divers great nails of iron were there found, such as are used in the wheels of shod carts, being each of them as big as a man's finger, and 1/4 of a yard long, the heads 2 inches over. Those nails were more wondered at than the rest of things there found, and many opinions of men were there uttered of them. Namely, that the men there buried were murdered by driving those nails into their heads. A thing unlikely, for a smaller nail would more aptly serve to so bad a purpose, and a more secret place would likely be employed for their burial. But to set down what I have observed concerning this matter, I there beheld the bones of a man lying, as I noted, the head north, the feet south, and round about him, as thwart his head, along both his sides, and thwart his feet, such nails were found. Wherefore I conceived them to be the nails of his coffin, which had been a trough cut out of some great tree, and the same covered with a plank of a great thickness, fastened with such nails. And therefore I caused some of the nails to be reached up to me, and found under the broad heads of them the old wood, scant turned into earth, but still retaining both the grain and proper color. Of these nails, with the wood under the head thereof, I reserved one, as also the nether jawbone of the man, the teeth being great, sound, and fast fixed, which, among other many monuments there found, I have yet to show. But the nail lying dry is by scaling greatly wasted. And thus much for this part of Bishopsgate Ward, without the gate. For I have in another place spoken of the gate, and therefore I am to speak of that other part of this ward, which lieth within the gate. And first to begin on the left hand of Bishopsgate Street. From the gate you have certain tenements of old time pertaining to a brotherhood of St. Nicholas, granted to the parish clerks of London, for 2 chaplains to be kept in the chapel of St. Mary Magdalene, near unto the Guildhall of London, in the 27th of Henry Roman 6. The first of these houses towards the north, and against the wall of the city, was sometime a large inn or court called the Wrestlers, of such a sign. And the last in the High Street towards the south was sometime also a fair inn called the Angel, of such a sign. Among these said tenements was on the same street side a fair entry, or court, to the common hall of the said parish clerks, with proper almshouses, 7 in number adjoining for poor parish clerks and their wives and their widows, such as were in great years not able to labor. One of these, by the said brotherhood of parish clerks, was allowed 16 pence the week. The other 6 had each of them 9 pence the week, according to the patent thereof granted. This brotherhood, amongst other, being suppressed, in the reign of Edward Roman 6. The said hall, with the other buildings there, was given to Sir Robert Chester, a knight of Cambridgeshire, against whom the parish clerks commencing suit in the reign of Queen Mary, and being like to have prevailed, the said Sir Robert Chester pulled down the hall, sold the timber, stone, and lead, and thereupon the suit was ended. The almshouses remain in the Queen's hands, and people are there placed, such as can make best friends. Some of them, taking the pension appointed, have let forth their houses for great rent, giving occasion to the parson of the parish to challenge tithes of the poor, etc. Next unto this is the small parish church of St. Ethelberg Virgin, and from thence some small distance is a large court called Little St. Helen, because it pertained to the nuns of St. Helen, and was their house. There are 7 alms rooms or houses for the poor, belonging to the company of leather sellers. Then, somewhat more west, is another court with a winding lane, which cometh out against the west end of St. Andrew under Shaft Church. In this court standeth the church of St. Helen, sometime a priory of black nuns, and in the same a parish church of St. Helen. This priory was founded before the reign of Henry Roman 3. William Basing, Dean of Paul's, was the first founder, and was there buried, and William Basing, one of the sheriffs of London in the 2nd year of Edward Roman 2, was holden also to be a founder, or rather a helper there, this priory being valued at 314 pounds. 6d. Was surrendered the 25th of November, the 30th of Henry Roman 8. The whole church, the partition betwixt the nuns' church and parish church being taken down, remaineth now to the parish, and is a fair parish church, but wanteth such a steeple as Sir Thomas Gresham promised to have built, in recompense of ground in their church filled up with his monument. The nuns' hall, and other houses thereunto appertaining, was since purchased by the company of the leather sellers, and is their common hall, which company was incorporate in the 21st year of Richard Roman 2. In the church of St. Helen have you these monuments of the dead: Thomas Langton, chaplain, buried in the choir 1350, Adam Francis, mayor, 1354, Elizabeth Vennar, wife to William Vennar, alderman, one of the sheriffs of London, 1401, Joan, daughter to Henry Seymour, wife to Richard, son and heir to Robert Lord Poynings, died a virgin 1420. John Swinflat, 1420. Nicholas Marshall, ironmonger, alderman, 1474. Sir John Crosby, alderman, 1475, and Anne his wife. Thomas Williams, gentleman, 1495. Joan Cocken, wife to John Cocken, Esquire, 1509. Marie Orrell, wife to Sir Lewis Orrell, knight, Henry Sommer, and Catherine his wife. Walter Huntington, Esquire, John Langthorpe, Esquire, 1510. John Gower, steward of St. Helens, 1512. Robert Rochester, Esquire, sergeant of the pantry to Henry Romanate. Sir William Sanklow and Sir William Sanklow, father and son. Eleanor, daughter to Sir Thomas Butler, Lord Sudley, John Southworth. Nicholas Harpsfield, Esquire, Thomas Sanderford or Somerford, alderman, Alexander Cheney, Walter Daubeny. George Fastolf, son to Hugh Fastolf, Robert Lyod, Thomas Benolt, alias Clarencieux, King at Arms, 1534. William Hollies, Mayor, 1540. John Falconbridge, Esquire, 1545. Hackett, gentleman of the King's Chapel. Sir Andrew Judd, Mayor, 1551. Sir William Pickering and Sir William Pickering, father and son. William Bond, alderman, 1567. Sir Thomas Gresham, mercer, 1579. William Skegges, sergeant poulter. Richard Gresham, son to Sir Thomas Gresham, 1564. Then have you one great house called Crosby Place, because the same was built by Sir John Crosby, grocer and woolman, in place of certain tenements, with their appurtenances, letten to him by Alice Ashfed, prioress of St. Helen S., and the convent for 99 years, from the year 1466 unto the year 1565, for the annual rent of 11 pounds, 8 pounds. This house he built of stone and timber, very large and beautiful, and the highest at that time in London. He was one of the sheriffs, and an alderman in the year 1470, knighted by Edward Roman IV. In the year 1471, and deceased in the year 1475. So short a time enjoyed he that his large and sumptuous building. He was buried in St. Helens, the parish church. A fair monument of him and his lady is raised there. He gave towards the reforming of that church 500 marks, which was bestowed with the better, as appeareth by his arms, both in the stone work, roof of timber, and glazing. I hold it a fable said of him to be named Crosby, of being found by a cross, for I have read of other to have that name of Crosby before him. Namely, in the year 1406, the 7th of Henry Roman IV. The said king gave to his servant John Crosby the wardship of Joan, daughter and sole heir to John Jordan, fishmonger, etc. This Crosby might be the father or grandfather to Sir John Crosby. Richard, Duke of Gloucester and Lord Protector, afterward king, by the name of Richard Roman III, was lodged in this house, since the which time, among other, Anthony Bonvis, a rich merchant of Italy, dwelt there. After him, Jermyn Sial, then William Bond, alderman, increased this house in height, with building of a turret on the top thereof. He deceased in the year 1576, and was buried in St. Helen's Church. Divers ambassadors have been lodged there, namely, in the year 1586, Henry Ramelius, Chancellor of Denmark, ambassador unto the Queen's Majesty of England from Frederick Roman II. The King of Denmark, an ambassador of France, etc. Sir John Spencer, alderman, lately purchased this house, made great reparations, kept his mayoralty there, and since built a most large warehouse near thereunto. From this Crosby Place up to Leadenhall Corner, and so down Grass Street, amongst other tenements, are divers fair and large built houses for merchants, and such like. Now for the other side of this ward, namely, the right hand, hard by within the gate, is one fair water conduit, which Thomas Nesworth, mayor, in the year 1505 founded. He gave 60 pounds, the rest was furnished at the common charges of the city. This conduit hath since been taken down and new built. David Woodroof, alderman, gave 20 pounds towards the conveyance of more water thereunto. From this conduit have you, amongst many fair tenements, divers fair inns, large for receipt of travellers, and some houses for men of worship. Namely, one most spacious of all other thereabout, built of brick and timber by Sir Thomas Gresham, knight, who deceased in the year 1579, and was buried in St. Helen's Church under a fair monument, by him prepared in his life. He appointed by his testament this house to be made a college of readers, as before is said in the chapter of schools and houses of learning. Somewhat west from this house is one other very fair house, wherein Sir William Hollies kept his mayoralty, and was buried in the parish church of St. Helen. Sir Andrew Judd also kept his mayoralty there and was buried at St. Helen S. He built almshouses for 6 poor alms people near to the said parish church and gave lands to the Skinners, out of the which they are to give 4s. every week to the 6 poor alms people, 8d. The peace and 25s, 4d. The year, in coals amongst them forever. Alice Smith of London, widow, late wife of Thomas Smith, of the same city, esquire and customer of the port of London, in her last will and testament, bequeathed lands to the value of £15 by the year forever, to the company of Skinners, for the augmenting of the pensions of certain poor, inhabiting in 8 almshouses, erected by Sir Andrew Judd, knight, her father in the parish of Great St. Helen, S., in Bishopsgate Street, in London. She hath also given in her said last will and testament, in other charitable uses, as to the hospitals and to the poor of other parishes and good preachers, the sum of £300. As also to the poor scholars in the 2 universities of Oxford and Cambridge, the sum of £200. Of which, her last will and testament, she made her sons, Thomas Smith, late Sheriff of London, and Richard and Robert Smith, her executors, who have performed the same according to her godly and charitable mind. Then in the very west corner, over against the east end of St. Martin's Oatswich, from whence the street windeth towards the south, you had of old time a fair well, with 2 buckets, so fastened that the drawing up of the one let down the other. But now of late that well is turned into a pump. From this to the corner over against the Leaden Hall, and so down Grass Street, are many fair houses for merchants and artificers, and many fair inns for travellers, even to the corner where that ward endeth, over against Grass Street. And thus much for this Bishopsgate Ward shall suffice, which hath an alderman, 2 deputies, one without the gate, another within, common councillors 6, constables 7, scavengers 7, for wardmote inquest 13, and a beadle. It is taxed to the 15 at £13. Broad Street Ward. The next is Broad Street Ward, which beginneth within Bishopsgate, from the water conduit westward on both sides of the street, by Allhallows Church, to an iron grate on the channel which runneth into the watercourse of Walbrook, before you come to the postern called Murragate. And this is the farthest west part of that ward. Then have you Broad Street, whereof the ward taketh name, which stretcheth out of the former street from the east corner of Allhallows Churchyard, somewhat south to the parish church of St. Peter the Poor on both sides, and then by the south gate of the Augustine Friars west, down Throckmorton Street by the Drapers' Hall into Lothbury, to another grate of iron over the channel there, whereby the water runneth into the course of Walbrook, under the east end of St. Margaret's Church. Certain posts of timber are there set up, and this is also the farthest west part of this ward, in the said street. Out of the which street runneth up Bartholomew Lane south to the north side of the Exchange, then more east, out of the former street from over against the Friars Augustine's Church south gate, runneth up another part of Broad Street south to a pump over against St. Benet's Church. Then have you one other street called 3 Needle Street, beginning at the west, with 2 buckets, by St. Martin's Oatswich Church wall. This street runneth down on both sides to Fink's Lane, and halfway up that lane to a gate of a merchant's house on the west side, but not so far on the east. Then the foresaid street, from this Fink's Lane, runneth down by the Royal Exchange to the Stocks, and to a place formerly called Scalding House or Scalding Wick, but now Scalding Alley. By the west side whereof, under the parish church of St. Mildred, runneth the course of Walbrook, and these be the bounds of this ward. Special monuments therein are these: first, the parish church of Allhallows in the wall, so called of standing close to the wall of the city, in which have been buried Thomas Durham, Esquire, and Margaret his wife, Robert Beale, Esquire, 1601. On the other side of that street, amongst many proper houses possessed for the most part by curriers, is the Carpenter's Hall, which company was incorporated in the 17th year of King Edward Roman IV. Then east from the Currier's Row is a long and high wall of stone, enclosing the north side of a large garden adjoining to as large an house, built in the reign of King Henry Roman VIII, and of Edward Roman VI, by Sir William Powlett, Lord Treasurer of England. Through this garden, which of old time consisted of divers parts, now united, was sometimes a fair footway, leading by the west end of the Augustine Friars' Church straight north, and opened somewhat west from Allhallows Church against London Wall towards Moorgate, which footway had gates at either end, locked up every night. But now the same way being taken into those gardens, the gates are closed up with stone, whereby the people are forced to go about by St. Peter's Church and the east end of the said Friars' Church, and all the said great place and garden of Sir William Powlett to London Wall, and so to Moorgate. This great house, adjoining to the garden aforesaid, stretcheth to the north corner of Broad Street, and then turneth up Broad Street all that side to and beyond the east end of the said Friars' Church. It was built by the said Lord Treasurer in place of Augustine Friars' house, cloister, and gardens, etc. The Friars' Church he pulled not down, but the west end thereof, enclosed from the steeple and choir, was in the year 1550 granted to the Dutch nation in London, to be their preaching place. The other part, namely, the steeple, choir, and side aisles to the choir adjoining, he reserved to household uses, as for stowage of corn, coal, and other things. His son and heir, Marquis of Winchester, sold the monuments of noblemen there buried in great number, the paving stone and whatsoever, which cost many thousands, for £100, and in place thereof made fair stabling for horses. He caused the lead to be taken from the roofs, and laid tile in place whereof, which exchange proved not so profitable as he looked for, but rather to his disadvantage. On the east side of this Broad Street, amongst other buildings, on the back part of Gresham House, which is in Bishopsgate Street, he placed 8 proper alms houses, built of brick and timber by Sir Thomas Gresham, knight, for 8 alms men, which he now there placed rent-free, and receive each of them by his gift 613 pounds. 4d. Yearly for ever. Next unto Paulet House is the parish church of St. Peter the Poor, so called for a difference from other of that name, sometime peradventure a poor parish, but at this present there be many fair houses, possessed by rich merchants and other. Buried in this church, Richard Fitzwilliams, merchant tailor, 1520, Sir William Rock, mayor, 1540, Martin Calthrope, mayor, 1588. Then next have you the Augustine Friars' Church and churchyard, the entering thereunto by a south gate to the west porch, a large church, having a most fine spired steeple, small, high, and straight. I have not seen the like. Founded by Humphrey Bohun, Earl of Hereford and Essex, in the year 1253. Reginald Cobham gave his message in London to the enlarging thereof, in the year 1344. Humphrey Bohun, Earl of Hereford and Essex, re-edified this church in the year 1354, whose body was there buried in the choir. The small spired steeple of this church was overthrown by a tempest of wind in the year 1362, but was raised of new, as now it standeth, to the beautifying of the city. This house was valued at £57, and was surrendered the 12th of November, the 30th of Henry Roman VIII. There lie buried in this friar's church, amongst others, Edward, first son to Joan, mother to King Richard Roman II. Guy de Merrick, Earl of St. Paul, Lucy, Countess of Kent, and one of the heirs of Barnaby, Lord of Millane, with an epitaph, Dame Ide, wife to Sir Thomas West, Dame Margaret West, Stephen Linderickle, Esquire, Sir Humphrey Bohun, Earl of Hereford and Essex, Lord of Breckenake, Richard, the great Earl of Arundel, Surrey, and Warren, beheaded, 1397. Sir Edward Arundel and Dame Elizabeth his wife. Sir Francis Atcourt, Earl of Pembroke, which married Alice, sister to the Earl of Oxford, Dame Lucy Knowles of Kent, Sir Peter Garansers of France, the Lord John Vere, Earl of Oxford, beheaded on the Tower Hill, 1463, Aubrey de Vere, son and heir to the Earl of Oxford, Sir Thomas Tuddenham, knight, William Bourser, Lord Fitzwarren, Sir Thomas de la Land, knight, Dame Joan Norris, the Lady of Bedford. Anne, daughter to John Viscount Wells, Walter Neville, Esquire, Sir John Manners, knight, the wife of Sir David Craddock, knight, the mother to the Lord Spencer's wife, Sir Bartolmew Roddelgate John, son to Sir John Wingfield, Sir Walter Muse, Robert Newington, Esquire. Philip Spencer, son to Sir Hugh Spencer, Dame Isabel, daughter to Sir Hugh, the Lord Barons slain at Barnet Field, buried there 1471. In the body of the church, Dame Julian, wife to Sir Richard Lacy, Sir Thomas Courtney, son to the Earl of Devonshire, and by him his sister wedded to Cheverstone, the daughter of the Lord Beaumont. 2 sons of Sir Thomas Morley, to wit, William and Ralph, Sir William Talmadge, knight, Nicholas Blondel, Esquire, Sir Richard Chamberlain, John Halton, gentleman, Sir John Gifford, knight, Thomas Manningham, Esquire, Sir William Kenwood, knight, Sir William, son to Sir Thomas Terrell. John Shorrell, gentleman. In the east wing, Margaret Barrington, gentlewoman, John Spicer, Esquire, and Letties his wife, John Lepursers, Esquire, Roger Chibury, Esquire, Peter Mourns, Esquire, Thomas, son to Sir William Beckland, James Cuthing, Esquire, John Chorner, Esquire, William Kenley, Esquire, Marjorie, wife to Thomas Band and daughter to John Hutch, the Lord William, Marquis of Berkeley and Earl of Nottingham, and Dame Joan his wife. In the west wing, Sir John Tyrrell and Dame Catherine his wife, Sir Walter of Powell, knight, Sir John Blankwell and his wife Dame Jane Sane, daughter to Sir John Lee, Sir John Daubeny, son and heir to Sir Giles Daubeny, William, son to Sir Roger Scroop, Dame Joan Daubeny, wife to Sir William Daubeny, Thomas Charles, Esquire, Sir John Daubeny, knight, and his son Robert, Sir James Bell, knight, Sir Oliver Manny, knight, Henry Desky, Esquire, Sir Dion's Moredesk, Sir Bernard Rollingcourt, Sir Peter Cayer, Sir William Tyrrell, Sir William, his brother knights, William Collingbourne, Esquire, beheaded 1484, Sir Roger Clifford, knight, Sir Thomas Coke, mayor in the year 1462, William Edward, mayor 1471, Sir James Tyrrell, Sir John Windeny, knights, beheaded 1502, Sir John Daughtry, knight, 1519, Dame Margaret Reed, 1510, Edward, Duke of Buckingham, beheaded 1521, Guiscard, Earl of Huntingdon. On the south side, and at the west end of this church, many fair houses are built. Namely, in Throgmorton Street, one very large and spacious, built in the place of old and small tenements by Thomas Cromwell, master of the King's Jewel House, after that master of the Rolls, then Lord Cromwell, knight, Lord Privy Seal, Vicar General, Earl of Essex, High Chamberlain of England, etc. This house being finished, and having some reasonable plot of ground left for a garden, he caused the pales of the gardens adjoining to the north part thereof on a sudden to be taken down. 22 feet to be measured forth right into the north of every man's ground, a line there to be drawn, a trench to be cast, a foundation laid, and a high brick wall to be built. My father had a garden there and a house standing close to his south pale. This house they loosed from the ground and bare upon rollers into my father's garden 22 feet, ere my father heard thereof. No warning was given him, nor other answer, when he spake to the surveyors of that work, but that their master Sir Thomas commanded them so to do. No man durst go to argue the matter, but each man lost his land, and my father paid his whole rent, which was 6d. The year, for that half which was left. Thus much of mine own knowledge have I thought good to note, that the sudden rising of some men causeth them to forget themselves. The company of the drapers in London bought this house, and now the same is their common hall. This company obtained of King Henry Roman VI, in the 17th of his reign, to be incorporate. John Gidney was chosen to be their first master, and the 4 wardens were J. Wotton, J. Darby, Robert Breton, and T. Cook. The arms granted to the said company by Sir William Bridges, knight, first Garter King at Arms, in Blasson, are thus: 3 sunbeams issuing out of 3 clouds of flame, crowned with 3 crowns imperial of gold, upon a shield azure. From this hall, on the same side down to the grates in course of Walbrook, have ye divers fair houses for merchants and other. From the which grates back again on the other side in Lethbury, so called in record of Edward Roman III. The 38th year, and now corruptly called Lothbury, are candlestick founders placed, till ye come to Bartholomew Lane, so called of St. Bartholomew's Church, at the southeast corner thereof. In this lane also are divers fair built houses on both sides, and so likewise have ye in the other street, which stretcheth from the Friars Augustine's south gate to the corner over against St. Benet's Church. In this street, amongst other fair buildings, the most ancient was of old time a house pertaining to the abbot of St. Albans. John Ketcher, alderman, now dwelleth there. Then is the free school pertaining to the late dissolved hospital of St. Anthony, whereof more shall be shown in another place, and so up to Three Needles Street. On the south part of which street, beginning at the east, by the well with 2 buckets, now turned to a pump, is the parish church of St. Martin called Oateswich, of Martin de Oateswich, Nicholas de Oateswich, William Oateswich, and John Oateswich, founders thereof. There be monuments in this church of William Constantine, alderman, and M. his wife, Catherine, wife to Benedict Augustine, Sir William Driffield, knight, John Oateswich and his wife under a fair monument on the south side, John Churchman, one of the sheriffs, in the year 1385, Richard Naylor, Taylor, alderman, 1483, James Falloran, John Melchbourne, Thomas Hay, and Helly's his wife, William Clitheroe, and Margaret his wife. Oliver and William, sons to John Woodroffe, Esquire Hugh Pemberton, Taylor, alderman, 1500, and Catherine his wife. Matthew Pemberton, merchant tailor, about 1514. He gave £50 to the repairing of St. Lawrence Chapel. The aforesaid John Churchman, for William and John Oateswich, by license of Henry Roman IV. The 6th of his reign gave the advocin or patronage of this church 4 messuages and 17 shops, with the appurtenances in the parish of St. Martin's Oatswich, etc., to the master and wardens of tailors and linen armourers, keepers of the guild and fraternity of St. John Baptist in London, and to their successors in perpetual alms, to be employed on the poor brethren and sisters. Whereupon, adjoining unto the west end of this parish church, the said master and wardens built about a proper quadrant or squared court 7 alms houses, wherein they placed 7 alms men of that company, and their wives, if they had wives. Each of these 7 of old time had 13d. The week, but now of later time their stipend by the said master and wardens hath been augmented to the sum of 26s, the quarter, which is 5 pounds. The year to each of them, besides coals, more to each of them 20s. The year, by gift of Walter Fish, sometime master of that company and tailor to her majesty. Some small distance from thence is the Merchant Tailors' Hall, pertaining to the guild and fraternity of St. John Baptist, time out of mind called of tailors and linen armourers of London. For I find that Edward I, in the 28th of his reign, confirmed this guild by the name of tailors and linen armourers, and also gave to the brethren thereof authority every year at midsummer to hold a feast, and to choose unto them a governor or master with wardens. Whereupon the same year, 1300, on the feast day of the Nativity of St. John Baptist, they chose Henry de Riol to be their pilgrim for the master of this mystery, as one that travelled for the whole company was then so called, until the 11th of Richard Roman II. And the 4 wardens were then called purveyors of alms, now called quarterage of the said fraternity. This Merchant Tailors' Hall, sometime pertaining to a worshipful gentleman named Edmund Craping, Dominus Craping after some record. He in the year of Christ 1331, the 1st of Edward Roman III. For a certain sum of money to him paid, made his grant thereof by the name of his principal messuage in the wards of Cornehill and Broad Street, which Sir Oliver Ingham, knight, did then hold to John of Yackley, the king's pavilion maker. This was called the New Hall, or Tailors' Inn, for a difference from their old hall, which was about the backside of the Red Lion in Basing Lane, and in the ward of Cordwainer Street. The 21st of Edward Roman IV. Thomas Home, alias Clarence Eox, King of Arms for the south part of England, granted by his patents to the said fraternity and guild of St. John Baptist, of tailors and linen armourers, to bear in a field silver, a pavilion between 2 mantles imperial purple garnished with gold, in a chief azure and holy lamb, set within a sun, the crest upon the helm, a pavilion purple garnished with gold, etc. After this King Henry Roman VII. Being himself a brother of this fraternity or guild of St. John Baptist, of tailors or linen armourers, as divers other his predecessors kings before him had been, to wit, Richard Roman III, Edward Roman IV, Henry Roman IV, and Richard Roman II. And for that divers of that fraternity had, time out of mind, been great merchants, and had frequented all sorts of merchandises into most parts of the world, to the honour of the king's realm, and to the great profit of his subjects, and of his progenitors. And the men of the said mystery, during the time aforesaid, had exercised the buying and selling of all wares and merchandises, especially of woolen cloth, as well in gross, as by retail, throughout all this realm of England, and chiefly within the said city. Therefore he, of his especial grace, did change transfer and translate the guild aforesaid, and did incorporate them into the name of the master and wardens of the merchant tailors of the fraternity of St. John Baptist, in the city of London. Some distance west from this, the Merchant Tailors' Hall is Fink's Lane, so called of Robert Fink, and Robert Fink his son, James Fink and Rosamond Fink. Robert Fink, the elder, new built the parish church of St. Bennet, commonly called Fink of the founder. His tenements were both of St. Benet's parish and St. Martin's Oatswich parish. The one half of this Fink Lane is of Broad Street Ward, to wit, on the west side up to the great and principal house wherein the said Fink dwelt, but on the other side, namely the east, not so much towards Cornhill. Then without this lane in the aforesaid Three-Needle Street is the said parish church of St. Bennet, a proper church, in which are these monuments of the dead, Robert Simpson and Elizabeth his wife, Roger Strange, Esquire, Traris, William Coolby, John Frey, Thomas Breyer, Plummer, 1410, etc. Some distance west is the Royal Exchange, whereof more shall be spoken in the ward of Cornhill, and so down to the little conduit, called the Pissing Conduit, by the Stocks Market, and this is the south side of Threeneedle Street. On the north side of this street, from over against the east corner of St. Martin's Oatswich Church, have ye divers fair and large houses till ye come to the hospital of St. Anthony, sometime a cell to St. Anthony's of Vienna. For I read that King Henry Roman III granted to the Brotherhood of St. Anthony of Vienna a place amongst the Jews, which was sometime their synagogue, and had been built by them about the year 1231. But the Christians obtained of the king that it should be dedicated to our Blessed Lady, and since a hospital being there built, was called St. Anthony's in London. It was founded in the parish of St. Bennet Fink, for a master, 2 priests, 1 schoolmaster, and 12 poor men. After which foundation, amongst other things, was given to this hospital, 1 messuage and garden, whereon was built the fair large free school, and 1 other parcel of ground, containing 37 feet in length and 18 feet in breadth, whereon was built the alms houses of hard stone and timber, in the reign of Henry Roman VI. Which said Henry Roman VI, in the 20th of his reign, gave unto John Carpenter, D.D., master of St. Anthony's Hospital, and to his brethren and their successors forever, his manor of Ponington, with the appurtenances, with certain pensions and portions of Milburn, Burnworth, Charlton, and up Wimborne, in the county of Southampton, towards the maintenance of 5 scholars in the University of Oxford, to be brought up in the Faculty of Arts, after the rate of 10 pence the week for every scholar, so that the said scholars shall be first instructed in the rudiments of grammar at the College of Eton, founded by the said king. In the year 1474, Edward Roman IV granted to William Say, B.D., master of the said hospital, to have priests, clerks, scholars, poor men, and brethren of the same, clerks or laymen, choristers, proctors, messengers, servants, and household, and other things whatsoever, like as the prior and convent of St. Anthony's of Vienna, etc. He also annexed, united, and appropriated the said hospital unto the Collegiate Church of St. George in Windsor. The proctors of this house were to collect the benevolence of charitable persons towards the building and supporting thereof. And amongst other things observed in my youth, I remember that the officers charged with oversight of the markets in the city did divers times take from the market people pigs starved, or otherwise unwholesome for man's sustenance. These they slit in the ear. One of the proctors for St. Anthony tied a bell about the neck and let it feed on the dunghills. No man would hurt or take them up, but if any gave to them bread or other feeding, such would they know, watch for, and daily follow, whining till they had somewhat given them. Whereupon was raised a proverb, such an one will follow such an one, and whine as it were an Anthony pig. But if such a pig grew to be fat, and came to good liking, as oft times they did, then the proctor would take him up to the use of the hospital. In the year 1499, Sir John Tate, sometime ale brewer when a mercer caused his brewhouse, called the Swan, near adjoining to the said Free Chapel, College, or Hospital of St. Anthony, to be taken down for the enlarging of the church, which was then new built, toward the building whereof the said Tate gave great sums of money, and finished in the year 1501. Sir John Tate deceased 1514, and was there buried under a fair monument by him prepared. Dr. Taylor, Master of the Rolls, and other. Walter Champion, draper, one of the sheriffs of London 1529, was buried there, and gave to the beadman £20. The lands by year of this hospital were valued in the 37th year of Henry Roman VIII, to be £55 6 shillings and 8 pence. One Johnson, a schoolmaster of the famous free school there, became a prebend of Windsor, and then by little and little followed the spoil of this hospital. He first dissolved the choir, conveyed the plate and ornaments, then the bells, and lastly put out the alms men from their houses, appointing them portions of 12 pence the week to each. But now I hear of no such matter performed. Their houses with other be letten out for rent, and the church is a preaching place for the French nation. This school was commended in the reign of Henry Roman VI, and sithence commended above other, but now decayed, and come to nothing, by taking that from it what thereunto belonged. Next is the parish church of St. Bartholomew, at the end of Bartholomew Lane. Thomas Pike, alderman, with the assistance of Nicholas Yu, one of the sheriffs of London, about the year 1438, new built this church. Sir John Frey, knight, was buried there. Marjorie, his daughter and heir, wife to Sir John Leppington, knight, founded there a chantry the 21st of Edward Roman IV. Alderban, a Gascoigne, was buried there, Sir Will. Capel, mayor 1509, added unto this church a proper chapel on the south side thereof, and was buried there. Sir Giles Capel was also buried there. James Wilford Taylor, one of the sheriffs 1499, appointed by his testament a doctor of divinity every Good Friday forever, to preach there a sermon of Christ's Passion, from 6 of the clock till 8 before noon in the said church. John Wilford, merchant tailor, alderman 1544, Sir James Wilford 1550, Sir George Barne, mayor 1552, John Dent, Miles Coverdale, Bishop of Exeter, Thomas Dancer, and Anne his wife. Then lower down towards the stocks, market is the parish church of St. Christopher, but re-edified of new. For Richard Shore, one of the sheriffs 1506, gave money towards the building of the steeple. There lie buried Richard Sherrington, 1392, who gave lands to that church, the Lady Margaret Norford, 1406, John Clavering, 1421, who gave lands thereunto, John Godney, draper, mayor, 1427. This Godney, in the year 1444, wedded the widow of Robert Large, late mayor, which widow had taken the mantle and ring, and the vow to live chaste to God during the term of her life. For the breach whereof, the marriage done, they were troubled by the church, and put to penance, both he and she. William Hampden, mayor 1472, was a great benefactor, and glazed some of the church windows. Sir William Martin, mayor 1492, Roger Achley, mayor 1511, he dwelt in Cornehill Ward, in a house belonging to Cobham College rented by the year at 26 shillings and 8 pence. Robert Thorne, merchant tailor, a bachelor, 1532. He gave by his testament in charity more than £4,445. John Norryholm, Ralph Batt. Alice Percival, Jane Drew, William Borisby, John Broke, Richard Sutton, William Batt, James Well, Henry Beecher Alderman, 1570. West from this church have ye Scalding Alley, of old time called Scalding House, or Scalding Wyke, because that ground for the most part was then employed by poulterers that dwelt in the High Street from the stocks, market to the great Conduit. Their poultry, which they sold at their stalls, were scalded there. The street doth yet bear the name of the poultry, and the poulterers are but lately departed from thence into other streets, as into Grass Street, and the ends of St. Nicholas Flesh Shambles. This Scalding Wyke is the farthest west part of Broad Street Ward, and is by the water called Walbrook parted from Cheap Ward. This Broad Street Ward hath an alderman, with his deputy, common councillors 10, constables 10, scavengers 8, wardmote inquest 13, and a beadle. It is taxed to the 15th in London at £27, and accounted in the Exchequer after £25. Cornehill Ward. The next ward to the south is Cornehill Ward, so called of a corn market, time out of mind their Holden, and is a part of the principal High Street, beginning at the west end of Leaden Hall, stretching down west on both the sides by the south end of Fink's Lane on the right hand, and by the north end of Birchover's Lane, on the left part of which lanes, to wit, to the middle of them, is of this ward, and so down to the Stocks Market. And this is the bounds. The upper or east part of this ward, and also a part of Lime Street Ward, hath been, as I said, a marketplace, especially for corn, and since for all kind of victuals, as is partly showed in Lime Street Ward. Yet it appeareth of record, that in the year 1522, the rippers of Ree and other places sold their fresh fish in Leaden Hall Market upon Cornehill, but foreign butchers were not admitted there to sell flesh till the year 1533. And it was enacted that butchers should sell their beef not above a halfpenny the pound, and mutton a halfpenny half farthing, which act being devised for the great commodity of the realm, as it was then thought, hath since proved far otherwise. For before that time a fat ox was sold in London for 26 shillings and 8 pence at the most, a fat wether for 3 shillings and 4 pence, a fat calf the like price, a fat lamb for 12 pence, pieces of beef weighing 2.5 pounds at the least, yea 3 pounds or better, for a penny, on every butcher's stall in this city. And of those pieces of beef 13 or 14 for 12 pence, fat mutton for 8 pence the quarter, and 100 weight of beef for 4 shillings and 8 pence. At the dearest, what the price is now I need not to set down. Many men thought the same act to rise in price, by mean that graziers knew or supposed what weight every their beasts contained, and so raising their price thereafter, the butcher could be no gainer, but by likewise raising his price. The number of butchers then in the city and suburbs was accounted 60, of which every one killed 6 oxen apiece weekly, which is in 46 weeks 33,120 oxen, or 720 oxen weekly. The foreign butchers for a long time stood in the High Street of Lime Street Ward on the north side, twice every week, namely, Wednesday and Saturday, and were some gain to the tenants before whose doors they stood, and into whose houses they set their blocks and stalls. But that advantage being espied, they were taken into Leaden Hall, there to pay for their standing to the Chamber of London. Thus much for the market upon Cornhill. The chief ornaments on Cornehill Ward are these. First, at the east end thereof, in the middle of the High Street, and at the parting of four ways, have ye a water standard, placed in the year 1582, in manner following. A certain German, named Peter Morris, having made an artificial forcier for that purpose, conveyed Thames water in pipes of lead over the steeple of St. Magnus Church, at the north end of London Bridge, and from thence into divers men's houses in Thames Street, New Fish Street, and Grass Street, up to the northwest corner of Leaden Hall, the highest ground of all the city, where the waste of the main pipe rising into this standard, provided at the charges of the city. With 4 spouts did at every tide run, according to covenant, 4 ways, plentifully serving to the commodity of the inhabitants near adjoining in their houses, and also cleansed the channels of the street towards Bishopsgate, Aldgate, the Bridge, and the Stocks Market. But now no such matter, through whose default I know not. Then have ye a fair conduit of sweet water, castellated in the midst of that ward and street. This conduit was first built of stone in the year 1282, by Henry Walls, Mayor of London, to be a prison for night walkers and other suspicious persons, and was called the Tun upon Cornehill, because the same was built somewhat in fashion of a tun standing on the one end. To this prison the night watches of this city committed not only night walkers, but also other persons, as well spiritual as temporal, whom they suspected of incontinence, and punished them according to the customs of this city. But complaint thereof being made, about the year of Christ 1297, King Edward I writeth to his citizens thus. Edward, by the grace of God, etc. Whereas Richard Gravesend, Bishop of London, hath showed unto us that by the great charter of England, the Church hath a privilege that no clerk should be imprisoned by a layman without our command, and breach of peace, which notwithstanding some citizens of London, upon mere spite, do enter in their watches into clerks' chambers, and like felons carry them to the Tun, which Henry le Wallis, sometime mayor, built for night walkers. Wherefore we will that this our commandment be proclaimed in full hustings, and that no watch hereafter enter into any clerk's chamber, under the forfeit of £20. Dated at Carlisle the 18th of March, the 25th of our reign. More, I read about the year of Christ 1299, the 27th of Edward I, certain principal citizens of London, to wit, T. Romaine, Richard Gloucester, Nicholas Farringdon, Adam Hellingberry, T. Solly, John Dunstable, Richard Ashby, John Wade, and William Stortford, break up this prison called the Tun, and took out certain prisoners, for which they were sharply punished by long imprisonment and great fines. It cost the citizens, as some have written, more than 20,000 marks, which they were immersed in, before William Lamarche, Treasurer of the King's Exchequer, to purchase the King's favour and confirmation of their liberties. Also that in the year 1383, the 7th of Richard Roman II, the citizens of London, taking upon them the rights that belonged to their bishops, first imprisoned such women as were taken in fornication or adultery in the said Tun, and after bringing them forth to the sight of the world, they caused their heads to be shaven, after the manner of thieves, whom they named appellators, and so to be led about the city, in sight of all the inhabitants, with trumpets and pipes sounding before them, that their persons might be the more largely known. Neither did they spare such kind of men a whit the more, but used them as hardly, saying, they abhorred not only the negligence of their prelates, but also detested their avarice, that studying for money, omitted the punishment limited by law, and permitted those that were found guilty to live favorably in their sin. Wherefore they would themselves, they said, purge their city from such filthiness, lest, through God's vengeance, either the pestilence or sword should happen to them, or that the earth should swallow them. Last of all to be noted, I read in the charge of the wardmote inquest in every ward of the city, these words: If there be any priest in service within the ward, which before time hath been set in the Tun in Cornhill for his dishonesty, and hath forsworn the city, all such shall be presented. Thus much for the Tun in Cornhill have I read. Now for the punishments of priests in my youth, one note and no more. John Atwad, draper, dwelling in the parish of St. Michael upon Cornehill, directly against the church, having a proper woman to his wife, such an one as seemed the holiest among 1,000, had also a lusty chantry priest of the said parish church repairing to his house. With the which priest the said Atwad would sometimes after supper play a game at tables for a pint of ale. It chanced on a time, having haste of work and his game proving long, he left his wife to play it out, and went down to his shop, but returning to fetch a pressing iron, he found such play to his misliking that he forced the priest to jump out at a window over the penthouse into the street, and so to run to his lodging in the churchyard. Atwad and his wife were soon reconciled, so that he would not suffer her to be called in question. But the priest being apprehended and committed, I saw his punishment to be thus. He was on 3 market days conveyed through the high street and markets of the city with a paper on his head, wherein was written his trespass. The first day he rode in a carry, the second on a horse, his face to the horse-tail, the third led betwixt twain, and every day rung with basins, and proclamations made of his fact at every turning of the street, as also before John Atwad's stall and the church door of his service, where he lost his chantry of 20 nobles the year, and was banished the city for ever. By the west side of the foresaid prison, then called the Tun, was a fair well of spring water, curbed round with hard stone. But in the year 1401, the said prison house, called the Tun, was made a cistern for sweet water, conveyed by pipes of lead from Tyburn, and was from thenceforth called the Conduit upon Cornhill. Then was the well planked over, and a strong prison made of timber called a cage, with a pair of stocks therein set upon it, and this was for night walkers. On the top of which cage was placed a pillory, for the punishment of bakers offending in the assize of bread, for millers stealing of corn at the mill, for bawds, scolds, and other offenders. As in the year 1468, the 7th of Edward Roman IV, divers persons being common jurors, such as at assizes were forsworn for rewards or favor of parties, were judged to ride from Newgate to the pillory in Cornhill, with mitres of paper on their heads, there to stand, and from thence again to Newgate, and this judgment was given by the Mayor of London. In the year 1509, the 1st of Henry Roman VIII, Darby, Smith, and Simpson, ringleaders of false inquests in London, rode about the city with their faces to the horsetails and papers on their heads, and were set on the pillory in Cornhill, and after brought again to Newgate, where they died for very shame, saith Robert Fabian. A ringleader of inquests, as I take it, is he that making a gainful occupation thereof, will appear on nisipriuses, or he be warned or procure himself to be warned, to come on by a tales. He will also procure himself to be foreman when he can, and take upon him to overrule the rest to his opinion. Such an one shall be labored by plaintiffs and defendants, not without promise of rewards, and therefore to be suspected of a bad conscience. I would wish a more careful choice of jurors to be had, for I have known a man carted, rung with basins, and banished out of Bishopsgate Ward, and afterward in Aldgate Ward admitted to be a constable, a grand juryman, and foreman of the Wardmote inquest. What I know of the like, or worse men, proffered to the like offices, I forbear to write, but wish to be reformed. The foresaid Conduit upon Cornhill was in the year 1475 enlarged by Robert Draper, Mayor, that then dwelt in that ward. He increased the cistern of this conduit with an east end of stone, and castellated in comely manner. In the year 1546, Sir Martin Bowes, Mayor, dwelling in Lombard Street, and having his back gate opening into Cornehill against the said conduit, minded to have enlarged the cistern thereof with a west end, like as Robert Drope before had done towards the east. View and measure of the plot was taken for this work. But the pillory and cage being removed, they found the ground planked, and the well aforesaid worn out of memory, which well they revived and restored to use it is since made a pump. They set the pillory somewhat west from the well, and so this work ceased. On the north side of the street, from the east unto the west, have ye divers fair houses for merchants and other, amongst the which one large house is called the Weigh House, where merchandises brought from beyond the seas are to be weighed at the king's beam. This house hath a master, and under him 4 master porters with porters under them. They have a strong cart, and 4 great horses, to draw and carry the wares from the merchants' houses to the beam and back again. Sir Thomas Lovell, knight, built this house, with a fair front of tenements towards the street, all which he gave to the grocers of London, himself being free of the city, and a brother of that company. Then have ye the said Fink's Lane, the south end of which lane on both sides is in Cornehill Ward. Then next is the Royal Exchange, erected in the year 1566 after this order, namely, certain houses upon Cornehill, and the like upon the back thereof in the ward of Broad Street, with 3 alleys, the first called Swan Alley, opening into Cornehill, the second New Alley, passing through out of Cornehill into Broad Street Ward, over against St. Bartholomew Lane, the third St. Christopher's Alley, opening into Broad Street Ward, and into St. Christopher's Parish. Containing in all 40 households, were first purchased by the citizens of London for more than £3,532, and were sold for £478 to such persons as should take them down and carry them thence. Also the ground or plot was made plain at the charges of the city. And then possession thereof was by certain aldermen, in name of the whole citizens, given to Sir Thomas Gresham, knight, agent to the Queen's Highness, thereupon to build a burse or place for merchants to assemble at his own proper charges. And he, on the 7th of June, laying the first stone of the foundation, being brick, accompanied with some aldermen, every of them laid a piece of gold, which the workmen took up, and forthwith followed upon the same with such diligence, that by the month of November, in the year 1567, the same was covered with slate, and shortly after fully finished. In the year 1570, on the 23rd of January, the Queen's Majesty, attended with her nobility, came from her house at the Strand, called Somerset House, and entered the city by Temple Bar, through Fleet Street, Cheap, and so by the north side of the Burse, through Threeneedle Street, to Sir Thomas Gresham's in Bishopsgate Street, where she dined. After dinner, Her Majesty, returning through Cornehill, entered the Burse on the south side. And after that she had viewed every part thereof above the ground, especially the pawn, which was richly furnished with all sorts of the finest wares in the city, she caused the same burse by an herald and trumpet to be proclaimed the Royal Exchange, and so to be called from thenceforth, and not otherwise. Next adjoining this Royal Exchange remaineth one part of a large stone house, and is now called the castle of such a sign. At a tavern door there is a passage through out of Cornehill into Threeneedle Street. The other part of the said stone house was taken down for enlarging the Royal Exchange. This stone house was said of some to have been a church, whereof it had no proportion, of others a Jew's house, as though none but Jews had dwelt in stone houses. But that opinion is without warrant, for besides the strong building of stone houses against the invasion of thieves in the night, when no watches were kept in the first year of Richard I to prevent the casualties of fire, which often had happened in the city, when the houses were built of timber, and covered with reed or straw, Henry Fitz-Alwine being mayor, it was decreed that from henceforth no man should build within the city but of stone, until a certain height, and to cover the same building with slate or burnt tile. And this was the very cause of such stone buildings, whereof many have remained till our time, that for winning of ground they have been taken down, and in place of some one of them being low, as but 2 stories above the ground, many houses of 4 or 5 stories higher placed. From this stone house down to the stocks are divers large houses, especially for height, for merchants and artificers. On the south side of this high street is the parish church of St. Peter upon Cornehill, which seemeth to be of an ancient building, but not so ancient as fame reporteth, for it hath been lately repaired, if not all new built, except the steeple, which is ancient. The roof of this church and glazing were finished in the reign of Edward Roman IV, as appeareth by arms of noblemen and aldermen of London then living. There remaineth in this church a table whereon it is written, I know not by what authority, but of a late hand, that King Lucius founded the same church to be an archbishop's see metropolitan, and chief church of his kingdom, and that it so endured the space of 400 years unto the coming of Augustine the monk. Jocelyn of Furness Wright, that Thene, the first archbishop of London in the reign of Lucius, built the said church by the aid of Surin, chief butler to King Lucius, and also that Aluenus, the second archbishop, built a library to the same adjoining, and converted many of the Druids, learned men in the pagan law, to Christianity. True it is that a library there was pertaining to this parish church of old time, built of stone, and of late repaired with brick by the executors of Sir John Crosby, alderman, as his arms on the south end doth witness. This library hath been of late time, to wit, within these 50 years, well furnished of books. John Leyland viewed and commended them. But now those books be gone, and the place is occupied by a schoolmaster and his usher, over a number of scholars learning their grammar rules, etc. notwithstanding. Before that time a grammar school had been kept in this parish, as appeareth in the year 1425. I read that John Whitby was rector, and John Steward schoolmaster there. And in the 25th of Henry Roman VI, it was enacted by Parliament that 4 grammar schools in London should be maintained, namely, in the parishes of Allhallows, in Thames Street, St. Andrew in Oldbourne, St. Peter, S upon Cornehill, and St. Thomas of Acars. Monuments of the dead in this church defaced. I read that Hugh Waltham, Nicholas Prickott, Mercer, Alderman, Richard Manhall, 1503. William Kingston, fishmonger, gave his tenements called the Horse Mill in Grass Street to this church, and was there buried about the year 1298. John Unisberg, poulterer, 1410, John Law. Also Peter Mason, tailor, gave to this church £7 sterling yearly forever out of his tenements in Colchurch parish, and deceased about the year 1416. John Foxton founded a chantry there. A brotherhood of St. Peter was in this church established by Henry Roman IV, the 4th of his reign. William Brampton and William Ascham, fishmongers and aldermen, were chief procurers thereof, for the fishmongers of late buried there. Sir William Bowyer, Mayor 1543, Sir Henry Huberthorne, Mayor 1546, Sir Christopher Morris, Master Gunner of England to King Henry Roman VIII. Edward Elrington, Esquire, Chief Butler to Edward Roman VI. Thomas Gardiner, grocer, and Justice Smith, and other. Then have ye the parish church of St. Michael Th. Archangel. For the antiquity whereof I find that Ulnathus the priest gave it to the abbot and convent of Covesham, Reynold abbot, and the convent, there did grant the same to Spurling the priest, in all measures as he and his predecessors before had held it. To the which Spurling also they granted all their lands which they there had, except certain lands which Orger le Proud had held of them, and paid 2 shillings yearly. For the which grant the said Spurling should yearly pay 1 mark of rent to the said abbot of Covesham, and find him and his lodging, salt, water, and fire, when he came to London. This was granted 1133, about the 34th of Henry I. Thus much for antiquity. Of later time I find that Elizabeth Peake, widow, gave the patronage or gift of this benefice to the drapers in London. She lieth buried in the belfry, 1518, her monument yet remaineth. This hath been a fair and beautiful church, but of late years, since the surrender of their lands to Edward Roman VI, greatly blemished by the building of lower tenements on the north side thereof towards the High Street, in place of a green churchyard, whereby the church is darkened, and other ways annoyed. The fair new steeple, or bell tower of this church, was begun to be built in the year 1421, which being finished, and a fair ring of 5 bells therein placed, a 6th bell was added, and given by John Whitwell, Isabel his wife, and William Roos, alderman and goldsmith, about the year 1430, which bell, named Roos, nightly at 8 of the clock, and otherwise for knells, and in peals rung by one man for the space of 160 years. Of late overhauled by 4 or 5 at once, hath been thrice broken, and new cast within the space of 10 years, to the charges of that parish more than 100 marks. And here a note of this steeple. As I have oft heard my father report, upon St. James' night, certain men in the loft next under the bells, ringing of a peal, a tempest of lightning and thunder did arise. An ugly shapen sight appeared to them, coming in at the south window, and lighted on the north, for fear whereof they all fell down, and lay as dead for the time, letting the bells ring and cease of their own accord. When the ringers came to themselves, they found certain stones of the north window to be raised and scratched, as if they had been so much butter, printed with a lion's claw. The same stones were fastened there again, and so remain till this day. I have seen them oft, and have put a feather or small stick into the holes where the claws had entered 3 or 4 inches deep. At the same time, certain main timber posts at Queen Hith were scratched and cleft from the top to the bottom, and the pulpit cross in Powell's churchyard was likewise scratched, cleft, and overturned. One of the ringers lived in my youth, whom I have oft heard to verify the same to be true. But to return, William Roos was a special benefactor to this church. His arms yet remain in the windows. William Comerton, Simmons Smith, Walter Bellingham were buried there, and founded chantries there. John Grace, 1439. Robert Drope, mayor, buried on the north side of the choir, under a fair tomb of grey marble, 1485. He gave to poor maids' marriages of that parish £20, to poor of that ward £10, shirts and smocks 300, and gowns of broadcloth 100, etc. Jane his wife, matching with Edward Grey, Viscount Lisle, was buried by her first husband, 1500. She gave £90 in money to the beautifying of that church, and her great message with the appurtenance, which was by her executors, W. Capel and other, 1517, the 9th of Henry Roman 8. Assured to John Wardroper, Parson, T. Clerk, W. Dixon and John Murden, wardens of the said church and their successors forever, they do keep yearly for her an obite or anniversary to be spent on the poor, and otherwise in all £3, the rest of the profits to be employed in reparation of the church. In the 34th year of Henry Roman 8, Edward Stephen, Parson, T. Spencer, P. Gunter and G. Grouch, churchwardens, granted to T. Lodge a lease for 60 years of the said great message, with the appurtenance, which were called the Lady Lyle's lands, for the rent of £8, 13 shillings and 4 pence the year. The parishioners since gave it up as chantry land, and wronged themselves. Also the said Robert Drope and Lady Lyle, notwithstanding their liberality to that church and parish, their tomb is pulled down, no monument remaineth of them. Peter Houghton, late alderman, is laid in their vault, 1596. Robert Fabian, alderman, that wrote and published a chronicle of England and of France, was buried there 1511, with this epitaph: Like as the day his course doth consume, and the new morrow springeth again as fast, so man and woman, by nature's custom, this life to pass, at last in earth are cast, in joy and sorrow, which here their time do wast, never in one state, but in course transitory, so full of change is of this world the glory. His monument is gone. Richard Garnham, 1527, buried there, Edmund Trindle and Robert Smith, William Dixon and Margaret his wife, buried in the cloister under a fair tomb now defaced. Thomas Stow, my grandfather, about the year 1526, and Thomas Stow, my father, 1559. John Toulouse, alderman, 1548, he gave to John Willoughby, parson of that church, to Thomas Lodge, G. Hind, P. Bold, churchwardens, and to their successors, towards the reparation of that church, and relief of the poor forever, his tenement with the appurtenances in the parish of St. Michael, which he had lately purchased of Alvary Randolph, of Battlesmere in Kent. But the parish never had the gift, nor heard thereof by the space of 40 years after. Such was the conscience of G. Barn and other the executors to conceal it to themselves, and such is the negligence of the parishioners, that being informed thereof, make no claim thereunto. Philip Gaunter, that was alderman for a time, and gave £400 to be discharged thereof, was buried in the cloister about the year 1582, and Anne his wife, etc. Thomas Houghton, father to the said Peter Houghton, Francis Benison, and William Towerson. This parish church hath on the south side thereof a proper cloister, and a fair churchyard, with a pulpit cross, not much unlike to that in Paul's churchyard. Sir John Rudstone, mayor, caused the same pulpit cross in his lifetime to be built, the churchyard to be enlarged, by ground purchased of the next parish, and also proper houses to be raised for lodging of choir men, such as at that time were assistants to divine service, then daily sung by note in that church. The said John Rudstone deceased 1531, and was buried in a vault under the pulpit cross. He appointed sermons to be preached there, not now performed. His tomb before the pulpit cross is taken thence, with the tomb of Richard Yaxley, Doctor of Physic to King Henry Roman 8, and other. The choir of that church dissolved, the lodgings of choir men were by the grave fathers of that time charitably appointed for receipt of ancient decayed parishioners, namely, widows, such as were not able to bear the charge of greater rents abroad, which blessed work of harboring the harborless is promised to be rewarded in the kingdom of heaven. Then have ye Birchover Lane, so called of Birchover, the first builder and owner thereof, now corruptly called Birchin Lane, the north half whereof is of the said Cornehill Ward, the other part is of Langborne Ward. This lane, and the high street near adjoining, hath been inhabited for the most part with wealthy drapers, from Birchover's Lane, on that side the street down to the stocks, in the reign of Henry Roman 6. Had ye for the most part dwelling fripperers or upholders, that sold old apparel and household stuff. I have read of a countryman, that then having lost his hood in Westminster Hall, found the same in Cornehill hanged out to be sold, which he challenged, but was forced to buy or go without it, for their stall, they said, was their market. At that time also the wine drawer of the Pope's Head Tavern, standing without the door in the High Street, took the same man by the sleeve, and said, Sir, will you drink a pint of wine? Whereunto he answered, A penny spend I may, and so drank his pint, for bread nothing did he pay, for that was allowed free. This Pope's Head Tavern, with other houses adjoining, strongly built of stone, hath of old time been all in one, pertaining to some great estate, or rather to the king of this realm, as may be supposed both by the largeness thereof, and by the arms, to wit, 3 leopards passant guardant, which were the whole arms of England before the reign of Edward Roman III. That quartered them with the arms of France, 3 fleur-de-lis. These arms of England, supported between 2 angels, are fair and largely graven in stone on the forefront towards the High Street, over the door or stall of one great house, lately for many years possessed by Mr. Philip Gunter. The Pope's Head Tavern is on the back part thereof towards the south, as also one other house called the Stone House in Lombard Street. Some say this was King John's house, which might so be, for I find in a written copy of Matthew Paris' history that in the year 1232 Henry Roman III sent Hubert de Bourgh, Earl of Kent, to Cornehill in London, there to answer all matters objected against him, where he wisely acquitted himself. The Pope's Head Tavern hath a footway through from Cornehill into Lombard Street. And down lower on the High Street of Cornehill is there one other way through by the Cardinal's Hat Tavern into Lombard Street. And so let this suffice for Cornhill Ward, in which be governors, an alderman, his deputy, common councillors 4 or 6, constables 4, scavengers 4, wardmote inquest 16, and a beadle. It is charged to the 15 at £16. Langborne Ward and Fenny about. Langborne Ward, so called of a long bourne of sweet water, which of old time breaking out into Fenchurch Street, ran down the same street and Lombard Street to the west end of St. Mary Woolnoth's Church, where turning south, and breaking into small shares, rills, or streams, it left the name of Sherborne Lane, or Southbourne Lane, as I have read, because it ran south to the river of Thames. This ward beginneth at the west end of Aldgate Ward in Fenchurch Street, by the Ironmongers' Hall, which is on the north side of that street, at a place called Culver Alley, where sometime was a lane, through the which men went into Lime Street, but that being long since stopped up for suspicion of thieves that lurked there by night, as is shown in Lime Street Ward, there is now this said alley, a tennis court, etc. Fenchurch Street took that name of a fenny or moorish ground, so made by means of this bourne which passed through it, and therefore until this day in the Guildhall of the city, that ward is called by the name of Langborne and Fenny about, and not otherwise. Yet others be of opinion that it took that name of Fonum, that is, hay sold there, as Grass Street took the name of grass or herbs there sold. In the midst of this street standeth a small parish church called St. Gabriel Fen Church, corruptly Fan Church. Helming Legate, Esquire, by license of Edward Roman III, in the 49th of his reign gave one tenement, with a curtilage thereto belonging, and a garden with an entry thereto leading, unto Sir John Harriot, parson of Fenchurch, and to his successors for ever. The house to be a parsonage house, the garden to be a churchyard or burying place for the parish. Then have ye Lombard Street, so called of the Longobards and other merchants, strangers of divers nations assembling there twice every day, of what original or continuance I have not read of record, more than that Edward Roman II, in the 12th of his reign, confirmed a messuage, sometime belonging to Robert Turk, abutting on Lombard Street toward the south, and toward Cornehill on the north, for the merchants of Florence, which proveth that street to have had the name of Lombard Street before the reign of Edward Roman II. The meeting of which merchants and others there continued until the 22nd of December, in the year 1568, on the which day the said merchants began to make their meetings at the Burse, a place then new built for that purpose in the ward of Cornhill, and was since by Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, named the Royal Exchange. On the north side of this ward is Lime Street, one half whereof on both the sides is of this Langborne Ward, and therein on the west side is the Pewterers' Hall, which company were admitted to be a brotherhood in the 13th of Edward Roman IV. At the southwest corner of Lime Street standeth a fair parish church of St. Dionys called Baccy Church, lately new built in the reign of Henry Roman VI. John Bugg, Esquire, was a great benefactor to that work, as appeareth by his arms, 3 water budgets and his crest, a Morian's head, graven in the stonework of the choir, the upper end on the north side where he was buried. Also John Darby, alderman, added thereunto a fair aisle, or chapel on the south side, and was there buried about the year 1466. He gave, besides sundry ornaments, his dwelling house and others unto the said church. The Lady Witch, widow to Hugh Witch, sometime mayor of London, was there buried, and gave lands for sermons, etc. John Master, gentleman, was by his children buried there 1444. Thomas Britton, Henry Travers of Maidstone in Kent, merchant, 1501. John Bond, about 1504. Robert Paget, merchant tailor, one of the sheriffs, 1536. Sir Thomas Curdays, pewterer, then fishmonger, mayor, 1557. Sir James Harvey, ironmonger, mayor, 1581. William Peterson, Esquire, William Sherrington, Sir Edward Osborne, clothworker, mayor, etc. Then by the Four Corners, so-called of Fenchurch Street in the east, Bridge Street on the south, Grass Street on the north, and Lombard Street on the west. In Lombard Street is one fair parish church called Allhallows Grass Church, in Lombard Street. I do so read it in evidences of record, for that the grass market went down that way, when that street was far broader than now it is, being straitened by encroachments. This church was lately new built. John Warner, armorer and then grocer, sheriff, 1494, built the south aisle. His son, Robert Warner, Esquire, finished it in the year 1516. The pewterers were benefactors towards the north aisle, etc. The steeple, or bell tower, thereof was finished in the year 1544, about the 36th of Henry Roman VIII. The fair stone porch of this church was brought from the late dissolved priory of St. John of Jerusalem by Smithfield. So was the frame for their bells, but the bells being bought, were never brought thither, by reason that one old Warner, draper of that parish, deceasing, his son Mark Warner would not perform what his father had begun, and appointed, so that fair steeple hath but one bell, as friars were wont to use. The monuments of this church be these: the said Warners and John Walden, draper. Next is a common hostelry for travellers, called the George, of such a sign. This is said to have pertained to the Earl Ferrers, and was his London lodging in Lombard Street, and that in the year 1175, a brother of the said Earl, being there privily slain in the night, was there thrown down into the dirty street, as I have afore shown in the chapter of night watches. Next to this is the parish church of St. Edmund, the King and Martyr, in Lombard Street, by the south corner of Birchover Lane. This church is also called St. Edmund Grass Church, because the said grass market came down so low. The monuments in this church are these: Sir John Milbourne, draper, mayor, deceased, 1535, buried there by Dame Joan and Dame Margaret his wives under a tomb of touch. Humphrey Hayford, goldsmith, mayor, 1477. Sir William Chester, draper, mayor, 1560, with his wives amongst his predecessors. Sir George Barne, mayor, 1586. Matilda at Vine founded a chantry there, etc. From this church down Lombard Street, by Birchvers Lane, the one half of which lane is of this ward, and so down be divers fair houses, namely, one with a very fair forefront towards the street, built by Sir Martin Bowes, goldsmith, since mayor of London, and then one other, sometime belonging to William de la Pole, knight banneret, and yet the king's merchant in the 14th of Edward Roman III. And after him to Michael de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, in the 14th of Richard Roman II. And was his merchant's house, and so down towards the Stocks Market, lacking but some 3 houses thereof. The south side of this ward beginneth in the east, at the chain to be drawn athwart Mart Lane up into Fenchurch Street, and so west by the north end of Minchin Lane to St. Margaret Patten Street, or Rood Lane, and down that street to the midway towards St. Margaret's Church, then by Philpot Lane, so called of Sir John Philpot that dwelt there, and was owner thereof, and down that lane some 6 or 8 houses on each side, is all of this ward. Then by Grass Church Corner into Lombard Street to St. Clement's Lane, and down the same to St. Clement's Church. Then down St. Nicholas Lane, and down the same to St. Nicholas Church, and the same church is of this ward. Then to Abchurch Church Lane, and down some small portion thereof, then down Sherborne Lane, a part thereof, and a part of Barrabinder Lane, be of this ward, and then down Lombard Street to the sign of the Angel, almost to the corner over against the Stocks Market. On the south side of this ward, somewhat within Mart Lane, have you the parish church of Allhallows, commonly called Stane Church, as may be supposed, for a difference from other churches of that name in this city, which of old time were built of timber, and since were built of stone. In this church have been divers fair monuments of the dead, namely, of John Costin, girdler, a great benefactor. He deceased 1244. His name remaineth painted in the church roof. If it had been set in brass, it would have been fetched down. He gave out of certain tenements to the poor of that parish 100 quarters of charcoals yearly forever. Sir Robert Test, Knight of the Holy Sepulchre, and Dame Joan his wife, about 1486, Robert Stone, Sir John Steward, and Dame Alice his wife, John Bostock, Esquire, Christopher Holt, Sir Richard Tate, Knight, Ambassador to King Henry Roman VIII. Buried there 1554. His monument remaineth yet, the rest being all pulled down and swept out of the church. The churchwardens were forced to make a large account, 12s. That year for brooms, besides the carriage away of stone and brass of their own charge. And here I am to note, that being informed of the Writhsleys to be buried there, I have since found them and other to be buried at St. Giles without Cripplegate, where I mind to leave them. By this church sometime passed a lane, called Craddock's Lane, from Mart Lane, winding by the north side of the said church into Fenchurch Street, the which lane being straitened by encroachments, is now called Church Alley. Then is the parish church of St. Nicholas Akin, or Hacken, for so have I read it in records, in Lombard Street. Sir John Bridges, draper, mayor, 1520, newly repaired this church and embattled it and was there buried. Francis Boyer, grocer, one of the sheriffs, was buried there 1580, with other of the Boyers. So was Julian, wife to John Lambart, alderman. Then is there in the High Street a proper parish church of St. Mary Woolnoth, of the Nativity, the reason of which name I have not yet learnt. This church is lately new built. Sir Hugh Bryce, goldsmith, mayor in the first year of Henry Roman VII, keeper of the King's Exchange at London, and one of the governors of the King's Mint in the Tower of London, under William Lord Hastings, the 5th of Edward Roman IV, deceased 1496. He built in this church a chapel called the Charnel, as also part of the body of the church and of the steeple, and gave money toward the finishing thereof, besides the stone which he had prepared. He was buried in the body of the church. Guy Bryce, or Boys, was buried there. Dame Joan, wife to Sir William Peach, Thomas Knockett, draper, 1396, he founded a chantry there. Simon Eyre, 1459. He gave the tavern called the Cardinal's Hat, in Lombard Street, with a tenement annexed on the east part of the tavern, and a mansion behind the east tenement, together with an alley from Lombard Street to Cornhill, with the appurtenances, all which were by him new built, toward a brotherhood of Our Lady in St. Mary Woolnoth's Church. John Moger Pewterer and M. his wife in St. John's Chapel, Sir John Percival Merchant Taylor, Mayor, about 1504, Thomas Rock and Andrew Michael, vintners and Joan their wife, William Hilton, Merchant Taylor and Taylor to King Henry Roman VIII. Was buried there 1519, under the chapel of St. George, which chapel was built by George Lufkin, sometime tailor to the prince, Robert Amades, goldsmith, master of the king's jewels, Sir Martin Bowes, mayor, buried about 1569. He gave lands for the discharge of that Langborne Ward, of all 15s to be granted to the king by Parliament. George Haskin, Sir Thomas Ramsay, late mayor, etc. Thus have ye 7 parishes in this ward, 1 hall of a company, divers fair houses for merchants, and other monuments none. It hath an alderman, his deputy, common councillors 8, constables 15, scavengers 9, men of the ward mote inquest 17, and a beadle. It is taxed to the 15 in the exchequer at 29s pounds, 8d pounds. Billingsgate Ward. Billingsgate Ward beginneth at the west end of Tower Street Ward in Thames Street, about Smart's Quay, and runneth down along that street on the south side to St. Magnus Church at the bridge foot, and on the north side of the said Thames Street, from over against Smart's Quay, till over against the northwest corner of St. Magnus Church aforesaid. On this north side of Thames Street is St. Marie Hill Lane, up to St. Margaret's Church, and then part of St. Margaret Patten Street. At the end of St. Marie Hill Lane. Next out of Thames Street is Lucas Lane, and then Budolph Lane, and at the north end thereof Philpot Lane. Then is Rother Lane, of old times so called, and thwart the same lane is Little Eastcheap, and these be the bounds of Billingsgate Ward. Touching the principal ornaments within this ward. On the south side of Thames Street, beginning at the east end thereof, there is first the said Smart's Quay, so called of one Smart sometime owner thereof. The next is Billingsgate, whereof the whole ward taketh name. The which, leaving out of the fable, thereof feigning it to be built by King Beline, a Briton long before the incarnation of Christ, is at this present a large watergate, port, or harborough, for ships and boats, commonly arriving there with fish, both fresh and salt, shellfishes, salt, oranges, onions, and other fruits and roots, wheat, rye, and grain of divers sorts, for service of the city and the parts of this realm adjoining. This gate is now more frequented than of old time, when the Queen's Hithe was used, as being appointed by the kings of this realm, to be the special or only port for taking up of all such kind of merchandises brought to this city by strangers and foreigners. And the drawbridge of timber at London Bridge was then to be raised or drawn up for passage of ships with tops thither. Touching the ancient customs of Billingsgate in the reign of Edward Roman III. Every great ship landing there paid for standage 2d, every little ship with oarlocks a penny, the lesser boat called a battle a halfpenny. Of 2 quarters of corn measured the king was to have 1 farthing, of a coomb of corn a penny, of every weight going out of the city a halfpenny. Of 2 quarters of sea coal measured a farthing, and of every ton of ale going out of England beyond the seas, by merchant strangers, 4d, of every 1,000 herrings a farthing, except franchises, etc. Next to this is Somers Quay, which likewise took that name of 1 Somer dwelling there, as did Lion Quay of 1 lion, owner thereof, and since of the sign of a lion. Then is there a fair wharf, or quay, called Budulf's Gate, by that name so called in the times of William the Conqueror and of Edward the Confessor, as I have shown already in the description of the gates. Next is the parish church of St. Budulph's, a proper church, and hath had many fair monuments therein, now defaced and gone, notwithstanding I find by testimonies abroad that these were buried there. To wit, Roger Cogger, 1384, Andrew Pikeman, and Joan his wife, 1391, Nicholas James, ironmonger, one of the sheriffs, 1423. William Rainwell, fishmonger, and John Rainwell, his son, fishmonger, mayor, 1426, and deceasing 1445, buried there with this epitaph. Citizens of London, call to your remembrance the famous John Rainwell, sometime your mayor, of the staple of Calais, so was his chance. Here lieth now his core, his soul bright and fair is taken to heaven's bliss, thereof is no despair. His acts bear witness by matters of record how charitable he was, and of what accord no man hath been so beneficial as he, unto the city in giving liberally, etc. He gave a stone house to be a revestry to that church forever. More he gave lands and tenements to the use of the commonalty, that the mayor and chamberlain should satisfy unto the discharge of all persons inhabiting the wards of Billingsgate, Downegate, and Aldgate, as oft as it shall happen any 15, by parliament of the king to be granted, also to the exchequer, in discharge of the sheriffs, £10 yearly, which the sheriffs used to pay for the farm of Southwark, so that all men of the realm, coming or passing with carriage, should be free quitted and discharged of all toll and other payments, aforetime claimed by the sheriffs. Further, that the mayor and chamberlain shall pay yearly to the sheriffs £8, so that the said sheriffs take no manner of toll or money of any person of this realm for their goods, merchandises, victuals, and carriages, for their passages at the great gate of the bridge of the city, nor at the gate called the drawbridge, etc. The overplus of money coming of the said lands and tenements, divided into even portions. The one part to be employed to instore the granaries of the city with wheat for the release of the poor commonalty, and the other moiety to clear and cleanse the shelves, and other stoppages of the river of Thames, etc. Stephen Forster, fishmonger, mayor in the year 1454, and Dame Agnes his wife, lie buried there. William Bacon, haberdasher, one of the sheriffs 1480, was there buried, besides many other persons of good worship, whose monuments are all destroyed by bad and greedy men of spoil. This parish of St. Budulph is no great thing, notwithstanding divers strangers are there harbored, as may appear by a presentment, not many years since made of strangers, inhabitants in the ward of Billingsgate in these words. In Billingsgate Ward were 51 households of strangers, whereof 30 of these households inhabited in the parish of St. Budulph, in the chief and principal houses, where they give £20 the year for a house lately letten for 4 marks. The nearer they dwell to the waterside, the more they give for houses, and within 30 years before there was not in the whole ward above 3 Netherlanders, at which time there was within the said parish levied, for the help of the poor, £27 by the year. But since they came so plentifully thither, there cannot be gathered above £11, for the stranger will not contribute to such charges as other citizens do. Thus much for that south side of this ward. On the north side is Boss Alley, so called of a boss of spring water continually running, which standeth by Billingsgate against this alley, and was sometime made by the executors of Richard Whittington. Then is St. Marie Hill Lane, which runneth up north from Billingsgate to the end of St. Margaret Pattens, commonly called Rood Lane, and the greatest half of that lane is also of Billingsgate Ward. In this St. Marie Hill Lane is the fair parish church of St. Marie, called on the hill, because of the ascent from Billingsgate. This church hath been lately built, as may appear by this that followeth. Richard Hackney, one of the sheriff in the year 1322, and Alice his wife, were there buried, as Robert Fabian writeth, saying thus. In the year 1497, in the month of April, as labourers digged for the foundation of a wall, within the church of St. Marie Hill, near unto Billingsgate, they found a coffin of rotten timber, and therein the corpse of a woman whole of skin, and of bones undissevered, and the joints of her arms pliable, without breaking of the skin. Upon whose sepulchre this was engraven, Here lieth the bodies of Richard Hackney, fishmonger, and Alice his wife. The which Richard was sheriff in the 15th of Edward Roman II. Her body was kept above ground 3 or 4 days without nuisance, but then it waxed unsavory, and so was again buried. John Mordend, stock fishmonger, was buried there 1387, Nicholas Exton, fishmonger, mayor 1387, William Cambridge, mayor 1420, Richard Goslin, sheriff 1422, William Phillip, sergeant-at-arms 1473, Robert Ruel, one of the sheriffs 1490, gave liberally toward the new building of this church and steeple, and was there buried. William Remington, mayor 1500, Sir Thomas Blank, mayor 1582. William Hallstock, Esquire, comptroller of the King's ships, Sir Cuthbert Buckle, mayor 1594. This lane on both sides is furnished with many fair houses for merchants, and hath at the north end thereof one other lane, called St. Margaret Pattens, because of old time pattens were there usually made and sold. But of latter time this is called Rood Lane, of a rood there placed in the churchyard of St. Margaret, whilst the old church was taken down, and again newly built. During which time the oblations made to this rood were employed towards building of the church. But in the year 1538, about the 23rd of May, in the morning the said rood was found to have been in the night preceding, by people unknown, broken all to pieces, together with the tabernacle wherein it had been placed. Also, on the 27th of the same month, in the same parish, amongst the basket makers, a great and sudden fire happened in the night season, which, within the space of 3 hours, consumed more than a dozen houses, and 9 persons were burnt to death there, and thus ceased that work of this church, being at that time nigh finished to the steeple. The lane on both sides, beyond the same church to the midway towards Fenchurch Street, is of Billingsgate Ward. Then again out of Thames Street, by the west end of St. Mary Hill Church, runneth up one other lane, of old time called Rope Lane, since called Lucas Lane, of one Lucas, owner of some part thereof, and now corruptly called Love Lane. It runneth up by the east end of a parish church of St. Andrew Hubbard, or St. Andrew in Eastcheap. This church, and all the whole lane called Lucas Lane, is of this Billingsgate Ward. Then have ye one other lane out of Thames Street, called Budulph Lane, because it riseth over against the parish church of St. Budulph, and runneth up north by the east end of St. George's Church to the west end of St. Andrew's Church, and to the south end of Philpot Lane. This parish church of St. George in Budulph Lane is small, but the monuments for 200 years past are well preserved from spoil, whereof one is of Adam Bam, mayor 1397, Richard Bam, Esquire, his son of Gillingham in Kent, 1452, John Walton, gentleman, 1401 Marper, a gentleman, 1400, John St. John, merchant of Levant, and Agnes his wife, 1400, Hugh Spencer, Esquire, 1424. William Coombs, stock fishmonger, one of the sheriffs, 1452, who gave £40 towards the works of that church. John Stockar, draper, one of the sheriffs, 1477, Richard Dryland, Esquire, and Catherine, his wife, daughter of Morris Brune, knight of Southampton in Essex, steward of household to Humphrey Duke of Gloucester, 1487. Nicholas Patridge, one of the sheriffs, 1519. In the churchyard, William Foreman, mayor, 1538, James Mumford, Esquire, surgeon to King Henry Roman VIII, buried 1544, Thomas Gale, haberdasher, 1340, Nicholas Wilford, merchant tailor, and Elizabeth his wife, about the year 1551, Edward Hayward, 1573, etc. Roger de Lacker founded a chantry there. Then have ye one other lane called Rother Lane, or Red Rose Lane, of such a sign there, now commonly called Pudding Lane, because the butchers of Eastcheap have their scalding house for hogs there, and their puddings, with other filth of beasts, are voided down that way to their dung boats on the Thames. This lane stretcheth from Thames Street to Little Eastcheap, chiefly inhabited by basket-makers, turners, and butchers, and is all of Billingsgate Ward. The Garland in Little Eastcheap, sometime a brewhouse, with a garden on the backside, adjoining to the garden of Sir John Philpot, was the chief house in this Eastcheap. It is now divided into sundry small tenements, etc. This ward hath an alderman, and his deputy, common councillors, constables 11, scavengers 6, for the wardmote inquest 14, and a beadle. It is taxed to the 15 in London at £32, and in the Exchequer at £31 10 shillings.